All right, good morning, chat. Good morning. Hope you're having a good one today. I didn't set the... Dude, hold up. Gotta lock in. Oh, my. European tournament schedule. Yo, what's up, Intoxify? Alright. Where's Prague? Maybe is it just not? Was there Prague? Oh, there's Prague right here. It's right here. Or are you just wondering where is Prague? Where is Prague? I don't actually know either. Have you watched any of the Topanga Pokemon Card League over here in Japan? I have not. It's like, unfortunately, just had like a really bad time. Literally, it starts at like midnight my time, which is suboptimal. The most suboptimal time, for sure. Otherwise, I probably would be tuning in, but I haven't like watched. I haven't gone to like watch any of the rebroadcasts or anything like that. VODs on YouTube. Yeah, I just don't like watching VODs though. I just something about watching VODs. I just can't enjoy it. I'm not a VOD enjoyer. You watched the World Semifinal? I did not, but I saw someone mention it in chat, so I like went to look up the. Dude, SKT won. They're into top 4. Insane. And then what is it? Is this match about to go into game 5 right now? Ended. Oh, who won? KT Rolser won. Dude, Gen G are just like... They're like, alright, bro, they're alright. Yeah, they'd be alright. I have a friend who plays a lot of League, like Challenger. He is a huge fan of Canyon. I remember we were having a discussion about who's the greatest player of all time, and he was trying to argue. He was trying to argue Chovy or Canyon or something. I was like, bro, it's not even close, bro. It's Faker. Like mechanically, they might be the best player, but if you're not winning, you're not winning, bro. Chovy's the League version of James Harden. Well, hold on. That's kind of disrespectful to Chovy, I feel like. What the heck? That's disrespectful, bro. Chill. Chovy's better than that. Found Shanghai Nationals is going on right now. It's been cool to watch. I tuned into... Is that what Ursa Day was restreaming? I tuned into Ursa Day's stream the other... Yesterday? Day before yesterday? Yeah, Ursa Day was doing like a restream of it. I tuned in for a little bit. Doing a co-stream. Yeah, she's doing like an official co-stream type thing, right? I feel like the last couple of years of League Worlds have always been... I don't know where it's been the last couple of years. I haven't been able to watch League Worlds the last couple of years because the start times are like literally like midnight for me. They need to bring... When was the last time Worlds was in... It's probably sooner than I remember. When was the last time Worlds was in the US? Feels like it's been a while, but I might be trolling. It was in... Oh, it wasn't that long ago. It was in 22. Oh, next year it's coming back to North America. Oh, okay, cool. I actually might try and go to... I've never been to a big esports event in general. I might try and go to what's it called then this year? A playoff match. Depending where the locations are. There'll probably be something in California. There's a good chance. So is Tim Franklin just Tim Danklin? No. Tim Danklin is Tim Danklin. I don't even know what a Tim Franklin is. Are they still playing? They're not playing a final round in Brisbane, right? This thing's just not updated. Friday it's usually just semifinals/finals in LA. Well, that'll be easy for me to go to then. Tim Franklin is Tim Danklin? Lol, what? Well, then why wouldn't his name be Tim Franklin? What do you mean? His name is literally Tim Danklin. That makes no sense. We can catch up with the Brisbane regionals. The last round isn't updated, so I don't know actually the final records of the players. But as far as the X1s go, there's 15 X1s and 6 of them are from Japan. Japan having a pretty good showing over there. One thing to keep in mind with that, though, I guess a little bit is the players who are going to go from Japan to actually play in these tournaments are definitely better players. Like the players, the average player going from Japan to Australia is better than the average Australian player. There's Tim, though. Was he playing Zorak Crustal? Zorak Crustal? Dude, there's just no way that deck's real. I wouldn't even be confident that you would beat Gardevoir if your deck is Port Crustal. I just would not even be confident in that deck at all. Brent Tonneson 61. I did pick Brent to top cut this tournament. Who did I pick to top cut the other tournament? I forget. It was someone though. It was definitely someone. Any other familiar names up here? I recognize for the Japanese players, I recognize Shoichi, and then there's Ryuki is down here. Ryuki Okada. Don't recognize. This one seems familiar. Shinosuke. Why would Tim Danklin's name be Tim Franklin? Makes no sense. Yeah, people only have one name. People don't have 2 names. That's crazy. Yo, what's up, Villa? Oh, there's Rigi. Let's take a look at Gdansk. I mean, there's not too much to look at from Gdansk. There's only 3 rounds in, but take a look at our... Wait, there's like... Wait, there's only 12 US players this time? Wait, how many US players were actually at the... Well, there's 23. There is actually... I thought it would be a little bit closer to the same amount number. There's like 23 US players here, but... Some players... I mean, it'd be hard for a lot of players to be able to take off like 2 weekends off of life. Or week and a half off of life. Besides like the more dedicated grinding players. So some players made it out just for 1. It's cool if you're gonna pick. I'd rather go to France than Poland personally as well. If I'm picking between the 2. All right. Let's have a look. My assumption is that a majority of people would just be staying over for the 2 weeks, make a vacation out of it, but we got to get back to life. Hyper already with the 3-0 start. 3-0 from Owen. 2-0-1 from Smart. Calvin. Ginsburg is there as well. 2-1. John Ang 2-1. Was John Ang in Lil? Also, when do you sleep? Some of the time when I'm not streaming. If I played it, you gonna play any Riftbound this weekend? No, I will not be playing any Riftbound this weekend. Canadians. You're in. How's Tor and his mom score? Mom is 1-2. Tord 3-0. Are we really surprised? I'm not. I wonder what Tord ended up playing, if he went with the Absol deck or something else. I guess I'm just curious if he played the Absol deck. Although maybe he came with something else crazy. Maybe not though. Actually, I'm curious how Gabriel's doing. Rio start, of course. What's in the bowl? Can I get a bite, bro? Food. No. All mine. Too early for too many words. Honestly, after it was brought to my attention from after it was brought to my attention how long it's been since the UK has won a major tournament, I'm just kind of rooting for the UK to like win a tournament. If you're at the tournament and you were playing, what would you have played? What would I have played? Probably just Charizard, yeah. Yeah, probably Zard. What does he have? Oh, he's wore this suit before. I was gonna say, does he have another different suit? I'm surprised with how few majors we get. What do you mean, bro? The UK is literally the second most. Y'all are either number 1 or number 2 in most represented at every European major. If not, you're number 3. Not by a big difference though. You guys have no excuses, Drunk Dog. Like, we're in Gdansk right now. Number 1 most represented country is Poland. Number 2, the UK. You go back to the Lille Regional Championships. Number 1 represented most, of course, is France. Number 2, the UK. By 100 people over what? Germany? Denmark? What the fuck? Y'all have no excuses, bro. Y'all have no excuses. No matter what country the European regional is, y'all are number 1 and number 2. If it's the home country, y'all are number 1 by a lot. But if it's a different country, y'all are still number 2. I mean, I'm just calling it how I see it. I'm rooting for y'all, though. I'm rooting for y'all. Go to bed, homie. Oh, yeah, true. Yeah. I just like, plan to have this stream tonight to watch the Gdansk Regional Championships. Got up at this point. Have started the stream at this point. But you're right. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna go to bed. All right, good night, guys. Nagel also beat the fraud allegations. I meant specifically majors in England. No, it's worse than that. It's worse than that. That would be like one thing, but that would still be pretty bad. But it's worse. It's worse. I don't think Dango. I don't think there's any fraud allegations on Dango, to be honest. I think the deck is like fine, and the deck's like doing fine. You appreciate the 3 months there. Lethal Whizzle. UK food greater than UK Pokemon. Toby Clark could have won an ASC. Or getting DQ'd in top 8. True. There was hope. Mornings, will you plan on playing with Ethan's McCargo again? I mean, I don't have any plans right now to. It could happen in the future at some point. I don't know. I genuinely love the deck. Would like to see your spin on it with any new cards. I don't think there's any new cards to add to the deck, to be honest. Yeah, there wouldn't be much to add. I don't think there's anything from the new sets to put into the deck. It's like Fire Breather is like always just... Fire Breather would be like the only thing to consider, but even then it's probably just not worth it. I may have to go get my passport next year and go to European Regional. Having both of ours within 3 weeks of each other is ass. Wait, is what Birmingham into... Is it Birmingham into London, or... Or do you guys have 2 regionals this year? Actually, they just showed it on screen. I should remember. Birmingham, UIC in London? Okay. Birmingham to UIC is less than a month apart. Yeah, but like, what is it, how easy is it to travel within Europe, like all of Europe, from the UK to other European countries, or other European countries to other European countries? Like, that's just really, like, all the countries are like really small and really close, right? Impossible? We're stuck? Is the UK kind of like isolated from... Is the UK kind of isolated from the rest of Europe in terms of like making ease of travel? Inside EU, it's so easy. Is it easy to go from the EU? Wait. Is it just as hard for EU players to... Or UK players to get to the EU as the EU players to get to the UK? Or does someone have the advantage? Who has the advantage here? Brexit made it harder. I don't know all the ins and outs of Brexit. All I know, there was like some separation, and then people regretted it afterwards. Well, that's what I heard. I don't want to speak for the British. usually go UK to EU, then EU to UK. UK traveling to the rest of the EU is easy. Okay. People like, I'm actually curious. I've actually wanted to ask some European players about this, but I never. Do people like in the US? Not everyone has a driver's license, but a lot of people have a driver's license. This is like hard to draw a comparison though. Like, how many people have driver's licenses or drive in Europe? Not just like UK, but I guess UK is probably less because it's like such a big place or like dense place. I guess Europe is different than the UK, right? Probably less people in the UK have licenses than just Europe in general. Dude, Henry Brandon's on stream again, bro. Classic top player privilege, bro. I cannot believe it. Down with the elites, bro. Down with the elites. Leaking the Australian tech. It's just gonna be a fourth boss's orders. Alexander is like, well, Alexander's not from Australia, but he's like, we have a tech. Third boss's orders. The tech this time, fourth boss's orders. I'm curious to see if Henry is still playing Dragapult. I did predict Henry would play a different deck than Dragapult on the podcast, but we'll see. I saw your message, Swag. Or I see your message, Swag. Give me 1 second. Oh, it's just Dragapult. That's boring, bro. That's so boring. But up against Saralage? Ooh, okay. Prize cards are pretty neutral for both players here. Nothing crazy. Honestly, I'm rooting for Andrew here. I'm a big Henry Brand fan. I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, when we got Saralage on the stream, he's playing Mist Energy, so we'll have a little bit of extra help in this matchup to stop the damage spread. It is a Carmine build. Did prize 1 jet, has 1 jet in the deck, it looks like. Jets aren't as big of a factor. It's playing the Legacy Energy, of course. We're just setting up our stones here off the rip. We got the Lunatone, so we need our Soul Rock. And then what else does Andrew have? Does Miss Energy block Dusks? No. Alright. Soul Rock acquired. Ultra Ball coming in. Looks like a Char Cadet, so we probably have a... I would assume we have a Squawk or a Carmine in hand. You really don't want to put Squawkabilly in play in this matchup if you can avoid it. We have the Carmine. Okay, so we're chilling. Looks like a Jamming Tower as well, alongside a Research. So this is actually... it's just kind of this is kind of an unfortunate Carmine here from Andrew. I think giving up 2 researches, you're gonna do it obviously, but it does not feel good here for Andrew to give up this many draw supporters this early. The Saralage deck does not play that many draw supporters. It does play a Pal Pad usually, so we'll have some supporter recovery, but it's possible Andrew kind of fizzles, or Not fizzles out, but oh, it's a boss. Okay. It's better for it to be a boss than another research, to be honest. There we go. Carmine for 5. Nest Ball, Ultra Ball, Fighting Energy. And we're going to start with the stone here. The hand looks overall not that good, so we might have to get Squawkabilly involved. Definitely need to get Squawkabilly involved. That hand sucks. Okay. What about Jamming Tower? It just screws his own balloon. Did he have a balloon? I don't think he plays balloon. He probably does not play air balloon. We can thin out the deck a little bit here as Andrew. Ultra Ball, grab a dead card. If there is a dead card to grab. But like Soul Rocks and Lunatones are pretty iffy at this point. Oh, interesting. Is Andrew really... Andrew actually might not go for the Squawk here. I thought would for sure go for Squawk here. I mean, he does have the ability to draw with Lunatone. You definitely should play the Ultra Ball this turn for sure, though, from Andrew. Because you see the Duskull on the active. You should be expecting Badoo. So this Ultra Ball should get played here from Andrew. Or that's just kind of a mistake to not play it. But it looks like he isn't going to commit to the Squawk, which I don't hate. But yeah, definitely should play the Ultra Ball here. Go grab just another Saraledge. Getting Saraledge established in this matchup is like super important. To play around a potential board wipe, like a 2-attack board wipe. Maybe Squawk's easy 2 prizes later. I mean, it is. That's not really a question. You never want to put Squawkabilly in play, but the hand also isn't very strong. And if you're not playing the game, it doesn't matter if your opponent... If you don't play the game to begin with, and you can't even KO a Dragapult, your opponent doesn't care if there's a Squawkabilly in play on your side of the field or not. You think they have Dribbler here? I didn't see it, so I doubt there's a Dribbler in there. Yeah, I think I would have liked to have seen the Squawkabilly come out there from Andrew. Like I said, we definitely should have played... I think it was a mistake from Andrew to not play the Ultra Ball. Because like I said, we're about to get Badooed. And, I mean, that's just kind of not good. That means we just can't play the Ultra Ball anyways next turn. There's an argument to have held it in hand, because there's a chance that we could have gotten Iono'd, and then you'd want to draw into the Saraledge. So that's there'd be an argument for that. I could see that being correct just based on that factor, but... All right, Badoo's coming in here for... Henry is doing 20 damage because it is weak to grass. Top deck, the Squawkabilly, of course, can't play that. And we're living off this Lunatone draw here from Andrew. We definitely need to cycle the energy. And this is like a problem with this play from Andrew, is... We need more cards. We can't go attach, retreat, attack. That's not good enough here from Andrew. We need to find... No, it's not good enough that we're drawing, right? Okay, thank goodness. Now, we do have to find an energy here to retreat, though. Oh, and we drew the Legacy energy. Oh, no. That is so bad. Well, I don't know how much it matters in this matchup, to be honest. I'm not going to lie. It might not matter that much in this matchup. But we got to give it up here. Legacy to the soul. We have to attack. We can't not attack. The only question here for Andrew is, do you bench the Fez? And honestly... You probably do, you have to do it, Andrew. It's fine. It's fine. It feels bad, but honestly, I don't know how much it matters as far as the prize trade goes in this matchup. Henry has so many ways to play around the Legacy energy anyways. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Ends up discarding the Fez. I don't hate that. I think that's fine, probably. Simply finding the Carmine is a big deal. Continuing to cycle through our deck. Another Cadet found, but that one does have 2 retreat costs. You got to be careful with this Char Cadet. When you put it... I don't know if I like that bench there from Andrew. Could we have... I don't know. Maybe we can't wait a turn, though. We do have the Saraledge in hand here from Andrew. I kind of want to see the Saraledge get bent or evolved. But that's iffy, though. See, I don't know. See, that's it. Benching the 80 HP Saraledge makes things a little weird. That makes you want to hold the Saraledge. It's probably fine. All right, goodbye, Badoo. It's cooked. And then Henry has a fine hand here. Double Dracloak in the hand. Bench Latias last turn, so we'll have that mobility. Loke number 1 is in. Has Loke number 2 to back it up. I mean, we're just looking for... Probably just trying to get back into Badoo for another turn, and then the Dragapults are online from there for Henry. So it's a pretty straightforward line. Has the Night Stretcher in hand. He's just going to commit that to get the Badoo. I don't know if second Badoo is prize or not, but could have... I mean, it's not even that big of a risk off the Lily, to be honest. If you play Lily here, it just depends on how much you value the Night Stretcher really here as Henry versus, like, guaranteeing the Badoo. Because, like, playing Lily here, you're almost guaranteed to draw into a Badoo out if you if second Badoo's in the deck. Ultra Ball, Night Treasure still out, and then Buddy Poffin, of course. Maybe an S-Ball. Would you hold the Sarah Legend KO with Badoo? No, you need to get your Sarah Legends online and into play as soon as possible in this matchup. One of the ways you can lose this matchup is you don't find enough Sarah Ledges, and then the Dragon Ball player just KOs your only Sarah Legend play, and you just can't find another one. Or they start attacking you, and then they board wipe you of Charcadets and Sarah Ledges. Like, this matchup is probably the reason that you play 3 Sarah Ledge. If this matchup didn't exist, you might even just play 2 Sarah Ledge, to be honest. Well, maybe not, because of the Guardian matchup, but... That's the problem with putting down that beefy Charcadet. But Andrew, if we're going to bench it, I do like the fact that Andrew held the second Sarah Ledge here. So we have that to evolve it into. So it won't be that... It won't be punishing. But, Sarah Ledge not play Psyduck? Because I just don't think it does enough in the matchup to warrant playing it. And I don't know if I agree with that or not. I haven't tested the matchup enough to like be like, oh, I think I need the Psyduck. I feel like Dusknoirs aren't usually the factor. I feel like Sarah Ledge whiffing is usually the factor for losing the game, though. Like, Sarah Ledge loses because it can't one-hit KO a Dragapult, basically, fast enough. All right. And Andrew does not have a ton of energy in the discard pile here as well, so... Oh, appreciate it. Dude, I always forget to have to reset the quality. All right, there's a cycle with the Lunatone, but... It does have the Sarah Legend energy, but there's not that many energy in the discard pile here. I don't even know how hard Andrew is hitting. The Badoo is definitely getting cooked, but... You're not hitting that hard here as Andrew. And with 3 Ultra Ball in the discard pile, it might just be hard for Andrew to get... Yeah, like, I don't think a Dragapult is going down next turn. I think Henry's in a pretty comfortable spot at this point, to be honest. I am actually curious to see how Henry... Yeah, I mean, Henry could even, like, punch the active plus KO Charcadet to stop that from evolving. Actually, can Henry just somehow win in... Yeah, Henry could just, like... Has Hawlucha, so Henry could go punch active, KO Charcadet with Hawlucha. He's going for Fez here, though, so would have to pop a Clops here to actually make that happen now. Audience may go down next turn, though. That could be the out here for Andrew for sure. Or if Henry does pop a Clops here, then you could KO the Clops off the bench. But you're just going to set up the Lokes, bench the Fez, and then play the Iono. Down to 4 here for Andrew. With, once again, not that many energy in the discard pile. That's why I would like to have seen the early turns just felt kind of slow there from Andrew. Okay, that was a decent draw, though. Did draw double fighting energy and a Carmine. There's only 4 energy in the discard pile, though? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't think it's happening. Maybe Henry whiffs Dragapult this turn, though. Maybe, and that'll give Andrew the turn he needs. But I see Dragapult. Dusclops is an option as well. Yeah, Henry is setting up pretty well here, even if Andrew is somehow able to draw 2 prize cards on this next turn. I still favor Henry at this point, I think. Does have a counter catcher. The question is, how much do you value where that 10 damage is on this active Sarah Ledge, I guess? But it's fine for it to be on the active, right? Yeah, it should be fine. How about Punch KO Tone? Well, popping Dusclops? I don't know, giving Andrew another prize card after you already played Iono, and then taking a knockout means Andrew gets access to Pheasantipity draw as well. Isn't it just 6 on Sarah Ledge? I feel like it's just 6 on Sarah Ledge, right? Yeah, that's what Henry goes for. Now you're threatening the double KO on both Sarah Ledges. And yeah, if Andrew doesn't take a 2 prize knockout this turn, it's kind of cooked. Attacking the active is not good enough. But I don't think even with a cycle off the Lunatone, I don't think it's enough for Andrew to get a 2 prize KO this turn. At the best, you could boss KO the Dusclops, but just goes with the Carmine. Discard double fight energy and Briar. And I think that basically spells game here. I'm not gonna lie, I think it's literally over. I think game's just over. Andrew does play Turo and did draw the Mist Energy. Okay, hold up. Have I spoken too soon? We could miss the active Sarah Ledge, so it can't get KO'd by spread damage. Okay, hold up. Maybe I spoke a little too soon. Dude, Andrew's like doing 150 damage. Yeah, literally 150. But Mist active. The Mist to the active is pretty good here. Goes for a Night Stretcher. Oh, I guess just a cycle with the Lunatone. That's rough. That's not how you want to be spending your Night Stretchers, or that's not the energy you want to be discarding with Lunatone, is one off a Night Stretcher, so. Did draw a Vessel, though, so it can hit a little bit harder. Cycle the deck a little bit further. The Mist Energy could be a savior here. The Mist Energy could save Andrew, possibly. Hitting a little bit harder here really doesn't matter too much. I mean, getting the energy in the discard pile for a potential 1-hit KO does matter, so you definitely still want to do it, but this isn't going to make a difference between like a potential 1-hit or 2 hits. Thing's always getting 2 hit at this point. Then it gets clopsed. Could get clops. Yeah, maybe it doesn't make a big difference, right? Because Henry can still... I mean, Henry can still board wipe Andrew this turn, right? Like, KO all the Sarah Ledges. Yeah, it doesn't really make a big difference, I guess. Well, on Andrew's side, like, you go for it, but... doesn't make a huge difference. Oh, if we have Night Stretcher for Sarah Ledge on the Bench Cadet, that'd be good. All right, there's the attack. 150, 180, something like that. Enough for a 2-hit KO. Is it 170? Am I trolling? Yep, 170. All right, over to Henry. And... yeah, there's the Dusknoir in the hand. This is looking pretty doomed. Henry should be able to... well, maybe not quite yet. No, yeah. Henry can definitely KO all the Sarah Ledges. You grab Hawlucha here. You Hawlucha to the Sarah Ledge and the Char Cadet. Pop the Dusknoir on the active. And then Gust up the Sarah Ledge and KO both Sarah Ledges and the Char Cadet. And then hopefully we see Andrew concede instantly once the play is realized. Henry doesn't win this turn. Henry doesn't win, but he basically wins at this point. There's no real out here for Andrew. Doesn't he play the Hawlucha first, though? Wait. Okay. We need Hawlucha first, though, right? No? Yes? Maybe? Oh, I guess Henry could... oh, he is bench locked. Yeah, never mind. I was so confused. I was like, what? Henry does have double Gust in hand as well. So even if Andrew pushes Char Cadet, or Sarah Ledge, excuse me, Henry can go Gust. Alright, now we Gust. Gust up Soul Rock. Hawlucha, then Boss. Okay, we're good. I was so confused, but yeah, he does need the bench space. There's the Boss, and now Andrew should concede. One time. Pack it up. Concede. Hopefully once Andrew realizes... all right, now he should concede. All right. There's no win con. There's no win con. Okay, there we go. There's the concede. A little bit slow, but he got there eventually. Didn't stick it out. Gotta have the 80 HP Chars. He did play one. It got evolved early. He's at least playing 270s 180. I don't know what the last one is, but it might be like a 3-1 split or something like that. Could be a 2-2. Coming from MTG, what's the best way to get experience in PTCG? I'd like to learn another card game I can play online. Are PTCG Live starter decks good enough to learn with? Good enough to learn with, yes. But I don't actually know how good they are. You should just go to labs.limitlesstcg.com, or if you're watching the stream today, or if you watched previous major streams, just pick a deck that looks cool to you specifically, and then on Labs, you'll be able to get the deck list. Labs.limitlesstcg.com or Limitless TCG, that works as well. And then build that 60. Yeah, I don't know how good the starter decks are, to be honest. Good enough to learn the game at the very least, but all right, game one was pretty clean there for Henry. I do think, like, if we go back to the I do think if we go back to the, I really feel like Andrew should have Squawkabilly. That's what I want to get to. I feel like Andrew definitely should have Squawkabilly. All right, I actually don't know. I assume you still go first here as Saraledge. It looks like Andrew chose second for the potential of a more aggressive attack, but it's just like, it's so unlikely you attack turn one with Soul Rock as Saraledge. I don't even know if going first or going second makes sense, to be honest. I actually feel like you give the stronger option over to Henry to get to your Dragapults faster. Like, Henry is fine to play from this position, but it's also potentially a turn ahead if you let Henry go first. So I feel like it's actually correct to go first in this matchup, because you're always going to have a pretty good setup. You're almost never going to turn one attack with Soul Rock going second, and Henry's always going to be in the same position or ahead if Henry goes first. So I actually think this is a mistake here from Andrew to choose second here. Not that Henry did not have like a Poffin for double Dreepy to be able to get a turn ahead of where he'd want to be, but he's also fine with being where he is now as well. Another thing with this, because another thing with the Saraledge deck is going first, you can do everything you could do going second, right? You can play Carmine, you can use Squawkabilly, you can see basically, you can do everything basically. So all you give is Henry a potential another turn to evolve his Pokemon. All right, there's a Carmine. After discarding 3 energy, or discarding 3 energy there, did draw a Vessel, so does have some fuel, and I believe needs that fuel for the Lunatone here. Has no other draw power in hand. Do you even go as far as taking double fighting? Nope, goes for a fire and a fighting. Any chance you will review some of the matches in the the top pros are playing in the Topanga League? It's possible. I don't have any plans to, but maybe we'll take I'll tune in. I'll take a look at the VOD and see we'll see what was up over there. All right, attach active, and I wouldn't even punch this Monkey Dory for 20, right? That just gives damage to Henry to work with Monkey Dory later, possibly. Oh, we're not done actually. Squawkabilly's coming out this time. Not comfortable with the value of the hand. Well, like I said in the first game, felt like it should have happened in the first game. It's happening in this game. That's fine. Discarding a Saraledge. 6 cards on the way. To be fighting a Carmine and a Jamming Tower. I feel like you should throw the Jamming Tower out there at least, says Andrew. Top deck Badoo for Henry. Definitely happy to see some more basic Pokemon. And into Lily. Shuffle, draw 8s. We're looking for some Dreepies here. Already has the energy established to retreat into the Badoo. Now we just need some Dreepies. Well, at least a Dreepy. Can we just get 1 Dreepy here for Henry Brand? Drew some Ultra Balls. Ultra Ball is now not how you want to get to your Dreepy, though. So, Unfortunate draw here for Henry. Up a Turo and a counter catcher, looks like. Has a secondary. Are we ultra balling twice here for 2? Looks like the answer is no. We're not playing 2 ultra balls. We are playing 1 ultra ball though. And we'll get a lone Dreepy here for Henry. I don't think Andrew's hand had like boss KO, so we're safe for a turn. Oh, we have second Dreepy. Okay, it's not that bad. And we are just aggressively attaching the Neo up here as well from Henry. All right, it's not that bad. Thought it was worse. I guess we kind of have to throw the Neo down this turn because we want to be able to hard retreat into Badoo next turn from Henry here. There's a Lunatone cycle initially here for Andrew. Did draw boss's orders. Is there a Saraledge to go with it though? No. Is eyeing up Vessel here, but obviously can't play it. Boss on the Dreepy. Oh, the Soul Rock can KO it though. Hold up. I was like, he looks like he's about to play Vessel here. I forgot about Soul Rock though. Hold up. We're chilling here from Andrew. Taking the Neo out of play is nice. The hand is still like nothing crazy here for Andrew though. No Saraledge is established. I don't think Henry is that mad at this happening. Like, he's like, okay, that's fine. As far as like the tempo of getting to Dragapult goes, he's still like not off tempo, being able to attack with a Dragapult in 2 turns. I don't know if you love the idea of playing Iono here when Andrew's turn was overall pretty weak. No Saraledge is established, but we are going to play it here, of course, and go with the counter catcher on Lunatone into the Iono. Actually, in this situation, couldn't Henry like push up Latias and then Andrew wouldn't be able to draw a prize card next turn? Unless Andrew has like Turo Saraledge and enough energy in the discard pile. Like you could retreat to Fez here as Henry and be safe. Maybe even... Oh no, you could retreat to the Monkey Dory, right? Henry could go retreat to Monkey Dory. And Andrew would not be able to KO Monkey Dory unless he has Saraledge Fire Turo in hand. The question is it better to item lock Andrew for another turn to potentially give up a prize card versus taking away the prize card from Andrew? Oh, I guess Andrew could just have boss though, right? No, but then he's bossing for turn and boss here is so bad. I mean, Andrew's turn is boss KO Dreepy or Duskull. Like that's terrible. We're not cycling our deck any further, getting more energy in the discard pile. But Henry is just going to go ahead and Badoo again. There's a Carmine in the hand here for Andrew, but we'll probably see the attach happen to the active, I would imagine. Second Saraledge established. That's pretty good. So pretty good draw off the Iono here from Andrew, to be honest. Is thinking about... Okay, I thought he was thinking about using the ability first, but no. Well, he probably gave it a consideration there, but... There's a Carmine. You'd love to find another fighting energy here to cycle with Lunatone further. No fighting energy found. Did find that Gong, but of course is item locked. So just retreat to the Soul Rock and gonna take the KO on the Badoo. Yeah, it feels like Henry's in a pretty good spot here for sure. And probably just like chase what does the prize trick change look like here for Henry? There's got to be a way for Henry to win the game in like two attacks, right? Well, if the Dragon Ball doesn't get KO'd, there probably is, right? Drakloak gets pushed up. Top deck Luminous Energy. You were looking for that one. He's going to start with the Fez here. Do we have an Iono in hand? Start with Fez. There is an Iono in hand. Okay. Dusclops established. Loken to Loke. There is no Neo upper left for Henry. That's worth noting. Whoa. We're running to Badoo again. Okay. Goes after the Squawkabilly. Now I wonder if we'll see Henry... Oh, it's just going to be a 70 punch. Oh, this also works. This also works, though, from Henry. he's just going to punch for 70. And once again, there's no fire energy established for Andrew. So Andrew will not be able to actually attack with the Sarah Ledge this turn. Yeah, that's pretty big. Just setting up the 70 damage on the Squawkabilly. Henry can't win next turn, but then from there, he should be able to win with 2 Dragapult attacks, plus a Dusknoir or Dusclops. So things are once again setting up pretty well here for Henry. The only, with Turo he could? I don't think so. He's not going to have enough energy in the discard pile. Even with Turo here from Andrew, you would Turo, and then you'd punch the active, which is still good enough for Henry, I think. Yeah, there's a 70 punch. And, oh, we have boss in hand and a way to retreat, but there's no Pokemon on the bench that can get KO'd by the Soul Rock. And just giving it some thought. He's just gonna go with the Lunatone first, it looks like. Draws 3. Honestly, the draw is like pretty good if there was a fire energy in play. With a Fighting Gong draw and a couple energy in hand. If we had a fire energy established, we could maybe want to KO the Dragapult this turn. But for the current situation, I don't think it's happening. Down comes the Gong. Finding the Mist energy could still be pretty pivotal, or even the Legacy energy, to be honest. Getting the Legacy energy on the right target towards the end game could also be a big deal. So there is still some plays here for Andrew, I feel like. Ultra Ball coming down, getting rid of 2 more fightings. Gonna thin out a Soul Rock here, it looks like. I feel like Andrew could have... We could have left the Soul Rock in the deck and then punch a Soul Rock this turn, right? Like, just leave a 1 prize on the active to make Henry... Because Henry doesn't want to hit a Soul Rock here. Henry wants to punch into a Sarah Ledge here. Why not KO Squawk? Because then you can lose the prize trade. If you KO the Squawkabilly, then Andrew can just go want to KO Dragapult. Because if you knock out the Squawk here as Henry, you still need to attack 2 more times to win the game. But if Andrew loses a turn of finding prize cards, then you win the game first. Oh, there is the boss happening here from Andrew, but it's not taking a knockout. Is this even worth it? I feel like playing the research and cycling our deck and then punching the Dragapult, which is better, right? At this point for the prize exchange, Henry does not mind popping the Dusknoir. I don't really like this play from Andrew. I feel like we should have set up better, because I don't think we're 1KOing a Dragapult yet still. So I think we should have played the research there as Andrew to dig deeper for that play. Also... Okay, the one thing I could see... Oh, does that even work? I don't know if that even works, to be honest. You can win here as Andrew with Briar, but you don't have enough energy in your discard pile to pull it off, I believe. Like, it's not going to happen. But if Henry pops Dusknoir and then attacks with Dragapult, you could go Briar, but... Well, now I think it's Henry here. You'd probably just pop the Dusknoir and you just KO the Squawkabilly? Yeah, it's just going to be the KO on the Squawkabilly. Makes sense. You could have KO'd the Soul Rock, then bossed up a Sarah Ledge, then KO'd the Charcadet off the bench, I guess, as well. That would have been a play. Is that ever a better play? I don't think so. No. Boss Fez, then Motivate. I know you don't want to take energy out of your discard pile. That decreases your odds of winning KO in a Dragapult. Into the Buddy Poffin here from Henry, grabbing another Duskull. That does give a target to Andrew to actually attack with Soul Rock for the turn, potentially. Wait, did Henry... Am I trolling? Did Henry boss up the... Oh, he's just doing the exact same play. He's just punching for 70. Because Andrew didn't, once again, on the last turn, attach a fire energy. So Henry can just do the same play again. Oh, my goodness. Why Henry put on Luminous after popping Dusclops? Henry did attach twice there, right? Yeah, they should catch that. Hopefully they catch that. Wait, yeah, there shouldn't be a... Yeah, Henry did attach twice there. Hold up. Do I need to like find someone to like be able to neutrally message about this? Who's on the cast right now? He attached once? No, he didn't. Oh, he hit for 70. Bro, okay, my bad. The Dreepy looks like a fire energy to me. My bad, he did not attach twice. The Dreepy looks like a fire energy to me. So like, dude, he just attached twice. What the heck? Don't mind me, chat. Don't mind me. Shouldn't he have Adrenaline Brain first, though? Was there damage to Adrenaline Brain? Am I trolling? Fake Witch Hunt? Yeah, don't mind me. Y'all were right. Y'all are locked in. Yeah, there's no damage to Adrenaline Brain. There's nothing to Adrenaline Brain on the side of the field. It does look like a fire. Bro, I literally thought it was a fire energy. I was like, what the fuck? How is there a fire on the Dragapult? And then you guys mentioned the energy on the Monkey Door. I was like, oh, wait, that has to be 2 attachments then. The Nor had damage on it? Oh, sure. Oh, did he not move damage over off the Nor? I guess he didn't, right? That's definitely just a mistake from Henry then. Yeah, definitely should have done that. All right, Palpad coming in here from Andrew, getting back 2 boss's orders. He didn't have the Luminous? I think he did. I think he had the Luminous in hand before popping the Dusknoir. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure he had it, though. He at least should have had it, right? Because he should have been able to cycle to it if he found it off Dracloak or whatever. Didn't he take Luminous from prizes? Did he? I thought he had it in hand because he could have attached it last turn, but chose... Oh, no, that was from the previous draw. No, I think you are right. I think it did come... Maybe it did come off prizes. Okay, we're definitely looking a lot better in the energy department here for Andrew this game. But still, Henry is in control here. And it almost feels like... Legend Nitrogen for a Fez. Didn't Andrew attach active here, though? I feel like Fez is more of a liability. Wait, could Henry win this turn? 6, 5. How much HP does Solrock have? Not quite, right? We're like 2 damage off. Or 3 damage away. Seeing a Briar Plate would be sick. That's like another thing that Henry can easily play around, though, at this point. Like, nothing is forcing Henry. Like, Henry can actually now... Oh, my gosh. Andrew just needs to attach a fire energy to a Saraledge. Because Henry now can bring up Fez and then punch it for 200 and then spread 6. Dude, Andrew just needs to attach a fire energy. Last I don't know if Andrew had a fire energy, I guess, on the last turn to attach. But Henry, because Andrew did not attach a fire to a Saraledge, Henry could just bring up another Pokemon and literally do the same thing. Well, I guess the only Pokemon is Fez. Oh, wait, hold on. Andrew just needs to not bench Fez there. Benching Fez was just a mistake, right? Because Solrock has a retreat, and then there's 3 Saraledges. Yeah, so the Fez bench here from Andrew is just bad. But even if he didn't, he's still in a bad spot, for sure. His 2 fires left are prize, I think. Are they? Is he out of fire? He probably has like a Night Treacher left in the deck, but... He does have Legacy in hand as well, but if he found that off of Fez, I guess there's nothing to be done about it. Well, I guess that's not true, because he attached the fighting to the active before he used Fez, right? So he definitely could have Fez'd first to try and find the Legacy to attach. All right, Halucha Ping coming in from Henry. As a counter catcher. Going after the Fez. Did I miscount? He can't win, right? You can just like draw a lot of prize cards. Like this does play for Henry here. This also plays around. This plays around Briar. Henry does not play Candy, no. Attach before research. Well, yeah, he maybe should have waited to research and then draw the fire. Because Henry is taking a knockout here, but nothing was forcing Henry to take a knockout here. So Henry draws 3 prize cards. This plays around Briar. And then, honestly, you probably just need to set up Saraledges to be KO'd by Ursaluna, potentially. Because, like, Solrock could get... all you need to do is make sure... Can you set up 2 Saraledges or just 1? Okay, only 1 Saraledge can be set up here. Henry goes down to 1 prize card, and Andrew can't Turo 2 targets out of play, right? So the Solrock is a liability, and so is the Saraledge with 30. So It should be wrapped up here. I doubt Andrew plays Hand Disruption. So it should be over. Do you think Candy and Paul's good? I mean, it's not bad. Is it correct? I don't know. I don't know if it's correct to play it. Why ping Soul Rock? Because we don't want to get Briared. If we don't KO Soul Rock here, then Andrew could just go Briar, knockout, and win the game. But if we draw 3 prize cards, Andrew can't Briar. Yeah, looking back on the early game, I don't think there's that much Andrew could have done. It was just kind of unfortunate that we were never able to put a fire on our Char Cadet. And that kind of like, this situation that Andrew's in, like, doesn't happen very often, where Henry was able to like take advantage of the lack of fire energy on board, because there's usually a fire energy on board. Not that Andrew did anything wrong. It just kind of played out that way. But maybe there was a spot where he could have put a fire in play and chose not to. Maybe that is possible. He's doing a quick count of the energy here. I assume has the KO on the active, but that's not going to be enough to win the game. If Henry doesn't have game in hand, it's very likely he'll be able to find it on the next turn. Yeah, there's the KO. Monkey Dory gets pushed. Looks like Henry does not quite have it yet. So whiffing might be possible for Henry. He's going to start with Fez. Drew an Ultra Ball. I think has a Gust in hand, so that should be Ursaluna for game. I do see a Boss in hand. As long as the Ursaluna's in the deck. Gonna just Buddy Puff him first to check everything. Yeah, and there it is. Going back in. Here comes the Ultra Ball. There's your Ursaluna. And Gust on the Sarah Ledge to close it out here. I guess there was an argument actually. Ooh, no, that doesn't make a difference. Never mind. Don't mind me. There's just never an out there, to be honest. Yeah, I actually want to go back to like the early turn. I didn't really think about it as that big of a deal on Andrew's side of the field until I saw him get punished for not establishing a fire energy. But did he ever have a chance to establish a fire energy? Did it ever come up? Well, I think the first mistake Andrew made was choosing second. So at the very least, we can call out that from Andrew here. I mean, this was turn 1 from Andrew, got the fire down. Then we moved over to this turn from Henry. And then I guess after this, Andrew did retreat the Char Cadet into the Soul Rock to go for the boss KO, because that was really the only play he had. And then from here, Henry was able to like constantly just trap or bring up something else that doesn't have an energy. And then Andrew, because he wasn't able to find Turo, was never able to establish a fire energy on a Sarah Ledge. And then Henry was able to abuse the lack of fire energy on Sarah Ledges there. Yeah. And then from there, Andrew was never able to make any big plays when he needed them because he didn't have a Sarah Ledge set up. Honestly, the unfortunate thing here for Andrew is just whiffing a Sarah Ledge this turn, right? Because if we just have Sarah Ledge here, we can go evolve to Sarah Ledge, boss KO the Treepy without having to retreat to the Soul Rock. But we didn't. Appreciate the super chat there. Masochist just finished up day 1 at Brisbane. Finished 314th out of 617. Brought Venusaur with a wide spread of matchups. Myself and some mates didn't see the same deck. We had a good time at your tournament for sure. I appreciate the super chat. I'll tune into Henry's interview here. As soon as they come up. Yeah, there wasn't much to do. Andrew definitely drew better that like game 1 he just drew kind of bad. But I think Andrew misplayed in game 1 as well though. I think Andrew misplayed in game 1 as well. Like I think Andrew should have Squawkability in game 1. And then game 2 he chose second, which I think was a mistake. He should have just chosen first. Is there any reason to play Banette Guardy instead of Jelly Guardy? No. I'm still confused how/why someone got 201 with Banette Guardy at Lil. I don't think so. No. Because Jellicent's second attack is better? Yeah, I want to say Jellicent's second attack is better than Banets, just because you know what you're getting out of it. And then Frillish is like 10 times. No, the answer is just no, because Frillish is 10 times better than Shuppet. Like Frillish is so much better. Yeah. I was like trying to like think through it a little bit. I was like, well, Shuppet and Jellicent do the same thing. It's just more retreat cost, but that is favored for Jellicent. But Shuppet's a flip. Shuppet's literally a coin flip. The value is really through the Banette, I guess, right? Banette's attack item locks, right? Banette's first attack item locks, whereas your item lock is coming through the ability, so they can't boss around your Banette. But so there is like pros. I guess there is like some pros for Banette technically, but the correct answer is to play Jellicent for sure. So considering Jellicent's ability as an attack, true. Jellicent just attacks twice every single turn. So when you casted the regional a few weeks ago, did Pokemon Company pay for the plane accommodations and all that stuff? Just wondering if casters have to travel for their own pocket, or they do not. Pokemon covers travel expenses. Favorite TCG format ever? I don't have one. Does Zoroark have really good matchups into everything right now? No. Otherwise, it would be like by far the best deck in the format, and it would be a way higher, better percentage. Zoroark it's a good deck. It's a good deck, but no, it does not have really good matchups into everything. Kind of sucks that Banette and Jellicent exist in the same format. I guess we don't get to see more potential of the Banette because of that, yeah. Jellicent kind of takes over. Banette Guardy could be good, I guess, if Jellicent just didn't exist. That's where it could thrive. That's where it could thrive. In a format that doesn't exist, Banette has potential. But it just doesn't work without refinement Kirlia IMO. The damage output is too low and too slow for an EX. Jellicent is strictly better. I guess. I don't know if that's like what would hold Banette back specifically. I think what holds Banette back is that it's just not that good. Like fine. And now there's just like a better thing you could play if you wanted to play Banette. I think if Jellicent didn't exist, there maybe could be room for Banette overall, even without refinement Kirlia. I think Guardy just got weaker in general without refinement Kirlia, but I don't know if it's like hit Banette that much harder. Imagine Jelly Guardy with refinement Kirlia. Imagine any Guardy with refinement Kirlia. Ice Clop's not good in Guardy. Just don't have space for it basically. It's like another thing you have to like set it. Also, you'd have to set it up as well. And Guardy already doesn't play that much. Like, plays like an okay amount of like evolution setup, I guess.
By our last round's winner, Henry Brand here.
Hello.
Still doing well. Congratulations on your performance last weekend.
Thank you very much.
Lille.
Yeah.
But now you're here in Gdansk running the same deck. Have you changed any cards in your deck?
Well, funnily enough, for those watching home, no, I haven't. I've changed no cards. I'm actually proud of myself for this because I always give this advice to like other players to like stick with what you know and that your deck choice doesn't actually matter. And like really it doesn't compared to your play. Like it's 90-10. So I'm really glad that I took my own advice and just played the same thing, especially when you have back-to-back tournaments. It's like really good to keep comfortable. Absolutely.
Did you have any decks in mind after your performance last week that you thought you were going to switch to? Or was it just, I'm just going to run it back with Dragapult?
Yeah, I mean, I built a couple fun decks that I was hoping would work, but not quite. And then I thought Gardevoir was very well positioned, but I just didn't like it as much as Dragapult at the end of the day. I'm so practiced on it. I feel like you can your draw engine lets you make a lot of great plays, and you're never really out of the game, which is awesome.
Absolutely, and we see your just mastery with the deck, right? Seeing the boss's order and counter catcher play, the switching in and out to get your right amount of damage counters onto your deck. Any advice for beginning Dragapult players when they're really trying to get that math down in their head?
Yeah, there's a few things. So kind of try and count up the total amount of damage you need.
Sure.
So rather than think like, oh, this needs 30 or this needs 50, like add it all up and say like, all right, I need 110. And then, okay, how can I get that? Like, so Clops plus 50 plus 60, cool, we're there. And so you need to try and think of the total, and it makes it a little bit easier. Also, that game was kind of nice to watch because I lost my Neo upper very early.
Yes, you did.
And so the trapping was like good for damage, but it was actually really good to buy energy tempo back.
Sure.
Because like you're able to build that energy tempo back. So if you do lose the Neo upper early, try and like stall things to just build up your board again.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, of course, you were in Lille and now you're here in Gdansk. So may I ask, what have you been doing for the past week in Europe?
Well, I played a lot of Pokemon this week. I had a bit of a rest. I wasn't feeling too great after Lille, so we'll see how we go today. But and just enjoying the sights. Of course, there is a regional back in my own home country this weekend. But by coming to Europe, I get to play 2 instead of just 1. So I think that's kind of worth it.
Yeah, honestly, what has been your just favorite part of the past 2 weeks in general?
Yeah, I loved Paris. I just think it's beautiful, like all the buildings, and I've never been before, and I love museums, so I went there and kind of visited everything, and I got to meet like Pokemon players from all different countries and go play at their stores and not understand a word that anyone else is saying, and it was great. It was a really good experience.
It is rather hard, of course. Like, I've also been playing in a couple regionals, and it's just, you realize how many players from different countries you play over the course of one regional here in Europe.
It's amazing. And the best part, everyone knows what Phantom Dive does, even in different languages, so I'm okay.
Absolutely. Well, Henry, thank you so much for your time. Do you have any shout outs that you want to give before we kind of return you back to the Swiss?
No, that's all good. I mean, you can follow me on social media. I like to post a lot about Pokemon.
I love taking a walk.
Yeah, and I love taking walks and talking about Pokemon. So probably just beyond that, keep practicing.
Yeah, thank you so much, Henry. We'll throw it back.
What the heck, bro? The Swiss are taking him, bro? What did he do? He tried to compliment France, and they cut off the mic, and they were like, all right, hand him over to the Swiss, bro. Gotta get rid of him. Poor Henry. He's not leaving Europe. Dude, I was laughing when he... Dude, I was laughing. No, I was laughing because he said, I loved... what did he say? I loved Paris, and then the audio cut off. It was like, whoa, chill, bro. Complimenting France out here? All right, cut the interview off. Cut the interview off. Get him out of here. Hand him over to the Swiss. Who's the weirdest opponent you've ever had at a regional? You. You can't compliment France anywhere. Not in France. Yeah, not allowed. Gotta get rid of him. Oh, that's what I was laughing about, because it's just like conveniently lined up. All right, let's take a look at our let's peep the tournament. I mean, we're not that deep into it, but Christian Fontenot, 4-0. Kobe Clark, the UK's last hope. Britain's strongest soldier. Hermione also with another good start, did top cut last week with Charizard. Any other familiar names here to favorites? Gabriel 4-0, Tord 4-0, Henry Brand 4-0. Fabrizio 4-0. Wait, was Fabrizio at Lille? You take Lieutenant Surge's bargain or not? Depends if it's optimal to take it or not. Soda King 4-0? Yo, chill. Bobby in 301. Are you watching the rounds in real time and limitless? All I can find is a page that says the event hasn't ended yet. I'm just on the. It's just labs.limitlesstcg.com. Is that what it says on like the main site, Limitless TCG? Yeah, this is the other site. One of Robin's many sites. Oh, I didn't put the thing in the title. Just put command standings. That gives you the link. I forgot to put that in the title. Add that to the title real fast. Went out of my way to make this freaking command and I forgot what it is. All right, there we go. Towards mom is 2-2. All right, she's taking some dubs. Yeah, if y'all want the link for the site with the live tournaments on, just command standings. We'll give you the link. Not just for this tournament, but it's just to the main website for any future tournament. Is Gdansk even near the sea? Why is there a nautical theme? Oh, I don't know. Maybe there is. There is definitely just like a fishing net, and yeah, there definitely is a ocean vibe for sure. What's up, David? I'm good. Hope you're doing well. All right. Give me 5 minutes, chat. I will be right back. Our chat joined late. What's Tord playing? Armor Rouge box. Quad Slugma? Dude, what the heck? That's stupid. That's terrible. No one would ever play Quad Slugma. Why are you lying? That's silly. No one would ever play 4 Slugmas in a deck. That would be a bad deck. Oh, weird. He texted me that he was going to play Poltzard with Ancient Box. You should probably check. Maybe your phone got hacked. You should probably get that checked out by a doctor. Because Tord would never play Poltzard with Ancient Box. Maybe Poltzard, but... I actually want to try Ho-Oh Box now that we have Prism and Lilies. Is Lilies a big buff? I could be a buff though, right? Like, actually, that doesn't actually sound bad. Go second turn with Lily. I can see that being a buff for sure. Dude, wait, what the fuck? What country is this, bro? Dude, I don't know any of these. What is DK? Donkey Kong? What is DK? Is that Denmark? Is it Denmark? Donkey Kong Country? Wait, isn't that one of the games? Donkey Kong Country? Burger King? Dude, they have too many different countries in Europe. They just need to like get rid of them all. Make it just one big country. Just call it Europe. Where can I sell decks? I have 4 meta decks and want to sell some. Local card shop I think is like your best bet. Yeah, local card shop. Sell the singles on eBay. I think Shay has a tailor. I don't know. I think he gets most of his fits from Amazon. He posts about it sometimes on Twitter. Amazon Essentials fit. How easy... I have like no experience in like this. Amazon Basics has evolved. Yeah. Do you need inner sleeves when using matte dragon shields? No, definitely not. Don't double sleeve. All you need is one sleeve. I don't have a great local shop. My local shop is like 6 players. Well, it's not about how many players are. It's about being able to sell your deck to the store or something like that. You can try and I don't. How do you sell a Pokemon deck? Like if you own a Pokemon deck and you played with it, like how do you sell? How do you do that? eBay, TCG Player. If there's like a marketplace you could sell it on. Amazon Basics are like Dongguan. Wait, is that the factory? The sleeve factory? Like if you have a min rarity, is it even worth the hassle to sell a min rarity Pokemon deck? Like, how much is it even worth? Any brand out here dual wielding Badoos? I feel like Facebook Marketplace is a good shout. Double sleeving is cringe. Hella cringe. What was I gonna say? I thought I was gonna say about Sleevegate. I don't know, I forgot what I was gonna say. It was something about Sleevegate, but I forgot what I was gonna say, so. Something don't use 2, it makes it less effective. Something like that. Dribble sleeve is based using different colors in between. What? You sleep well? Actually, I didn't. I just like woke up at like 2 a.m. and then couldn't get back to bed, so. Trigger Jim's latest video, the card store had teal masks in their bulk back storage. Australia is out of stock. How are those two things connected? Tricky Jim latest video. The card store had teal masks in their bulk back storage. Australia is out of stock. Wait, how's that connect? What? That's just like 3 different sentences. Or 3 different... You're talking about 3 different things in the same thing. We're out of Australians. Teal masks in bulk. Tricky Jim latest video. Yeah, I don't remember what I was gonna say though. Best card in Phantasmal Flame set. I don't know. I mean, Dawn maybe. I guess technically that's, yeah. I was trying to think of like cards that weren't in the Mega Gengar, Mega Diancie thing, but I guess they technically count. So Dawn, I guess. Moan's video about sleeves was pretty cool. Yeah, it was a solid video. There definitely is like a couple things he should have done, but yeah, there definitely is like a couple errors in his video for sure. But overall, I think it was good. Really bad. It was a really bad day for FCBC, to be honest, because of how whoever responded to Mahone responded. So am I a bad employee for listening to you on the construction site? It probably depends what you're doing on the construction site, to be honest. The new stadium, maybe? No, the new stadium's not better than Dawn. It's like a situational tech card. Dawn is just kind of like a good supporter. Good Pokemon Search supporter. Does Sailors get better or mid with Phantasmal Flame set? Who knows? There's no format or metagame for the thing yet. Sailors is still a good card, but all right, here we go. Dude, finally we have Gabriel on stream. Took a while. Is there any Fire Mega Evolution? I thought for sure they would try and get him on stream in the last tournament, but any Fire Mega Evolution that would be a basic in the TCG? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I didn't know that about because when I did my set review for Phantasmal Flames, I didn't know there was no basic mega, like in the video game. In the video game, there is no basic mega Pokemon, or that would be basics in the TCG, so it probably can't exist. I got you, Omega. Or was Henry sitting on the right? Looks like it is Zoroark here for Gabriel. Gabriel's on Zoroark with Zerosic and Absol. Zerosic? What is the Zerosic for? What is it? What is the Zerosic for? I just don't... Is it like Mirror Match? So when you're both just sitting there staring at each other, you can win? Or Alakazam? No, nobody is teching for Alakazam. Alakazam. Probably good into Dango, but it's not good into Dango. It's not good in against Golden Go. I promise you, chat. I promise you, Zerosic is not good against Golden Go. I promise you. Having a big hand is not the same thing as having a handful of good cards. It's not the worst thing against Golden Go, but it's not that good. Oh, he's on the Janine as well. All right. You really promise, Mr. Azul? I promise. I promise. I wouldn't lie. Erie's better than Zerosic against Dango? Yeah, exactly. Uh-oh. Gabriel does not like the matchup he's up against. I have no idea what Fabio is playing, though. Is that Ethan's Typhlosion? Is it? He's got Heroes K-Pro. I literally played against this matchup a couple times on ladder yesterday. Free matchup. Fabio with the Ethan's Typhlosion? Let's get it. Especially if he has the Absol as well, that honestly isn't even that bad of a matchup. You put the Hero's Cape on the Absol, and then you just like back-to-back Absol turns with it, like hand lock them. Like that's honestly, I think you're in like a fine spot. Does Ethan's play feel better with Dawn, or is it kind of whatever? It definitely feels better for sure. Yeah, it's not like an extreme improvement though. I would say. I'm curious to see what kind of build Fabio plays. If it's Rakloak, Pidgeot, no engine. Whatever it might be. Curious to see what the build is. Janine E-Switch Cruel Arrow. Oh, true, yeah. He did open the Fez there, didn't he? Insane turn. Ooh, double Zoroark prized. And a Reshiram. Tatsu prize, though, for Fabio. Rare Candy. Oh, Rare Candy doesn't mean anything, though. Two Arvin prize as well. Double Zoroark is unfortunate there for Gabriel. Especially depending on the kind of build he is playing. If he's playing Janine, does that mean he's playing Arvin? I wonder. Okay, Fabio's going first here. Gravity Mountain top deck has Buddy Poffin, has Artisan to work with as well, and an Earthen Vessel. So, but no supporter. But that's fine. I guess you have and he's lost it all. You do have Ultra Ball next turn for Quilava, so that can be like your engine. Oh no, he has Quilava in hand actually. So Fabio can just go Poffin plus Artisan here, grab triple Cyndaquil or something like that. Oh, double Tatsu. Okay. So he's all in on the Tatsu. So definitely no other engine, I would assume, in here then. Fully reliant on the Tatsu here. I didn't even see a Fez there. I assume he plays Fez, but maybe doesn't. The Cyndaquils have been acquired. Janine can be to attack easier with Okidogi. Well, no, Okidogi, you attack with Okidogi through its first attack. The Janine is just like a form of energy acceleration. I assume that means he's not playing N's PP up, which makes me question if he's playing Cyrano or if he's just playing the Arvin build then. Yeah, you would never play a card to attack more consistent with Okidogi specifically, because Okidogi already is like self-sufficient. All right, into the Vessel as well. We saw Cyrano in opening hand. Oh, did we? So Janine and Cyrano? Interesting. Interesting choice to go the Janine route for sure. I guess if he's playing the Absol, though, I guess that makes some sense, right? More energy acceleration for the Absol. All right, attach to the Cyndaquil from Fabio, and now pass over to Gabriel. Let's see what kind of turn Gabriel has. We know there's a Buddy Poffin in hand. There's a second Janine. No, it's a Zero. There is a Zerosic in hand. Do you just hit him with that turn one Zerosic? Can Fez next turn. Can Fez attack next turn if he wants. Prize checking happening. Take a look. Double Yveltal. Interesting. Watchtower, Monkey Dory, Petch, nothing crazy. It's kind of... Oh, it is playing the Absol. I wonder if he has counter gain. We know it's Hero's Cape. I didn't see any ends PP up. I think it's just like a full-on Janine for the energy acceleration. It is nice when the players prize check like that on stream, so we can like see their full list basically. So it makes it easier to commentate over, to analyze. Excuse me. How's he ever win against Dango? With that build, Iono Absol, I guess. I don't know. Seems doubt the Yveltal, maybe Yveltal Trap could be the aggressive route. Go for a Yveltal Trap route. I mean, it's not favorable for sure. Not favorable. Was it only one Zoro? No, there's definitely 4 Zoroark. I think 3 Zoroark would be crazy. I'm just gonna assume it's 4 Zoroark. Yeah, there's 2 prize. There's 2 prized. There's 2 in the front there. What is he playing the Absol for? When would you want to use it? Theoretically against anything at any point, to be honest. Like, it's just a good attacker. It's just a good option. Absol's just strong, basically. Zoroark does a lot of like 2-hit KO and he's just punching. But if you could punch them and then take a card out of their hand, it's like that much better. Also, it's possible to set up for. You can get one more card here. Is he not going to take the Absol so he doesn't show it? There's no way, right? You always grab it. Okay, grab the patch. Well, you always grab something here. That's what I meant to say. You don't always grab Absol here. You always grab something. I wonder if we'll actually see him bench the 3rd Zorua. Well, you probably do bench the 3rd Zorua at some point, though. Maybe. Depends what you actually plan to attack with aggressively. You could actually, could he get into Absol? Like, if he attaches to Absol right now, could he get into Absol next turn? Like, do you ever consider that? Or do you wait to use the Absol until you can find the Hero's Cape, maybe? Do you get the deck list as an official commentator? Yeah, the commentators get access to the deck lists of the players. You hear them, like, talk about them. Like, what's in the list and stuff like that. Alright, Cyrano here. Double Zork and the Petrant. I think even has an energy in hand for an attachment for turn. We talked about the Fez play. We could see him attached to Fez here to start to attack with Fez next turn. But my assumption would be that it would make its way onto a Zorua. Let's see. Ooh, no, it is the Fez attach. Okay. I know, actually, this is pretty good because you can trap the Victini in the active, right? So if Fabio doesn't get another Fire Energy established here, then you KO the Quilava that has the fire next turn, and then you might be able to sit there with Fez for a couple turns in a row and trap stuff. But there is a fire in the hand here for Fabio. So if Fabio just attaches for turn, he'll be fine. And he'll be able to retreat on the following turn, so. What the fuck, Typhlosion with 4 wins? Yeah, they're investigating him right now. Like, they're doing a full investigation. Because, obviously, Typhlosion's not allowed to get 4 wins. So, we're under the assumption that he's probably cheating. So, they're doing an investigation right now. That's why they put him on stream, to make sure they know where he is at all times. Obviously, you can't just, like, leave stream area. So, they have the stage surrounded right now. And once they can prove that he's cheating, they're, like, the staff is going to... The security's going to rush in and take him down. Send him to Swiss or something like that. Alright, second Quilava coming in here to get another Ethans into the hand. And all he has to do is make sure he attaches this turn. Otherwise, he could be in trouble. But I'm assuming we'll see him attach here to the other Quilava. Yep. Alright, cool. Otherwise, things could have got weird. We could have basically seen kind of what like Henry was doing, abusing the lack of energy in play. He does play Air Balloon also. He does, but he currently has no access to an Air Balloon. Honestly, Fabio's hand is kind of weak overall. All right, into the Zoroarks here. Trade number 1. Should he not have played Janine first? Has a Zerosic has got to be terrible. Well, in general maybe, but in this matchup for sure. He attached to Fez, which made me think he was definitely gonna attack with Fez this turn. But I guess maybe now you consider not attacking with Fez based on what Fabio did. After seeing what Fabio did, maybe you're like, is it even worth it at this point? But what else would you do here? He does have Yveltal in hand. So we could see Yveltal to trap the Victini. That doesn't sound terrible, but you want to be able to trap it infinitely. We could, I mean, there's the attached to Fez, so it looks like Fez is going to be the play here from Gabriel. It's also possible Fabio whiffs the KO on the Fez next turn, which would be pretty terrible. He's playing the Janine right now. Could have actually benched the Absol and attached to the Absol. I kind of feel like I like the Absol attach. Wait, the Fez is poisoned here. Does that actually matter? 10 in, 10 out, 190. I guess not. You still need 3. No, wait. Oh, that actually does matter, because now a Brave Bangle actually KOs the Pheasantipity. A Typhlosion with 2 Ethans and a Brave Bangle actually KOs, and Fabio has that. That's actually huge. Could we have avoided poisoning this? I don't think so, right? Oh no, Gabriel is going to play around it. Okay, pushes up the Yveltal with the Petchy X and then retreats it back to the bench. All right. Did play around it. Very cool. And then here we go. Pheasantipity KO a Quilava off the bench. And Fabio, unless Fabio can get another Ethans in the discard pile, which is possible, but he doesn't have a way to currently do it. Oh no, he has Ultra Ball. I'm bad. My bad. I'm bad. I'm not bad. My bad. There is an Ultra Ball in hand, so Fabio will be able to KO the Pheasantipity this turn, which I feel like is a pretty big deal. Taking the knockout this turn is a big deal for sure. Typhlosion top deck. Has the Ultra Ball. Has had Artisan this whole time and has chosen not to put it in play, which I think is a pretty good play here from Fabio, to play around giving it to Gabriel. At this point, it doesn't really matter, but, well, actually, that's not 100% true. But it might be better for... Fabio should probably try and establish Tatsugiri here for sure. Is Petch really worth it to just move around 3 Pokemon? Yes, Petch is very good in this Orc deck. Gabriel's the guy who just came up to Masters? Yes. All right, here we go. Double Quilava and a Fire searched out. Got the attachment to the active, and then we can use the other 2 Quilavas here to search out some more Ethans. We don't need we can Ultra Ball away both. We probably don't need to Ultra Ball away both though. Can probably just Ultra Ball away one of them. Save the other one in the deck to set up our next Typhlosion on our next turn. Yep, there we go. Yep, we should the Prime Sub there, Cinder. And then going back in with the Ultra Ball. Does double Victini also get there, actually? I guess it does. Sure, yeah, okay. Double Victini plus Brave Bangle. Actually, but then we don't establish Tatsugiri. And we still need 4 Ethans in the discard. I actually don't like this play from Fabio. I think Fabio should have Ultra Balled away in Ethans and the Psyduck and got Tatsugiri established, because now Gabriel can knock out the active Typhlosion and Iono, and Fabio might not be able to get 2 Ethans in the discard pile to actually KO a Zoroark. I actually think this is a misplay from Fabio. We don't have Tatsugiri in play to respond to getting Iono'd, potentially. And now we need to draw into an Ultra Ball to actually discard. And also we put second Victini in play, which gives another, and that looks like the way Gabriel's playing it now, that gives another target for Yveltal. So now Gabriel has 2 things that he can trap with Yveltal and build up damage with Monkey Dory. Yeah, I feel like this is just... I guess Tatsugiri would have given over the same thing, though. Tatsus and prizes. He plays 2 Tatsugiri. We already saw the other one in the deck. Yeah, I actually really just don't like this play from Fabio. I guess the Tatsugiri is still a liability for Yveltal, but we saw Fabio plays Kieran. Tatsu can find Kieran if it's trapped in the active. Victini can. Yeah, honestly, I really don't like that choice there from Fabio. Now, Gabriel is going for the Yveltal trap play, so the fact that there's not 1 more Ethans in the discard pile isn't as big of a deal here for Fabio. Gabriel does have to use one of his E-switches here as well, which is unfortunate, to get the Yveltal set up. I guess you do want to establish Monkey Dory as well, so doing that doesn't seem terrible. And then there's a Lily's Determination, shuffling the hand into the deck and drawing 6 cards. Yveltal Cook's Typhlo so bad? Not really. You can only trap a Victini for 4 turns. You're only doing 20 damage to the bench each turn. Like, you're not actually building up that much damage into play. Like, on Fabio's current board, like, 20 on... you put 20 on Quilava a single turn, and then once you do it 4 times, Fabio evolves that Quilava to its Typhlosion. So I don't even know what the end game plan here from Gabriel is. It might just be to buy time to set up Absol or something like that. That might be what we see Gabriel build up towards. Is like build up towards the Absol, but he just needs time to get there. Super Rod coming in here from Gabriel. Shuffling back 3 Dark Energy and then going in with the... Oh, getting the Fez as well. It was the Fez and 2 Dark Energy. Dude, the Fez looked like a Dark Energy, bro. Surely Fabio has switch options. The format is Retreat Lock at the moment. Well, Retreat Lock isn't that oppressive against his deck, but he does play at least 1 Kieran. We saw a Kieran in the deck. He might have more than that, though. Wait, is Evolving to take off Retreat Lock? Yes. I mean, that's not super relevant in this situation, though. Does Fabio play Picnic Basket? That may also help. I think that would hurt Fabio more than help because it would actually just heal the Victini for another clutch turn, right? I guess maybe it's about the same thing. I guess it could help. It could help more than it hurt for sure. But like overall, it's just not that big of a deal. Like Gabriel's not putting that much damage in play. Eventually, clutch KOs Victini. Like clutch KOs Victini pretty fast. Like here comes the 20, but now Fabio can just go play Ethan's Adventure, get another Typhlosion setup, attach energy, pass, and then eventually just get out of this. It's like not that scary. As long as Fabio doesn't like panic and burn a ton of resources to try and get out of this and then not get out of it, Fabio should be fine. Ethan's Adventure coming down. Yeah, I don't see Fez there for Fabio. It looks like Fabio doesn't play Fez, unless I'm trolling. But you guys know me, I don't troll, so. Alright, searching out double Typhlosion and Fire. So actually, I think a mistake here from Fabio would be if he evolves. If Fabio evolves the... Yeah, if he does this evolution. Because now Gabriel next turn could go Countercatcher Quilava. Is he attached to the active? I don't like that attachment either from Fabio. The attachment should be to the Typhlosion. The attachment active makes 0 sense. You actually don't want to flare the Yveltal here. Flaring the Yveltal is bad. That just gives Gabriel more damage to work with. So from Fabio here, I don't like the evolve here because this gives Gabriel a line of play where Gabriel can go like attach E-Switch, Countercatcher Quilava, Iono, KO Quilava, and then you don't have an out for Ethans to find your last Ethans and get it in the discard pile. In fact, I feel like Gabriel should go for that play. I'm curious why Gabriel benched the Fez. The Fez seems a little bit awkward here for Gabriel. Maybe he really wanted that extra draw power this turn, but I feel like he could have waited a turn. All right, Cyrano for the Absol here from Gabriel. So now Fabio knows about the Absol. However, Gabriel can't set up the Absol in a single turn. It does need to attach to it once ahead of time. Because I believe he plays 2 E-Switch, no Countercatcher. Or Counter Gain, excuse me. I could be incorrect on the Counter Gain, but... And because of the Cyrano played this turn... Oh, it did have Turo in hand. Actually, Gabriel could have like got the Absol down and put an energy on it. I don't know if he was concerned with trying to do that this turn or not, though. I feel like it was a pretty good play, though. Right, there's the attach to the Zoroark. And then pass over to Fabio. Or Monkey Dory. Honestly, I feel like the 2 damage should go to maybe the other Victini here from Gabriel. And just try and get 2 prize cards on double Victinis. And then... Because if you can KO both Victinis through Monkey Dory, effectively. And then... That's 2. And then go knockout. I don't know. And then Absol, Iono, Hero's Cape, knockout. Like, you just kind of win. All right, and there's the clutch. All right, over to Fabio. Fabio really needs to play this 4th Ethans before it could get taken away from him. At any point, Gabriel could just go like Iono Countercatcher. Okay, there's the Flare for 30. But the 30 from Flare is actually just not good. Yeah, it's only evolution Pokemon. The Flare here is actually just not good from Fabio. The Flare is actually really bad from Fabio. This just gives Gabriel more damage to work with. This literally does nothing except give Gabriel more damage. Would you just trap the other Victini eventually? You could, yeah. Trades coming in. Did draw a watchtower there, which would be good to bump the Artisan at some point. Also, Fabio, well, I guess at this point you don't want to set up the Tatsugiri for sure. Quilava continues to get pressured. Honestly, Turo on the Fez here. I feel like as Gabriel here, if you can KO the Quilava plus Iono on the next turn, that would just be like really, really good. But you need to get the Fez out of play this turn to be able to play Iono next turn. There's another trade. Gives up the Watchtower. I don't like that. I think you want to be able to take away the Artisan from Fabio here. I feel like there had to be a better card to discard there from Gabriel. You could also Turo the Petch here as well. You just need to Turo something. I think it's the Fez, though. I think the Fez probably gets picked up here. It does go for the Fez. You don't have to bench the Monkey Dory this turn as Gabriel. If you want to go an Absol route as Gabriel, you could bench Absol here with an energy, and that would still be pretty good as well. You have the Cape as well set up for it. Not that it's in that big of a danger, but yeah, it's going to go the Absol route. You could hold off on the Cape just to play around a potential Tool Scrapper, because Tool Scrapper is pretty decent in Typhlosion right now. And there's no fear of Absol getting KO'd, because Fabio can't play Ethans and Boss and Retreat. Like, there's too many things. Fabio would have to have, like, Switch, Ultra Ball, or Secret Box plus Boss. It'd be, like, too many things. I think you feel pretty safe here as Gabriel. To just go for the clutch again. Goes for the Cape, though. So this does give a possibility for, if Fabio plays Tool Scrapper, to have it this turn. I have no idea if Fabio plays the Tool Scrapper or not, but... I don't think we had to put the Cape down there this turn. I think it's like a reasonable call to guess that Typhlosion might play it. There's just the draw attack. Okay, so now, well, Gabriel didn't bench the Monkey Dory, or didn't leave the bench space open. So double Monkey Dory plus Iono this turn from Gabriel would have actually been really good. If Gabriel had like Countercatcher, other Victini, double Monkey Dory, KO Quilava off the bench, and then trap the other Victini, Gabriel would have been in an insanely good spot. Now he's still in a pretty good spot. And could double Monkey Dory KO the Quilava, but then we know the fourth Ethan is in Fabio's hand, which is the important part. 3 more to the Quilava. If Fabio just needs to like play this Ethans, like he just needs to play the Ethans and evolve to the 4th Typhlosion. There's the boss on the Victini. Continue to put the pressure on. With the information we have, I think Gabriel, there's better plays Gabriel could make, but I think with the information he has, then this is like fine. I think Gabriel should have left the bench space open to have the potential of removing this Quilava from play for sure, but... You could have removed it plus Iono the Ethans at the bottom of the deck. And then if Fabio could never find that Ethan's Adventure, which is really hard to find without Quilava, then you can't KO Zoroark, or even if you play Tool Scrapper, you can't KO Absol, so... Alright, Nitro coming in here from Fabio. Goes for the Fire Engine on the Victini. He just kind of let these Victinis get KO'd. Yeah, Fabio made a big mistake by damaging the Yveltal. He gave Gabriel +1 damage every single turn. He doesn't play the Ethans! He once again just doesn't play the Ethans. Now Gabriel can just get aggressive. Gabriel, you just can't KO Zoroarks. Let alone Absols. He just needs to play this Ethan's Adventure. Gabriel at any point could just... Well, I guess you can't attack with Zoroark here as Gabriel, so maybe it's not that bad. Because Gabriel here can't Iono and get something out of play to attack with Zoroark. So I guess the biggest question here from Fabio is just, do you play Tool Scrapper? Because if you don't play Tool Scrapper, it's not that big of a deal. But even later in the game, though... As the game develops, like if Gabriel goes into Absol this turn, and then like Iono Zoroark at the end of the game, if you don't have the 4th Ethans in the discard pile, your Typhlosions can't KO Zoroarks. So Gabriel can always just leave these bigger Pokemon in the active to win. I feel like Gabriel's going to win this one for sure. Gabriel also doesn't need to do anything. He can just like take his time here and continue to use Yveltal for sure. But Fabio needs to play this Ethans before we lose it and just can't ever find it again. Because later in this game as well, Gabriel could like pick up the Petron out of play with like Penny or something. That could be like another prize card lost from Fabio. All right, there we go. Back into the clutch. Over to Fabio. Did top deck the ticket? I don't think there's anything like super important prized. Dude, I just want to see Fabio play this. Maybe he's going to Ultra Ball their way. I just want to see Fabio not playing Tatsugiri down at this point. I think from Fabio is correct. But I think earlier in the game, Fabio should have played down to Tatsugiri. There just shouldn't be 2 Victini in play, basically. Just search out the Tatsugiri here. We don't have to put it in play. And should not put it in play. Well, the one thing is if like the Tatsugiri gets stuck, Fabio does play a Kirin. And that's like another thing with all these fire energy attachments from Fabio as well. They're just all stuck in play on Victinis now. And we have less Typhlosions set up. So when Gabriel ever goes after the Typhlosion at some point with the energy, it's going to be harder for Fabio to actually set up the next Typhlosion because he has less energy in the deck. And Fabio could have 3 Typhlosions with 3 energy on his Typhlosions right now and just have been chilling. Like Fabio could have 3 Typhlosions with an energy each, just kind of waiting for Gabriel to take the KO with the clutch. Him like attacking into clutch was always a mistake. All right, there's a clutch again from Gabriel. And now on this next turn, Gabriel's going to have to do something. But I think Gabriel's in a pretty good spot to do something next turn. I don't know why we benched 2 Victini. Well, he benched 2 Victini to like play 1 less Ethans to take the knockout on that turn, but it was always incorrect to do that. He should have always just Ultra Balled away the 3rd Ethans and taken the knockout that way, because you're theoretically going up against Zoroarks or an Absol from there, which you need 4 Ethans in the discard pile to be able to KO from there. So there was like a reason to bench the 2nd Victini, but the better play was better for this being one of the reasons, is if you put 2nd Victini in play. And I guess thinking about it, you probably shouldn't... Well, I don't know. The Tatsugiri in play is just like so much less bad than a 2nd Victini. Because Tatsugiri can at least like search for a supporter every single turn, but... Which could be your Kirin, which gives you mobility there. All right, trade coming in from Gabriel. Only 1 card left in deck. I'm curious to know what play he is going to pull off here. I kind of assumed he was going to go after... Like, if he has Iono counter catcher, like KO the Typhlosion off the bench... with the energy plus Iono with Absol seems insanely good. I don't know if he has a counter catcher. He's already played 1 counter catcher, I believe. I don't know if there's 1 prized. Oh, we have to KO this Typhlosion as well, though, first. Oh, now we can't play counter catcher, though. Okay, so counter catcher is not an option. So I am curious to know what... I'm just going to go for a boss here. Okay. So it doesn't get to hand disrupt, which you'd probably prefer to do here as Gabriel. But still gets the attack with the Absol with the Hero's Cape. Or maybe not. I mean... Maybe thinking about poisoning the Absol to build up more damage in play, probably. And it looks like he is going to poison the Absol here. I think it makes sense, right? Poisoning the Absol seems pretty fair. Throws out a Watchtower to bump the Artisan. Thinks about Heirlooms to Zoroark. Takes it back. And yeah, it just goes for the Claw of Darkness here. Let's have a look. I mean, the best card in the hand is... We'll have access to Boss and Counter Catcher this turn. Which, I guess that's a question there. Gabriel did not need to take a knockout. Did not need to KO that bench Typhlosion. Nah, but KOing is pretty good. Actually, I don't know. Gabriel just didn't need to KO that Typhlosion that turn. We could have KO'd it next turn. It would have been the same thing, right? Or just about. Takes away the Super Rod there, which does leave Fabio with just a single Typhlosion here. And no way to get another Cyndaquil on the bench currently. Can't win the game this turn. Can draw 2 prize cards. I mean, I think you're hoping to top deck here as Fabio promotes the Victini first to just see what we get off the top. If it's a Super Rod or something, that's pretty good. It's a rare candy. That's not good enough. I mean, you can... There's no Cyndaquils left, right? I don't think so. Yep, no Cyndaquil left. The only way to draw a prize card this turn from Fabio is with Typhlosion. If you don't draw a Typhlosion, or you don't draw a prize card this turn, you just kind of lose as Fabio. But even if you draw a prize card this turn, you also still just lose. So this game is just over at this point. Fabio should just concede. Yeah, the only actually answer here, I'm pretty sure, from Fabio is to concede. He's thinking about going into Tatsugiri, but it's too little too late. Monkey Dory set up on the bench there for Gabriel. Gabriel can take multiple prize cards next turn, even if he doesn't KO the Typhlosion, which he might still have access to KO. Also, the Monkey Dory, sure. We don't even have energy for Typhlosion. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, we don't have energy for Typhlosion. Oh my gosh. And actually, Gabriel just wins this turn He has Monkey Dory to move 10 to Victini, Penny, move 10 to Victini, and then KO the Typhlosion. So the game is just over here. And Gabriel wins by prize cards and bench out on the same turn here. Yeah, all those energies wasted on the Victinis. Yeah, a lot of mistakes there from Fabio. We'll see him play a little bit cleaner. If he wasn't fully aware of the capabilities of Gabriel's deck now with like the Yveltal shenanigans, he is now. I did talk about it on this turn, how I was like, I would like to have seen a Tatsugiri and a Victini instead, but honestly, you should probably just try and avoid both. So, well, no. I think Fabio would have been fine to put Tatsugiri and Victini in play. The problem is he attacked with Victini, which gave Gabriel a bunch more damage in play to work with that he should not have had access to for his Monkey Dory. So Fabio put himself in a situation where putting 2 Victinis in play was really bad because he started attacking with Victini. If you don't attack with Victini, then there's less damage in play for Gabriel to use with Monkey Dory. So yeah, just a lot of mistakes there from Fabio. But now he should be more aware of what Gabriel's deck is capable of if he wasn't before, or if he was less experienced in the matchup. He's got more information to work with. Hopefully we see him play a little bit cleaner going into this next one. What is Gabriel's deck? I see Zoro and Absol. It's just Zorak with an Absol. Cyrano Zorak with Absol. Janine over ends PP up. And the energy was trapped on Victini. Yeah, another good point. All the energy was stuck on the Victinis. We could have had 3 Typhlosions set up, but did not. Curious to see if Fabio chooses first or second. There's also only 20 minutes left, so if Fabio just opens up too many or puts too many Pokemon like Victini in play, then like retreat locking could literally just be a win condition on time for Gabriel. Usually the four months there clones. Is Zorak too slow in a best of 1 25-minute format? No, just some of your Yveltal plays are like limited potentially, but if you play fast enough, you should be. Yeah, if you play fast enough, you should be good. For sure. Zorak seems decently solid. How's his Drago matchup? Drago? Probably terrible. Kieran prize for Fabio. Was it actually? I didn't see the prize cards. I was too busy timing people out. Being cringe. Ooh, Hero's Cape is prize though, so we can't protect the Absol. My bad. Janine prize. I mean, that's kind of whatever. Same thing as like an ends PP up, right? Can't put too much value to that. Hero's Cape prize, that's a big one. And it's in like it's not in the first 2 prize cards. Because you're not going to draw prize cards that fast here as Gabriel. The Kieran being prize is also a big deal. But it is in the first 2 prize cards here for Fabio. Also, we don't know how many mobility cards. That's a lot of Buddy Poffins there, Fabio. We don't know how many Fabio chose second. I honestly don't know, to be honest. First versus second. I honestly just don't know. I think he attacked with Victini, thinking that the ability works on Victini's attack. I mean, sure. That's still a misplay, though, because Gabriel can just like pick up a bench Pokemon and put down 2 Monkey Dories, and it doesn't matter. Even if Victini boosted its own attack, it's still a bad play from Fabio. Even if that was true. And Gabriel's like, oh, cool, you gave me 60 damage to work with. All right, Turo or Penny, bench second Monkey Dory. 2 Monkey Dories moving 60 to your side of the field now. Good luck. I love spending money on max rarity cards. Am I cringe? Not for buying max rarity cards, for other reasons. I give it 3 years till Gabriel catches up to your regional account, Azul. Dude, what the fuck? Why are you adding me, bro? What are we doing here? Why did he attach 2 energy to Victini? Because he thought attacking with Victini was correct. I wonder how wildly different the format would be without Monkey. Who knows? He's gonna make you come out of retirement, bud? No shot, bro. I think Henry Chow's gonna come for my title before Gabriel does. Although I don't know, he's been slacking at the beginning of the season. I double sleeve my deck. How do I shuffle like Gabriel? By practicing. Also, don't double sleeve. All right, attach to the active Zorua here from Gabriel. Benches the Yveltal. Okay. And then gonna pass over to Fabio. The Yveltal bench I'm not sure is actually necessary, to be honest, but he's thinking about retreating maybe? No, okay, pass. Triple Buddy Poffin in the hand here. Did top deck a Fire Energy as well, so this is going to lead to a Team Evo play here from Fabio. That does mean we leave the Victini in the active, but leaving Victini in the active and letting it get clutched is 100% fine. Fabio just played poorly when that board state was available to Gabriel. If Fabio just doesn't play too many Victinis, and probably hold off on the Tatsugiri as well, and then don't attack with Victini, Fabio will be more than fine here. Just needs to not make those mistakes that he made in the first game. It won't be that big of a deal. Team Evo getting searched out here. I guess I wouldn't be surprised to see Secret Box get picked up as well. But is looking at a Rare Candy instead. We could see Fabio. Nope, we can't see that. Never mind. We could see him get Secret Box, I guess, and then Air Balloon Retreat, but that's probably not worth it. Just gonna be the Team Evo off the active. We do have another Buddy Poffin in hand, so Quad Cyndaquil is yeah, Quad Quill is on the way. Isn't the Yveltal bench good? It's not good because Fabio probably plays like one Iono, if any, so your hand's not getting disrupted. And then also, Fabio isn't going to attack next turn, so... Okay, definitely should grab 4 Cyndaquils here. I don't know why we're not grabbing the 4 Cyndaquil. I guess we don't need it right now. Maybe it's not terrible to not grab the 4 Cyndaquil. Benching the Yveltal is just... I think is incorrect because you... Like, benching it right now does absolutely nothing. Like... It doesn't make Fabio chase a 1 prize. Like, the Fabio chase a 1 prizer thing is just, like, not a real play. Because Fabio's not going to do it for a turn later. We just wait till next turn, basically. If we really want to bench it, we just bench it next turn, basically. The reason to bench it is, like, play around Fabio playing Iono this turn. That's about it, but... Which he could have, I guess. Into the Cyrano. Triple Zorak on the way. Like, we might see Gabriel this turn clutch right now to start to immediately try and buy time. But honestly, Gabriel getting aggressive and just swing with Zorak, I kind of like better. And then that's where you kind of regret losing the bench space immediately to the Yveltal. I think Gabriel, if Gabriel can go like... Well, I guess KO and Victini is kind of mid. I don't know. But KO, but just drawing a prize card aggressively while there's 0 Ethans in the discard pile is like... You can just win through rushing your opponent down as Gabriel here. Like, for sure. So I kind of want to see Gabriel just get aggressive and start attacking. And in that situation, having the Yveltal is kind of mid. What's wrong with double sleeving? Nothing's wrong with it, technically. All right, trades are coming in. No energy in hand currently for Gabriel, so not even an option. But, well, no, it doesn't say that for sure. Got Petron. Is that the Badoo in hand I saw? No, it's an Air Balloon. An Air Balloon Retreat? I was going to say we could Janine, but we can't do that because we already played Cyrano. I actually don't even know what you discard from this hand. Everything is pretty good. He's going to give up the Air Balloon, though. Zorak number 3. I mean, that should be a pretty easy one. There's just a Rosic in hand. This Rosik's pretty bad. And then at the end of this turn, we could push up the Yveltal with Petch, I guess. No Dark Energy found, so we can't get aggressive. Can't attack with Zorak. Oh, no, wait. I'm wrong. There it is. So the question now for Gabriel is, do you go for the clutch early? I kind of like just attacking with Zorak here from Gabriel. But he is going to go with the clutch. I feel like... There's the time to clutch is... Well, I guess like the Victini is here, but this is just like... Yeah, I like just attacking with Zorak here. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I like just attacking with Zorak here from Gabriel. Just swing, take the knockout. Like the clutch is like so slow. Like, Fabio has plenty of time now to be like, oh, okay, well, I couldn't KO your Zoroark next turn, but now I can sit here and play Ethan's for 4 turns, and then I can KO anything at that point. So as long as Fabio just plays fast, I think Fabio will be fine. But it's on Fabio to play fast at this point. Time is against him. The Zoroark is here just for the vibes. It just makes it easy to use trade. No Reshiram? No, he had Reshiram in hand. He also discarded Artisan with trade, so he could have just like held the Artisan. All right, Fabio's playing pretty quick already. Love to see it. Ethan's #1 coming in. Just set up the squad. Start attaching energy. Start evolving to Typhlosions. Get that last Cyndaquil in play, please. Can we get final Cyndaquil? I think he has the whole line of everyone in the deck, so I think we can put the Cyndaquil in play just fine. You just keep a Typhlosion around. How visible is the clock for playing on stream? Do they have time remaining like right next to them? No, but they can just ask a judge. Gabriel might also have like a watch next to him. I can't tell if Fabio has one on his wrist or not, but no, dude, did you not learn in game 1? Why are we attacking with this rat, bro? Gosh, it's not as bad this game. It's not as bad this game because there's not like a second thing that can get trapped, but this just doesn't do anything. This doesn't do anything for... Set up your bench, Fabio. The Victini will die. Just get fires on our bench Pokemon, so when we get Iona in the late game, our Typhlosions are just fully set up across the board. Evolve them to Typhlosions, so we have Typhlosions. Buddy Poffin into the Lily here from Gabriel. I mean, hey, maybe Gabriel whiffs the... Monkey Dory this turn. We'll see. Makes you wonder how he didn't even get to 4-0. Nope, it doesn't. It makes me wonder why you're being toxic. Wait, where are you? You're on YouTube or what's it called? Oh, you're on YouTube. Okay. No one's questioning how he got to 4-0. He got to 4-0 by winning 4 games. If you can't figure out how someone got to 4-0 in a tournament in the Pokemon TCG, you have other things to worry about than commenting in my YouTube chat. You gotta do some soul searching if you can't figure out how someone is 4-0 in a tournament. All right, trade number 3 here coming in from Gabriel. Goodbye. Cyrano. Maybe there's no Monkey Dory found, and maybe the Victini pressure will actually work out. I don't believe in it, but it could. Because Gabriel can actually just like hit this for 20 and then just go for the Monkey Dory play on the next turn and still be fine. The play from Fabio is still really bad. Don't get me wrong. Gabriel needs 2 more cards. Did he only draw 6 off of Lilies there? Or what's it called? Yeah, Lilies. But he actually maybe did. He only has 8 cards in hand. If he drew 6 and went trade, that's 8. Everyone misplays. It's not that far on a concept? Yeah, it's not. Yeah, everyone misplays. We're not judging. I'll give like my spiel here after this game is closer to over. Actually, I could give it right now. Okay, there's 30 more. But all right, as long as Gabriel can find a Monkey Dory this turn, the Victini, I'm gonna be pissed if Fabio does not get punished here. Also, Fabio has yet to attach an energy to a Kolava on the bench, which is also a big mistake. I guess he has 2 Ethan's Adventures left in the deck, so it's not that bad, but. Well, that is a pretty big hand there from Fabio. If Gabriel just has like Iono, Monkey Dory KO active, and then Zoroark attack KO Kolava, that's like a pretty good turn here from Gabriel, I feel like. The only problem at that point is Gabriel does not have a lot of energy developed on the board, and he's playing Janine and not ends PP up, so he can't as aggressively get energy involved. He has Monkey in hand? I don't know, he might. But he also needs a draw. Oh wait, but you can't bench. That would be cheating because you definitely can't bench Monkey Dory and Reshiram to attack within the same turn and play Iono. So this play is just not available to Gabriel. Yeah. If Gabriel did the play that I said I think he should do, he would be cheating. So don't recommend. Appreciate the 58 months there, Del Cookie. Also appreciate the 9 months there, Wolf. Wait, isn't that a mistake there from Gabriel? Shouldn't he have just KO'd the Victini? What does this lead to? Because now Fabio gets to take a knockout with the Victini, right? Why would you want to let Fabio do that? What am I missing? Turo's the Yveltal. But wouldn't you want to KO the Victini and then Turo the Yveltal, or you really don't want to give Counter Catcher over? Oh, we're E-switching. Okay, sure. Dude, that is such a... What is this? What is this? Why? What? This doesn't even gain Gabriel anything, though, does it? I guess it's like the... I guess he's like... Well, we didn't even get a bench space back. Bro, I feel like this just didn't do anything. I feel like this just didn't do anything. I don't know. Because he could have just moved 3 off the Yveltal to the Victini. I guess it does buy a turn. He gets +1 turn, I guess. Yeah, never mind. He does get +1 turn. Fabio, once again, not playing Ethan's Adventure. Not setting up his board anymore. Could have some fire energies on Quilava. One of these Quilavas could be a Typhlosion. Yeah, I guess there's just less time on the clock. Sure, that's fine. All right, trades are coming in. Get rid of the last Watchtower. I don't like that. You'd want that to be able to counter Artisan later on. So I think it's a mistake there from Gabriel. The Victini does have to go down this turn. Like, ooh, wait a second though. This lets Fabio discard a. That's not even that good. I mean, some of these cards from Fabio should have already been played. So Fabio was holding on to these cards for no reason. It's not even that big of a deal here for Fabio, I don't think. And also lets him discard an Ethan's. Maybe get rid of that. Ooh, we have to get rid of 2 more here, though. No, don't get rid of that last Ethan's. Wait. No, it is fine, because you're not getting Iono this turn. I guess that is... No, you need that... No. All right, I don't like it. I don't love it. I think we should try to keep that Ethan's. I don't know. But if Fabio had just, played... Fabio should have been, attaching energy for turn, evolving Quilavas to Typhlosions and stuff as well. So this Xerosic should not have been this punishing, but the mistakes from Fabio are just kind of racking up and getting punished. He's getting punished for them. All right, moves 3 off the Yveltal. This damage feels pretty inconsequential here, though. I don't even... that Quilava that has 6 on it just evolves to the first Typhlosion, so it doesn't really matter. And then final trade coming in, getting rid of Fez. Then we're going to see the clutch for the KO. Yeah, the Xerosic should not have been... The Xerosic was actually decently effective, I'm not going to lie, but it should not be that effective. The fact that it was only that effective because of Fabio's mistakes. And now Fabio has 2 Typhlosion and a Fire Energy in hand. Ooh, the Lana's Aid is... Okay, not that great. It's good next turn. It's not good this turn. All the Ethans are down. I don't even know if I'd play the Lana's Aid this turn, because we need to set up another Typhlosion. He should have benched the 4th Cyndaquil a long time ago. But now we didn't even get to set that up. I don't like the Lana's Aid play here, because now we know exactly... Now Gabriel has full information on the hand as well. Just gets back 2 fire. I mean, that seems fine as far as what recovery goes, but I don't think it's worth playing yet. Kieran off the prize cards. Gabriel still does not have Hero's Cape, but Gabriel can just go... I think Gabriel knows it's 2 fire and a random card off the prize cards. I mean, if you could go bench Absol this turn, maybe. Nah, you need to go you need to play Janine, and then set up a bunch of Zoroarks. You can just go Zoroark here as Gabriel, and actually you just win with triple Zoroark, right? So if you just pull off a Janine this turn, you just kind of win. Janine this turn, attach for turn, and then Iono next turn, and then the turn after when Fabio goes down to 1. And maybe Absol could get set up in that time at some point. Oh, but hang on, Gabriel's going for Yveltal. I mean, is he just going to, he's just trying to make it take as long as possible for Fabio? Is he going to bring up the Quilava and then, I guess he knows it's 2 fire energy in hand. So actually the Quilava can't even guarantee to evolve into, yeah, so you just clutch the Quilava. So once again, Fabio's misplays are getting punished, which you do love to see. You do love to see the misplays getting punished. And then there we go, clutch on Quilava. But this is actually just, like, this play actually just kind of works here for Gabriel because of the information that he has. But Fabio did pull the Kieran off the prize cards. Goes for a super rod. And then does have another Yveltal back, so could do this again if there's enough gust effects remaining. Yeah, I didn't really think about the counter catching the Quilava being that high value, but because of the information you have on Fabio's hand, it is pretty good here. Fabio's prize card or top deck would have to be a switch card or a Typhlosion here. One final trade. He's a Bartizan. Oh, 2 final trades. My bad. There we go. Clutch. Poison. Top deck. I can't even. It's Arvin. I would play the Arvin here. We should save the Kieran and play Arvin for Night Treacher for Typhlosion. All right, there we go. There's a knockout. 4 prize cards left. But I think as long if Gabriel just runs to 1 prizes for the rest of the game, it's probably over. Like, Gabriel's turn is going to take more than a minute here to cycle all the Zorks and everything. And then if he just runs to... He just probably does the same thing and runs to Yveltal. Yveltal gust up the Quilava. The boss and the Turo in the deck. So this will end in a 1-0 for Gabriel. I've been glued to the screen. How's the pace of play been? It's been fine. Yeah, it's been fine. Nothing that would ever warrant a penalty or anything like that. Which is okay to acknowledge that he's stalling doesn't mean he's evil or anything. I mean, he's playing to win for 1-0 for sure, which is, yeah, which is fine. But it's not like he's not like egregiously stalling or anything like that. Like, I would like, I think Fabio is, if anything, playing. Fabio's probably playing just as slowly as he is. All right, we're in overtime now, which means this is the last turn of the game, and then Gabriel will win 1-0. It's the dub. I don't even know if it's a tough matchup or not. I mean, because with the Absol plus Cape at the end game, like, I feel like because of the lack of draw power on board, this matchup doesn't even seem terrible, to be honest. The Hero's Cape is like well, I don't know. Like you could be a lot more aggressive as Typhlosion to make it hard to find the Hero's Cape combo, actually. Like, it's hard to set up the Absol with Gabriel's builds. I mean, it can't get much easier, I guess. The Janine makes it easier than anything else, I guess. It's just hard to set it up, I guess. You're not allowed to wear his sponsor's shirt? I don't know. Fabio didn't concede fast enough game 1 and he got punished. That's it. That's I mean, he definitely could have. Fabio could have played faster. Could have played better, and also could have conceded faster for sure. Oh yeah, I was gonna go on my rant while we're waiting for the interview. Like, yeah, we're never. I'll give the rant one time. I mean, I've already timed people out for whatever 24 hours or whatever. But yeah, we're never judging the player. Like, people in the chat were like, yeah, Fabio was making misplays, and I'm fine with us talking about Fabio's misplays and saying that Fabio was playing bad. That's fine. Fabio did play bad, but it's cringe and weird and toxic to be like, how is Fabio 4-0? He's 4-0 because he won 4 matches of the Pokemon TCG in a row. If you're that head ass that you can't figure that out, I don't know why you're questioning anyone's play ever. If you can't figure out how someone got to 4-0 in a Pokemon TCG tournament, it's by winning 4 matches of the Pokemon TCG in a row. If you can't figure that out, why are you questioning or talking about anyone in anything? Yeah, you'll get timed out. If I see you do it again, you're just gonna get banned. Like, we're not here to talk about the people. We're not here to talk about the players. We're here to talk about the gameplay. And Fabio did throw, and that's all that matters is Fabio threw. You should review if Gabriel grabbed enough cards off Lily. On my like follow-up count, it felt like he didn't, but let's see. When was it? It was like right here, right? There's a Lily. You should draw 8 here, right? Oh no, that is 8. That is 8. Yeah, he drew 8. It looked like 3-3. And I thought I counted 8 afterwards, but... If I was Fabio in Fabio's spot, I'd be 7-0 in round 5. Shake my head, terrible player. I think the Mega Absol is worth it in the ends deck. I mean, it's okay. I'd be curious to know like Gabriel's exact reason. It's just kind of a good card, and yeah, it's just kind of a good card. The question is like, yeah, what are like the factors that would make you want to include it? Basically, is like the question, to be honest. I'm not sure Gabriel's reason. Like when I've played it in the deck before, it never felt bad. But did Gabriel swap out Hoopa for Absol? Oh yeah, definitely. So it's like, I guess it's your cornerstone. It's like your cornerstone answer, but it's like also better because it's better against more things than just cornerstone, right? A little bit harder to set up, but it's also better than any other. It's like better than the Hoopa, and it's also better than everything else. It doesn't one-hit KO cornerstone as well unless you do the first attack, obviously. But that's like a lot of... You need 3 on your Absol and 2 on 2 Monkey Doors or something like that. But yeah, you have Janine, so it's not too hard to set up for sure. What's the meta looking like here at Gdansk? I don't think they've showed us the meta breakdown yet. I could be wrong though. Yeah, I didn't even like make the connection that he wasn't playing a cornerstone answer. So that the Absol is just that. So no Hoopa then, stuff like that. And then chose to include the Janines to... I don't know if he chose Janine specifically because it synergizes better with Absol, but he's playing Janines over the ends PP up. It pushes the 4 months there. Rob got to drop. So have you played any Legends ZA yet? I have not, and I don't plan on it. It's not my type of game. You like the Zorg deck? Yeah, I'm a big Zorg fan. Most cornerstones will have missed, so first attack won't work. I mean, it's hard for them to find the miss. They're not always gonna have it. They could have it. It's definitely possible for it to work. Decent shot that would actually happen, I feel like. What was the last main series game you played? I've only ever played Sword and Shield, right? Yeah. I literally only ever played Sword and Shield. Was that the one I played? That was the one I played, yeah, because I had Cinderace. Or, yeah, Scorbunny, whatever. Sword and Shield kind of goated, not gonna lie. I don't know about that, but it's the only one I played. Oh, bro played the worst one too, dang. Bro, don't act like every other Pokemon game is not literally the exact same. Did you play some of the early ones, pre-Black and White? No. The only other one I played was a little bit of... The only other one that I played was a little bit of Black and White because my siblings had it. So I played it a little bit on there. Was it Nintendo DS at the time? I never really actually played the game. You call yourself a Pokemon fan? Yep. Why? What about it, Akka? What are you gonna say? Say something. That's what I thought. That's what I thought, buddy. Interview
here in Gdansk, Poland. But of course, we have our winner of our feature match. Gabriel, how are you feeling being on such a strong record?
Yeah, feeling good, feeling good. Hopefully running back the good result from Lily.
Absolutely. Lil went really well for you, got so close, but the tweaks that you made to your deck are really interesting. What do you think the most notable is?
I really like Zerozic.
Yeah.
It's a pretty cool card I added to my list, and the Mega Absol is also pretty good. With the Hero's Cape, it's just broken.
Yeah, honestly, I've got to agree. I think the Hero's Cape makes a really big difference. And also, I love the Zerozic. I think it's a card that people won't be expecting, but with you making sure that, you know, you can have them build that really big hand and then snatch it away from them, that's a great tactic. Have you found it useful in more than just this matchup?
Yeah, so I faced Control the last round.
Oh my gosh.
And I just... Zerozic, he had like a 20 card hand.
No.
And he scooped. So
Oh, bless.
that was a pretty good matchup anyway, but it's pretty good to use.
Yeah.
And with the two Evalto I'm using, it just really goes well. They have always a huge hand, and I get to use it a lot.
That's so good. You've worked out that synergy. You didn't have a lot of time to put that together. Did you kind of have the idea at Lille or afterwards?
So afterwards, I was like, we need a way to beat Gdansk.
Ah.
I did in the ASIM last tournament, but it's just such a bad matchup, and I wanted to tech for it. And I feel like the Zerozic does a really good job on that matchup.
That's honestly so great to hear. Thank you for giving us some insight into your absolutely fantastic deck building skills. And I wish you the best of luck in the rest of the tournament. We're going to throw it back for now.
Thank you so much, Amy, for that awesome.
All right, well, I said it was terrible against Golden Go. Gabriel says it's good against Golden Go. Maybe I'm wrong, but no shot. Gabriel out here saying Zerozic for Dango. The one thing I could see, I guess, if you spam Yveltal in the early game, maybe they build up a big enough hand, but I think you'd have to involve them overextending their draw for it to still have a good enough effect. Maybe, though. Maybe. I don't believe it. I'll believe it when I see it. All right. Why not run Eerie if you're taking for Golden Go? That's what I'm saying. I mean, there's more than just items to hit them, but that's what I'm saying. Hit them with the Eerie. But the Zerozic probably, like, you could probably argue Zerozic has more depth than just the Golden Go matchup. Whereas Eerie is probably a little bit more, like, it's like playing Darmanitan versus Toadscroll. If you really want to beat Golden Go, you play Toadscroll. But if you want like a card that is good against Golden Go, but is good against more matchups, you play Darmanitan, right? Same thing. So it's like if you want to just go after Golden Go, you play Eerie. But if you want like a little bit wider range of potential, you go with Zerozic, I guess. All right, let's take a look at our 5-0s. Vinny 5-0, and now Gabriel joining him at 5-0, I believe, right? Didn't we just see that happen? Am I trolling? Gabriel was 5-0, right? Okay, I was just see one unfinished match. So the next match is going to be coming up pretty quick here. He's on Team Evo. Toad is really good with 2 online and Raw Team Evo. No, he's not playing Darmanitan or Toadscroll. New brand 5-0. Already mentioned Vinny. Christian as well. Armani up to 5-0. Drew Stevenson. Wait, that's the same Drew. I'm not trolling, right? Are Drew Stephenson looking for the revenge, bro? After bubbling, after bubbling out in Lil. 5-0 start here in Gdansk. I assume he's probably just running it back with the golden go. Dude, so many of the players who made top... I mean, that's like not that big of a surprise. I feel like we see that a lot where it's like some players, you know, they go to a couple majors in like 3 to 4 weeks and we see like multiple top cuts from them. They're just like, they know their deck really well. They know the matchups. They know the format. They're very in tune with everything. But a lot of the players that made cut at Lil, strong starts. Still a lot of tournament to play though, of course. How's Kato doing? Let's see. 4-1 start for Kato. Always been a skeptic of Heroescape. Is it really that good? It seems pretty good in Zorak right now. I played some games with his Lil build the other day. Felt pretty solid as like an out for a lot of situations. Any interest in trying Riftbound? A little bit. I just haven't. I just don't have any time. Yeah, I just don't have any time. If I find some time, I might try it out, but I'm looking to go to my first major. Could you ballpark how expensive $8 for a weekend? Like, I know location matters, but I mean, there's just like so many factors. Depends how, like, there's like a wide range of how like cheap you want to be too. Like, you could literally find the cheapest hotel, stay with 6 people, drive, go to Walmart on your way up, pick up a bunch of sandwich stuff, and then just eat sandwiches the whole weekend that you picked up. There's like it's just such a wide range. It can be pretty cheap. I mean, it's never like super expensive, but yeah, it's like such a wide range depending on stuff. Sleep at the airport, sleep in your car. I mean, I wouldn't recommend sleeping. Well, I guess like if you go to like a campsite, sleeping in your car at a campsite, whatever. Worst sleeping situation you've ever had in an event? On the floor of a hotel room with no blanket or pillow. So, pretty sure the worst. But like, I knew what I was getting into, so. Sounds miserable. G's on winning that regional, surely. I did get top 8. I didn't win, but... What do you put on your Sammys? If I'm making a sandwich at home, it's usually just like a ham sandwich. If I'm fighting game, sleeping on the floor of a hotel room is normal. I mean, it's not abnormal in the Pokemon. I mean, I don't know. I don't sleep on hotel room floors anymore, but... I don't think it's an abnormal thing. Like when I was coming up in the game and was starting to travel a lot, like, yeah, I regularly was sleeping on hotel room floors. We'd pack like 6 or 8 people into a hotel room. Absolutely degenerate behavior. But not anymore. Would you recommend to look up for good sleep again? I remember you recommending someone a while ago. What's his name? I goes in for my roommate at Worlds 2011 night before Grinder and had to stay up all night in a 24-hour gaming room because they were kicking us out for sleeping. Jeez, what the heck? You stayed up? Wait, you tried to sleep in the 24-hour gaming room? How old were you when you won with Shuppet? I was 15 or 16. I think it's probably 15. I don't remember. And what was that event? It was a regional championship. New England Regional Championship in Rhode Island. They held it in Rhode Island. Were people need to buy a sleeping bag for stuff like that? Honestly, facts. Get a nice sleeping bag, and then sleeping on the floor is not even that big of a deal, to be honest. Link to this website. Just command standings. The command is in the title. It gives you the like Your parents support your Pokemon journey? Yeah. Yeah, Andrew Huberman. What Andrew Martin said. Too many Andrews, bro. Doing a tortoise plane. What is it called? Hydreigon with Sarah Ledge. I didn't sleep the night before Players Cup 4. The travel from my bed to my computer took a toll, and I was severely jet lagged. How many hours each day do you typically spend at the venue? I have no clue. However long to play the tournaments, whatever that time is. It's 8 hours, 10 hours. Day 2 a little bit less so, probably because unless you're like in Top Cut, you're not there as long. Yeah, 8 to 10 hours, something like that. Well, day 1 is like 8 to 10 hours. Day 2 is like a lot less than that, like 6 hours maybe. But unless you make cut, then it's like more than 6 hours. It's not even like 6 hours even if you make cut, to be honest. I guess it's, yeah, sometimes I'll hang out in the venue or sometimes I won't after I'm knocked out of day 2. How do you convince your parents to take you to your first major? I just ask them, just be like, yo, this big tournament going on. And they're like, all right, sure. I mean, Rhode Island wasn't very far. Rhode Island was like an hour. I don't even know if it was like an hour from where we lived. Yeah. But yeah, like the regional championships that that was close. The first regionals I went to was literally I think both of them were like an hour away from where we lived. Just like an hour away. And like me and all my siblings played, so yeah, it didn't take much convincing. And then like for all my tournaments after that, I would just drive with friends. So like I lived in Massachusetts, so we'd like drive to Virginia regionals, Philadelphia regionals, New England regionals, and then the only thing I would fly to would be I even drove to nationals every year as well, from Massachusetts to Indiana. Then I would only fly to Worlds, and then yeah. I appreciate 36 months there. Sith. Soda doing well. Soda was 4-0. Soda was 4-0. Wait, hang on, I can do. There's an easier way to do this. Five-0. 5-0 Soda. You're from Mass? Yeah. The command works, right? It does work. Not gonna lie, I miss the days of traveling to events with friends. Granted, the only one of those people who still plays is Daniel Tavilla. Everyone moved on. Yeah, it was always a good time. Road tripping or whatever. To a regional. When does the new set come to TCG Live? Week after next, right? Soon. Not next Thursday, but the Thursday after. Appreciate 12 months there, Koa. You think anxiety could affect your performances the first time you being streamed? Yeah, for sure. You played a PTCG because you love Pokemon or because you love TCGs? Neither of those reasons. I just play the Pokemon TCG. I like playing the Pokemon TCG. My first regional was Kansas City in like 2014-15. I was 16. Me and Bud went and realized we couldn't check into our hotel room because we were too young. So my buddy's dad had to call a different hotel and make an exception for us. Got bailed out. Is there a stream for Brisbane? Unfortunately, there is not, no. How many rounds today on stream? I assume it'll be up to round 9. So yeah, that'll be my guess. We'll see. I'm sure you've gone over this already, but what are your thoughts on Phantasmal Flames release? I think it's good that they're releasing another Pokemon TCG set. I think them releasing it on, you know, whatever, the 13th or whatever, 2 weeks from now roughly, is fine. I think it's like a reasonable release date. You know, it being available at 10 a.m. on TCG Live seems decent, and then being released fully, you know, the full cards and stuff being released on Friday the day after seems chill. I was overall just excited for another Pokemon TCG set release. Yep. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. That helped me a lot. Of course, I got you. Are you watch partying the Japan reveals Friday? Are they on Friday? The Japan reveals on Friday? Wait, how do they do it though? There's like nothing to there's not like a stream for it, right? Don't they just like put them, like post them on the site or something? Or am I trolling? So we'll finally see what's coming out alongside Dragonite, right? Because we've known Dragonite's coming out in the set for a while, but we've just kind of been waiting for it. Do you ever dream about the Pokemon TCG? I definitely have. I can't like remember anything off the specific, but I definitely have in the past for sure. That happened to me at my first BlizzCon. Have to be at 21. Yeah, you have to be like 21 or whatever to check into your hotel. Yo, what's up, Jose? Is there a Champions League in the Phantasmal Flame format? There's not. No, we're actually, yeah. It's gonna be the first Champions League is gonna be with the new set, but actually it is coming up pretty soon, I want to say. Nope, never mind. Well, wait, it's already November. Yeah, it's not that far away. There's a lot of tournaments between now and December happening. Oh yeah, there's no Champions League in the Phantasmal Flames format. It'll be in the next format over. Dude, Dude, I thought it said his last name was Rizzler, bro. I was like Ritzler. Wait, is this does he own the cracker company or like is that him? Does he rizz up crackers? The Rizzler, bro. The Ritzler. Alrighty. Is this a... Wait, dude, what the fuck? Bro, his name is it's just Matt. Wait, what language Crispin is this? Bro, that's... That's not Crispin, bro. That's Matt. Yeah, what is Marcel playing? Is it Terrabox versus Terrabox here? Waterpond start here for... Ritz. No Owl, though. But there's Pokegear on the side for Marcel. Is this like... what? Yeah, what is this? Is it Tank? It has to be Tankascon, right? Okay, it's... Yeah, because I saw the cornerstones in hand. Jack is just Jim in that language also. What the heck? Just like... basic ass names. We got Jim. We got Matt. What did someone say another one was? Oof, Kanga. Wait, this has to be a... It's got to be a terrible matchup for Terrabox, right? How does Terrabox ever win? They just don't do enough damage, right? Or am I missing something? It is a trolley build. We see the trolley in there, but... I'm trying to like... What do you have to attack with? You have Pikachu, but it doesn't one hit. You just run out of resources. Hoopa, perhaps? Hoopa would work. Okay, Hoopa would work. But... if Marcel doesn't put more than 3 energy in play, the Hoopa won't even KO. How do you pronounce his? Is it Aurelian? It's Aurelian, right? Aurelian Soul. Oh, true. You could use a second attack. I guess the question for Aurelian here is: I don't even know if does Aurelian actually play that card, the Hoopa. We'll find out, I guess. German Penny is Kazima. How does Crispin become? How does Penny become Kazima and freaking what's it called becomes Matt? All right, so we're just going for a buddy poff in here from Aurelian and something. Maybe the Lily. There is the Lily. Okay, he's gonna go for a setup turn. Did anyone see the Hoopa? I didn't see the Hoopa. Dude, I don't see the Hoopa. Dude, how are we gonna take this Kangaskhan down, man? Are we gonna have to like spam Pikachu or something? Like, what is even the route? But Marcel also plays Penny. If you just like punch Kangaskhan with Pikachu, Marcel can be like, cool, Penny, my Kangaskhan, bench it down with an energy pass. And you're like, oh, shoot. This seems really, really bad for Aurelian. Flip 4 heads with Kangaskhan. Does Aurelian play Kangaskhan? Might have to be a Kanga off. Has area 0, so could play that before the Lily here. Is giving it some thought, it looks like. But I don't know if Marcel plays Stadiums, though. Yeah, seems tough. Best route is probably playing Control with Sob. But it doesn't sound good. What do you mean, just like sobbing the Bouffalon over and over again? The Bouffalon can just attack you, though, eventually, right? Feels not good enough. Probably Lively. Yeah, that wouldn't be a shock, right? He's putting the Pikachu in play, so I would assume we're about to get aggressive with Pikachu then. Yep, and is gonna go ahead and attach to it. But this all gets undone so quickly by a Penny. And I already see the Penny in Marcel's hand. Like, oh man. Aurelian just doesn't have enough power. Doesn't have enough firepower. Ooh, okay. No, but the Clefairy gets one hit KO'd. Turbo Energize off the top. Okay, that could set up another Kangaskhan. We already know that Hoopa's not a threat. Is that something that Marcel would think about, though, to play around? There's an Arven. Okay. Turbo Energize plus Arven. Set up a Kangaskhan. Can go for the trolley here. But I don't know how wide you actually want to go in this matchup, to be honest. Looks like he's going to go for the trolley. There's a Nest Ball in the deck, so could have gone for that instead. Could get another Bravery Charm involved on a benched Kangaskhan. It looks like that might be the go-to here. The question is, how much do we get off the trolley? I think we're going to go for another Kangaskhan for sure, right? But then Monkey Dory, maybe 2 Monkey Dories. Could grab 3 Monkey Dories. I don't think we want Latios in play as like free prize cards. Shaman. Are we actually scared of Water Pond attacking? I guess it would KO our Monkey Dory. Sure. I guess that makes sense. Does it make sense? I guess. Yeah. I mean, I guess if we bench the Monkey Dory by itself, then Aurelian would just go, okay, Water Pond, KO, Puncher active for, what, 50? KO Monkey Dory? Is that even, like, worth playing around, though? I don't know. It would also KO a Boof. Well, no, because Bouffalon takes minus 60, right? Or am I trolling? Don't you stop to make him waste pennies, then try to Pika? Maybe, but I mean, Aurelian only plays 2 boss, so I don't know how many pennies Marcel plays, or how many other mobility cards Marcel plays. But also, Marcel can just attack with the Bouffalon, right? Shaman feels weird. Yeah, the Shaman feels a little bit off. I just don't know if you're that scared of... If you're that scared of the Water Pond KO and a Monkey... But I don't hate it, I guess. Like, what else would you get instead of the Shaman, I guess would be my question, right? So maybe it is fine. Maybe it works out. Yeah, Marcel has the penny in hand ready to go. All right, Aurelian's going to go into the owl here. Take another look through here, see if we can piece together our strategy. But it kind of just feels like... just have to punch with Pikachu, I guess. Yeah, punch with Pikachu. I guess eventually Ursaluna will come online for you to use, and Ursaluna hits pretty hard. And if Marcel doesn't hit too many heads, doesn't actually get KO'd too aggressively. So if Aurelian can just get the first 3 prize cards from being aggressive with Clefairy and Pikachu, then maybe Ursaluna plus whatever else we have left at the end of the game will be enough to get through the second Kangaskhan. Another thing, yeah, because Aurelian only probably plays 2 boss and maybe like no counter catcher and maybe doesn't even play. Oh no, it does have Iron Bundle. So if we get through the first Kangaskhan, then Iron Bundle could be a way to like force up non-Kangaskhan's into the active to draw prize cards off of. So we got to get through this first Kangaskhan, I guess. Pikachu dies to Penny Monkey Dory. Yeah, but you got to do something here as Aurelian. Like, you can't just do nothing. He could Mew as well, I guess. Yeah, that's true. The Mew actually, honestly, isn't terrible. Just to hope that you hit a bunch of heads, right? All right, here we go. Grass. Oh. Oh, we're going to E-switch the Psychic off of the Ogerpon. So we're attacking with Clefairy here instead. Okay. Oh, we have second Psychic in there. I didn't see the second Psychic, but I guess sure. Why not? So we're just going to open up with Clefairy. Get a punch in there. Marcel has the Penny to respond, so we'll Penny up the Kangaskhan. Monkey Dory some damage off it to the Pikachu probably, then Penny it up. Push up the bench Kangaskhan. Ursaluna makes its way to the bench as well here for Aurelian. That seems like slightly risky because Marcel could have like Counter Stadium plus Gust up the Ursaluna. But maybe it's not that big of a deal. And yeah, here comes the punch for... I don't know, it's a lot. 240. 240, so 180. Threatening the 2-hit KO. Okay, that's the important part. Boss top deck there from Marcel. Wait, it's supposed to be more than 100 damage, right? Yeah, okay. They figured it out. Can Kangaskhan KO Pikachu if it flips heads, or will Pikachu be at 10? Pikachu's ability triggers after the attack completes first. The attack completes, check for KO, yada yada. All right, Monkey Dory the damage over, and then has the Penny, which is going to be pretty devastating. Fresh Kangaskhan gets sent up. Gonna KO this Clefairy, and then I mean, there is a Pikachu. I mean, you could just bench the other Kangaskhan here as Marcel, but just gonna punch, not gonna bench it yet. I mean, for Aurelian here, you just, oh my gosh, but no, you just punch with Pikachu, right? You punch with Pikachu. And then Ursaluna could clean up, and then maybe you can get something going from there. All right. With the, I mean, now that the damage is on the Pikachu, it gets KO'd, though. UEX E-switch time. I don't hate it. I mean, I kind of like punching with Pikachu. Wait, why do we push up the... Do we need the mobility of the Ogerpon? Maybe we did. I kind of like punching with Pikachu a little bit more. Oh, Aurelian's hand is dead. That's why. Okay, that makes sense. Would Crown Opal be a play here? No, Crown Opal doesn't work against... Colorless Pokemon can attack through Crown Opal. Mew for 1. There's a Briar. I can't imagine the Briar is... Actually, the Briar is pretty good if you can get down to like a Iron Bundle plus Briar situation with a Terapagos. I mean, you kind of have to give it up here, it feels like, for sure. But that actually wouldn't be terrible from Aurelian to play towards. Would be like... Maybe Aurelian also plays Counter Catcher. If we're playing the Briar, maybe also plays the Counter Catcher. So that if we could get through one Kangaskhan... I'm like trying to think ahead already to game 2 because it feels like this game is pretty over, to be honest. But if you get through one Kangaskhan, you play a couple boss, you do play the Counter Catcher, and you play Iron Bundle, and you play Briar. So we can KO quite a few one-prize Pokemon as Aurelian here. The thing you have to Well, honestly, even this turn, Aurelian could have... No, you got to get through one Kangaskhan, right? Okay, punching the Kangaskhan is... Yeah, okay. Punching the Kangaskhan is still probably correct here from Aurelian. I wonder if Aurelian plays an Iono. I would assume not, but... He's going in with the Crispin. So, I mean, Pikachu's going to get loaded. Wait, maybe not? Oh, maybe it's just going to attack with Terrapagos here. I saw the Crystal go down to the Pikachu, so I thought for sure, but hold up. Terrapagos punch first. Okay. Wait, no, let's just get KO'd back, though, right? We just see Monkey Door move the damage over, then KO the... Then you go into, I guess, keep the Pikachu set up on the back line. Sure, I guess this is still fine, though. I mean, yeah, I don't hate it. I mean, it's fine. Ursaluna's our follow-up after that, I guess. So we hit for 150. Oh, wait, does Ursaluna even... I mean, how much healing could happen, I guess, is the question. I'm questioning if Ursaluna can even take the knockout next turn. Is trapping a Bouffalon ever an option? How many pennies would he have to go through? Well, the problem is he can just attack with the Bouffalon pretty easily, I feel like. How's the Kanga deck handle Cornerstone? Well, Marcel plays 2 Cornerstone, so that would probably be enough. Like your own Monkey Dories plus Turbo Energize plus Cornerstone. You at least have like a fighting chance with that. There's no win condition here for Aurelian here even. Let's see, we can heal 30, so we got 120. Ursaluna can hit for 180, 300. Do we just really not KO the active with Ursaluna? Oh no, Pikachu can do 300. So Pikachu can KO this Kangaskhan. I feel like there is an out here. I feel like there is an out here for Aurelian, for sure. It's unfortunate that we lost the Briar, but just going after the Mew. Goes for the KO. That is the draw power here for Aurelian. So Aurelian might not actually be able to get the KO on the active now with this boss play from Marcel. What's the Academy good for? I assume it's just like late game protection against Iono. So you like put boss on top or pennies on top or whatever you need to win the game. Terrapagos push. Did top deck the metal? Oh, it feels so bad to have pushed Terrapagos now. You got the metal for the Pikachu attack. Do you retreat these 2 energy off your Terrapagos to attack with Pikachu now? Oh my, that feels so... I think you do though, right? And he's gonna... Yeah, you gotta get through this Kangaskhan before it heals too much, right? You gotta KO it. Wait, does it even KO it? No, it does. It does. Wait. 300. 240. Yeah, wait. Yeah. I mean, if it doesn't, that's criminal. Wait, it doesn't? 360, yeah? It's dead. Wait, did they just play like it didn't die? Charm? No, the charm doesn't matter. It has 350 HP. That's 360 damage. Like he punched. Marcel drew for turn. Well, both players thought it didn't get KO'd. I don't know. I got nothing. I got nothing. Boof? No, Boof doesn't save it. It got KO'd. The Pokemon got KO'd. Charmin Bouffalon, bro. All right, Bucks. Do the math. Do the math, and then convince me that you're correct. Do the math, Bucks. Tell me how your math makes sense. Do the math for me, or I'm banning you. Crispin wins game anyways, and I think he got Crispin off prizes. Crispin is pretty good there. But you don't know if he has that. Like, Aurelian got the play. Like, you definitely play it out from there. Charm plus Bouffalon means it's immortal. Yeah, I mean, both players thought it didn't get KO'd, obviously, because they just were playing. Marcel was like, oh, yeah. Well, it seems like at least Marcel thought it didn't get KO'd, and maybe that was enough to, like, convince Aurelian that it didn't get KO'd. Marcel was like, all right, do damage. And then Marcel was like, all right, cool, damage on my Pokemon. And it was like, you don't die? And Marcel was like, nope. And he's like, all right, I concede. Like, I feel like... But it definitely, I think Aurelian would have continued to play the game if he realized it got knocked out. Because it felt like he made the play thought he got KO'd. Oh my gosh. That doesn't KO. Kangaskhan has an effective 410 HP. You're just bad at math. You're just bad at math. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I'm just gonna be honest. You're bad at math. You're bad at math. That's it. That's all I got for you. All right. Next ball here from Marcel gets the Kangaskhan. It looks like Aurelian chose second. I don't know how I feel about that. It seems, or unless Aurelian chose second here, I guess. Did Marcel have the return KO? I think so. Yeah. Maybe Marcel. No, but he didn't even knock out the Pokemon. All right, there's a draw 2 from Kangaskhan. No energy established for Marcel is pretty big for sure. Yeah, I don't know about going second here as Aurelian. That's interesting. I'm not sure. $120 plus 240 is 360, not 410. It lives with 50 HP. So the 350 HP Pokemon had 360 damage on it. Interesting. That's interesting. Cool. All right. So we both agree on something here. All right. Cool. All right. All right. Next ball coming in from Aurelian. Looks like he's going to just grab the fan room. This was a missing piece from Aurelian on that first game. It didn't seem to like hinder him. Well, he had like a pretty slow setup. The deck can definitely be way more aggressive in this matchup. The double boof reduces 60. No. Yes, Bouffalant does reduce 60 damage that you take. How much damage was on the Kangaskhan? Kangaskhan had 360 damage on it. With Bravery Charm, Kangaskhan has 350 HP. All right, there's a switch into the Ditto. Aggressive with the Pikachu here. I don't hate it. And then it might just be a... Ooh, thinking about fourth Hoot. We only have one Noctowl in hand. So even if Aurelian attacks with Pikachu next turn, the hand might be pretty drained of resources after that. All right, there's draw 2 from Marcel. Can Marcel find Arvin? Might be off the Pokegear. We want Turbo Energize and we want Trolley to get the Bouffalant set up. All right, Arvin was found. Ooh, I don't think Aurelian checked this. Aurelian's Crystal is prize, which is a pretty big deal here for the board state that Aurelian set up. Now, it might not even matter based on Marcel's draw here, to be honest. Second Kangaskhan. This time, don't have bench space for the Shaman this time around. Also might be prize, but yeah, the Ogerpon's kind of clogging up the bench here a little bit for Marcel. Okay, hold up. I busted out the calc. You're right, but my point stands simply because he had Crispin in hand per game anyways. No, your point does not stand because it's not about what could have happened. It's about what did happen. And what happened was Aurelian attacked with Pikachu, seemingly assuming that he got the knockout. And then both players thought he didn't get the KO. And because of not getting the KO, Aurelian's conceded. Judges do something? No, there's nothing to be done. Like, it seemed pretty, like... Both players thought he didn't get the KO. It's not that big of a deal. Like, yeah, at the end of the day, it's not that big of a deal. No, neither player cheated. Both players thought the KO didn't happen. It's just like, whatever. At this point, it's just whatever. Aggressive Dark Energy to the Monkey Dory over just setting up a Kangaskhan to attack is interesting. It's Marcel's fault? I don't know. Is it... I mean, it's more Marcel's fault than Aurelian's, I guess. But it's both players' job to, like, maintain board state. It's, like, not that big of a deal. Like, I don't think Marcel should be penalized here at all. Marcel has bench space for Shaman now with the Area 0. True. That is true. The Ogerpon coming in clutch to go wide. Honestly, that could be pretty good for Marcel. We can, like, set up multiple Monkey Dories now. He kept a dead Kangaskhan active, then drew for turn. Yeah, but it's not like... It's just like a mistake that happened in a... Like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's just not that big of a deal. I don't know. Should there really... I don't know if there should really be a penalty there.
All right, bird coming in. Like you guys are, I feel like you guys are kind of out for blood in a situation where it's like, that's just kind of unfortunate that both players thought it didn't die. Like, it's just not that, I just don't think it's that serious. Y'all stressing. Is Marcel playing trade Kanga? Yes. Kangaskhan, Buffalon, some Monkey Dories. Big drama? No, there's no drama. Yo, I appreciate the gifted subs there, JCar. Always appreciate the support. Welcome both to the pack. It's both players' job to maintain board state, so you can't penalize one, not the other. No, you definitely can. If they like caught it in, if they caught it like a turn later, Marcel would get a penalty and Aurelian would get a warning. That's how penalties work in the Pokemon TCG. But like for the situation where we're at, where it seems like both players thought something happened when it didn't, it's just not that big of a deal. But let's say the game continues for 2 turns and they realize afterwards that the math was incorrect. Marcel would get a penalty and Aurelian would get a warning. But now that we're at for the point where we're at, it's just like it's not that big of a deal. It's just whatever. No ace took for Aurelian. It is prize, yeah. He did prize the crystal. Because this turn he needs to chip away the Kanga, right? I don't know. Committing everything to the Pikachu just for a penny to happen, it feels pretty bad. I don't even know if attacking with Pikachu would be the correct play at this point, to be honest. You would like commit a ton of resources that just gets completely taken away by a penny. Like Marcel doesn't even care if he doesn't attack next turn. If he just pennies, removes your play for the turn. If he was unsure, couldn't he just ask the 2 judges in his ear? Yeah, if he wanted. Yeah, he wanted to. Why grab Pikachu off of Ditto? Because he wanted the potential of the 1-hit on the Kangaskhan if the Buffalons were put into play or a Braver Charm wasn't found. Like he wanted the potential of being able to go Pikachu 1-hit KO if the Buffalons couldn't be found, but they were found. So, Fast Sniping and Boof ever a play? No, the Buffalons take reduced 60 damage from attacks. Otherwise, you could just Water Palm them as well, but you can't do that. Yu-Gi-Oh! The rule is if you accept the game state is set. So if both are okay, nothing happens. That's not how it works in Pokemon. So, yeah. It might work that way in Yu-Gi-Oh!, but that's not how it works in Pokemon. Like I said, Marcel, if they figure it out later on, Marcel would get a penalty, Aurelian would get a warning. Yu-Gi-Oh! Be like, yeah, you can just make stuff up. It looks good to me, bro. Let's rock it. See, now I want to know what the rules in MTG. Honestly, now you got me kind of curious. Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh! You can make stuff up. Pokemon holds you to the game state that the board should be based on the rules of the game. Yu-Gi-Oh! Who knows? Or not Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic. No wonder Triff keeps winning. Yeah, he literally just keeps inventing cards on the spot, and just no one's caught on that they can do that as well. MTG holds you to the board state per the rules. Makes sense. All right, so no attack this turn from Marcel, just chilling. Passes back over. The Kangaskhan's are loaded up. And Marcel could have attacked there, but yeah, I mean, why attack there as Marcel? You're not under any pressure at this point. You're just sitting up there, building up your hand. Probably wait for a boss's orders to bring up a 2 prize and start punching those. So things are looking pretty good here for Marcel. I mean, this matchup definitely seems favorable. I think there are some early game opportunities for Aurelian in this matchup to put the pressure on Marcel and make things awkward. But once again, Aurelian hasn't even attacked yet, and it's like turn 3. And it was a similar situation in game 1 as well, where Aurelian did not get off to an aggressive start. Like, all Aurelian needs to do, but was unable to, is just like attack with Terapagos turn 2. Just like start punching the Kangaskhan with an efficient attacker. And even at that point, though, if Marcel just like KOs your Terapagos back, you're still in trouble. But that's like all you need as Aurelian here. Hoopa for Kang. There's unfortunately no Hoopa for Aurelian. What's the corner pawn for? It's your win condition against like Golden Go. Oh, he's just showing him what he got off the Noctowl. I thought it was about to vessel away the boss. I'd be like, no, not like this. Honestly, someone just mentioned it in chat, but yeah, getting through the Cornerstone honestly seems pretty good, right? Just getting those 2 prize cards as soon as possible before, because like that would be a good penny target here for Marcel for sure, right? If Marcel can penny that Cornerstone out of play before it gets KO'd. And we have the boss in the hand right now for Aurelian. We have the E-Switch as well. So actually Aurelian can go boss KO Cornerstone with Terrapagos. I think, yeah, just get the prize cards, right? I like that. No bench space for Iron Bundle. But I guess there's 2 Kangaskhan anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Yep, okay. Just gonna get some prize cards. I like this from Aurelian. Punching a Kangaskhan just feels so weak. But it feels like we might have to go through I don't know. Yeah, I feel like we'll have to go through a Kangaskhan at some point, but before getting after this before it gets pennied feels correct here from Aurelian. Should Terrorbox be playing Hooper for the Kangos nowadays? It does kind of feel that way a little bit for sure. Because not even just like for this matchup, but if you go up against like the Absol deck, it's kind of the same thing, right? Like their attacker in the matchup is going to be Kangaskhan. It's like, all right, but Kangaskhan in the Absol deck is a little bit less like formidable, right? Like I'm a little bit less scared of a Kangaskhan in the Absol deck as opposed to a Kangaskhan backed up by double Bufalon. So I don't know. Maybe it would only be a tech for this matchup overly. Not that the Hoopa is like bad to potentially include, but the Hoopa feels unnecessary to beat Absol Kangaskhan. I don't think you want to tech for Kangaskhan Bufalon, right? Marcel's actually not even going to deal with the Terrapagos here. Actually, he's like scared of the Pikachu more than anything. Wants to put the pressure on the Pikachu here. Preemptively hits that. I don't hate it. This does give... But Aurelian only has so many gust effects. I was going to say, this gives a turn for Aurelian to like boss KO the Monkey Dory, but that's like just not even that good of a play anyways. Second boss being gone. Ooh, does have the Turo in hand, so it can negate the attack of Marcel. And then I guess push Terrapagos and punch, and then hope Marcel does not hit a heads on Kangaskhan. There was no coin flip on Kangaskhan's attack. True. If you punch the Pikachu hard enough, maybe you eventually get through its ability. We don't know the upper limit for sure. Like, what's the most damage anyone's ever done to a Pikachu? Do we know if we can ever get through the ability? Like, we hit for like 1,000 damage, 2,000 damage. Will eventually the Pikachu fold? Ooh, the penny has been found. That's pretty good. Although, do you need to heal this one specifically? Using penny seems fine. Terrapagos will be going down here. But that's still a pretty beefy Kangaskhan, but is going to commit the penny here. Jeez, man. This deck seems a lot scarier once the Ice Cream card comes out. Because then we don't even have to pick up our Kangaskhan's. We can just Cypher Maniac into double Ice Cream Pop and... Yikes. Thinking about benching the second Kangaskhan. But this is the moment for Aurelian to just like start swinging. Well, I don't even know if that's true. I mean, there might be something here for Aurelian. Because now there's only one Kangaskhan set up. So another penny can't come down. I don't know how Aurelian is dealing with this Kangaskhan still. Like what we're attacking with. Yeah, I'm not sure. You could punch with Clefairy, I guess. It was going for the Iron Bundle. Interesting. That is just going to prompt the... But now Penny's good from Marcel. See, I don't even know if I like this Iron Bundle play. Oh, but Marcel thinking about it. And actually, I don't see a penny in the hand there for Marcel. As Marcel here, you'd like to push up the other Kangaskhan. And then if it gets hit, you just penny it. But with no penny in hand, doesn't want to risk it trying to draw into the penny off the Kangaskhan in the top deck. So just pushes Bufalon instead. Honestly, now the question is, as Aurelian, how do you KO a Bufalon? Like, what do you want to put in the active here to deal with this thing? I think the answer is nothing. You don't really want to put anything in the active to punch a Bufalon. And with him going for Fez here, he doesn't even have bench space to... You don't want to Pikachu a Bufalon here. Like... But that's the only option. If you bench lock yourself here, your only option to KO this Bufalon is Pikachu. Sob? The thing is, like, Sob's not even a real win condition, though. Like, time will probably expire before Sob would actually win the game. Sob into Pump Monkey? I don't hate that, I guess. Sob, that's so weak, though. Yeah, Sob into the Pump the Monkey, sure, why not? But a Bravery Charm could be put on the Monkey on that following turn. Sob does no damage. I mean, it's almost a good thing, because if you do damage, you get pushed back over to your side from the Monkey Dory. It's just a stall for turn, so it can't retreat. I guess how would the Bouffalant retreat anyways? I guess air balloon, right? Sure. Yo, Aurelian just wants to draw some prize cards. He needs something for the mental. Honestly, at that point, maybe we are just playing for your future mental game, right? I'd say, all right, let's just draw some prize cards. Let's get close to winning. He's going for the Sob route here just to try and buy some time. Marcel plays Latias. Marcel does, but it's not something you want to put in play. So I think Marcel would rather just pass than put Latias in play, to be honest. All that kind of does is like give another option over to Aurelian. That also means Pump takes one. Yeah, it would only get one prize card, and then still needs to find a way to draw 3 more prize cards. All right, Sob for 0. Yeah, if you could Bravery Charm this benched Monkey Dory, that seems pretty good to me. I don't know if that is available here for Marcel, but also does get some time to build up this next Kangaskhan as well. So like, you know, is going to be able to get some value out of this time. Like Aurelian is setting up for a bigger play, but isn't drawing prize cards. And there is the Bravery Charm in the deck. Okay. First I thought Marcel didn't see it because he went past it twice. Shaman. Shaman's also an option as well. So could just bench the Shaman to protect the Monkey Dory. I think you definitely want to protect the Monkey Dory here because that's the only play for Aurelian. Oh, maybe isn't going to protect it though. Hold up. Has Nest Ball in the hand still, so definitely could go get it. Just going to pass it. Okay, Aurelian will get to Torrential Pump to KO the Monkey Dory. That's a prize card. And maybe even... Oh, we're going to go Sob further, I guess. Pikachu's getting set up. What does the monkey really do? Knocking out the monkey really do here? I mean, it draws a prize. I think the only way you win here as Aurelian is if like Marcel throws, right? So I mean, the more prize cards you draw, the less room for error Marcel has. So just draw prize cards and see what happens, I guess. I don't know. There's a Sob. I don't think there's water in the deck. Oh, we might not even be able to... Wait, where's... Oh, yeah, and the crystal's prized. Yikes. Did we prize crystal and water? That's rough. Pokegear here from Marcel. Goes for another Arvid. Monkey would be an option to take out the Pika in one turn. Yeah. I mean, I guess if we don't have water or crystal, though, we can't kill the monkey anyway. So we're still just kind of stuck here as Aurelian. I mean, the Pikachu's getting loaded. I don't see the vision of like the end game potential for Aurelian, because I don't think there is any end game potential here. But I don't know. Maybe he comes up with something. Okay. I mean, this becomes Noctowl, which gives us... Dude, there's just nothing, man. It's done. You can attack with Pikachu. You can't even attack with Pikachu currently. You have to like get an E-switch, but then you'd be attacking. There's no Gust. I think we're at a boss as well. There's no... I didn't see a boss in the deck. There's a counter catcher, but we're tied on prize cards. Is this game even winnable as Terror Box? It definitely is, but you need to be like aggressive early before the Kangaskhan deck gets too established. But both games... Aurelian did not attack turn 2, I believe. So it was pretty... Oh, I will say, I think Aurelian... I don't know. Did he mess up? I think he did mess up. I think Aurelian did mess up here by choosing second. Or choosing... Yeah, choosing second. Like, I don't understand why he chose second. Because all you do is give Marcel like an extra turn to find like the... Get like an extra energy in play. And get like maybe another Kangaskhan draw off to try and find your Trolley Turbo Energize combo to fully set up your board. But if you go first as Aurelian, you put the pressure on Marcel to have that turn before you start swinging into him. So I think it was a mistake for Aurelian to choose second. Super Rod coming out, a couple Grass Energy. And maybe Terrapagos. The build with Hoopa does much better against this. Oh, for sure, yeah. The build with Hoopa probably just wins the matchup. Might have wanted turn 1 Crispin. I mean, he'd literally have to like... I mean, it's just like super unrealistic though. I don't know. Maybe you think you have to get that lucky to win the game though. It'd have to be like turn 1 Crispin to Terrapagos to actually do anything. Oh, you can't even attack with Terrapagos first turn. No, there's no good argument to go second, I don't think. All right, here comes the Crispin. The Pikachu will get fully loaded up here. But yeah, I mean, we're currently staring down a Bouffalant. And we're definitely not winning the prize exchange. Actually, we're just going to run out of resources as Aurelian here if we go Pikachu to KO Bouffalant. So, appreciate the 18 months there, Urban Legend. Dave's Hot Chicken or Raising Canes. Dave's Hot Chicken. It's not even close. Don't agree. Going first makes sense. Can going first can't Trolley Arven Energize. I mean, that's not how it works though tonight. Like, it doesn't change the... It's not a... But, okay, what you said isn't wrong, but what... You have to think about what changes. If Kangaskhan goes first, they can draw 2 with Kangaskhan and attach and then pass. The Terra Box deck is going to do the same thing it does going second that it does going first, which is use Fan Rotom and pass. So why would you not want to minimize energy and play on the Kangaskhan side and the potential to find the Arven before the pressure starts getting put on you? Before you, what's it called? Because you can draw twice with Kangaskhan to help yourself find the Arven for your first Turbo Energized turn before you start getting punched. So going second is always just worse as Terra Box here. Because it's not about... The Kangaskhan player doesn't care that they went first and didn't get to cheat. They just do it on the next turn. Because you're doing the same thing you would do no matter what. You're like not getting ahead on the board state by going second as Terra Box. All you did was give the Kangaskhan player extra time and maybe +1 energy attachment. Which is just, yeah. It's just bad to go second in this matchup for sure as Terra Box. We're going to find a list with Hoopa. There's some lists with Hoopa at Lil. Check the Lil results in Top Cut. Does it ever make sense to get rid of the boofs first? No, it's just too slow. Marcel plays enough recovery for them as well. If you go after the boofs, you're always just losing. You just lose the prize trade because you're getting punched with the Kangaskhan while you're KOing a boof per turn. So, little Fez to snipe the bench. Fez doesn't even KO. It doesn't KO anything on the bench. Is this game cooked? This game has been cooked. The win condition in this matchup is attack turn 2 with like Terrapagos, and get enough of a prize lead that you can clean up with Boss and Iron Bundle / Briar. But Aurelian didn't attack till turn 3 like both games, and then it's like too far gone at that point. Marcel's just going to get aggressive, brings up the Pikachu. I don't even know if bringing up the Pikachu is worth it here as Marcel. I feel almost bringing up the Ogerpon with 2 energy on is just better. Are we so hesitant to punch with Ogerpon? Because it just doesn't do that much damage and then it just gets 1-hit KO'd. I do feel like Marcel should have brought up the Ogerpon there though and knocked it out, to be honest. All right, Stadium Bump coming in from Marcel with the Academy at Night, which I'm sure is going to prep a card to basically win the game on the next turn, or close to it, and puts a penny on top. Not a boss's orders, but that's pretty good still. Just going to draw 2 more prize cards, go down to 2 remaining. Yeah, I mean, it's more of the same. There's not much to say here. Not good. Terrapagos second attack resolves the game. No. Colorless Pokemon can still punch Terrapagos through its second attack. If you're stadium bumping, this makes sense since you can remove the damage Pika from play. Yeah, I mean, it makes a little bit more sense, maybe, but I feel like just you're going to win this game as Marcel because Aurelian's going to run out of threats more so than you drawing your prize cards first, right? I mean, he might just win next turn by drawing 2 prize cards, but I guess there's like no win condition anyways. There's no bad play here. There's no terrible play here from Marcel. I think bumping the stadium and then boss punching the Ogerpon is like slightly better, but I think bumping the stadium and then boss punching the Terrapagos plays around more unknowns because you're pressuring the energy and like or you maybe even remove those 2 energy from play, but it doesn't really matter one way or another, to be honest. Why aren't you hype on Empoleon with cards like Turbo Energize in the game? It's essentially Goodra. I I don't know. They're different cards. It just doesn't seem. It's just not. Yeah. Something being essentially something else doesn't change the fact that we're in a different format with different cards legal and all those other factors. I'll have to see it to believe it. The card just seems super underwhelming. And Gudra was also pretty underwhelming as well. So I don't know. Doesn't like help your case too much, to be honest, because Gudra really wasn't Gudra wasn't that good. So if it's as good as Gudra, though, I'll be happy, to be honest. Listen, I'll be happy. Aurelian had 4 prizes and could attack the only Kang with energy for a turn, then Briar the turn after. He gave Marcel too many turns with the bundle. I'd have to go back and see the situation. You definitely might be correct for sure, Slink. Yeah, Aurelian did have like a really slow start where there's not much he could have done with it. But he definitely has made some mistakes in this game for sure as well on top of that. So there definitely maybe was a better line to go. I mean, at this point, it's fully cooked, but yeah, you might be right. There might have been a better line previously. It looks like Aurelian is going to go Countercatcher to KO the Monkey Dory to not just lose next turn, but then after that, there's like no way to get any more prize cards before Marcel would, basically. Oh, we're going to go after our Bouffalon here. Interesting. Wait, does that even make sense? Oh, hold on, hold on. Countercatcher Briar for 2. Have I spoke too soon? Boss's prize here for Aurelian. And it was pulled off the prize cards. Dude, I was checked out of this one. Oh, there's Ursaluna for game. But for a second there, Aurelian was... there was like a possibility for Aurelian. Yeah, I was coming around a little bit. I didn't realize Marcel played Blood Moon, though. So yeah, had the guaranteed win on the next turn. There was a hope for a second. Yeah, I was fully checked out of that game. I was like, well, this is like so far gone. It's just over. But see, if we had just had like a couple, like the Briar Countercatcher combo did come up for Aurelian at the end. If Aurelian was able to just draw like a couple more prize cards a little bit sooner, and I think there maybe is enough in the deck to win the matchup, but you need to be aggressive as Aurelian. Not that he could have been more aggressive. Like, you just need to hope to draw more aggressive lines. Punch with Terrapagos turn 2. Just put the pressure on. It should be 9 rounds crazed to today. Lose because didn't check prizes. Yeah, if Aurelian had realized that Crystal wasn't there, then instead of going with Pikachu, could have gone with Terrapagos earlier on, right? Definitely could have gone that route for sure. Yeah. The Crystal, I mean, the Pikachu makes sense if you have access to Crystal, or if you could have pulled off like the E-Switch combo turn 2. Maybe there's like some potential for it, but... Marcel never used Area Zero, even when he had Cornerstone or on the bench. Funny how some players never realize they can use it at all. It comes up, it does come up pretty often. I mean, it's like a hard thing to adjust to, I think, for sure. Maybe I'm just making excuses for myself, but a lot of other people make the mistake as well, so it's not just me. I can tell you that much for sure. Also benching Wellspring without realizing water prized water. Well, he did. I don't know if that's a mistake though, Oliver, because he did like use Sob to buy time, right? So like, whether or not he should have used Sob would be the question. But like his intent, we can't tell for sure that he didn't know that water was prized, right? Because for all we know, his intent was just to buy time, right? This is why I'm so sad. Finished second at my challenge last night by 1%. Last round I won while being paired up versus the last XO, and he still won the challenge because my opponent all lost. In tier last round, not a single win. That is unfortunate for sure, Magic. It's all right though. Only do so much. Hopefully next time it goes your way. Honestly, that does beg the question. I think someone brought this up like last watch party, like head-to-head record should come before opponent's win percentage, right? Oh, well, no, I guess that's not true for, like, top cut. But in, like, that situations, well, if you're 4-1, if there's only 2 4-1s. No, you can't, like, do a full head-to-head record, right? Because if there's 3 4-1s or 4 4-1s. I guess head-to-head record can't always solve. Because if there's a bunch of X of the same record, then it doesn't really work. Isn't it better just to bench Clefairy than the Water Pawn? Just to prevent the threat to Kangaskhan? Just to prevent Clefairy, they and the Water Pawn, just to prevent the threat to Kangaskhan. I'm not sure what situation you're talking about there, Hector. I wish it did, but it was a win percentage that made him win. Yeah, but the win percentage, it has to be win percentage, though, because based on, like, the potential for... If there's only 2 people who are of the record, then head-to-head would make sense, but, like... If there's, like, 4 or 5, then it has to be... It can't be head-to-head, right? Or maybe there would be a way to make it be head-to-head? No, it's not... It doesn't work. It couldn't work. It should be head-to-head. It should go, like, opponent's win percentage. And if you're tied on opponent's win percentage, then maybe it should go to a head-to-head. And then... Or something like that, I guess I could see. Well, did you even get some rest? I got a little bit. I actually didn't sleep that well. I, like, woke up after only a couple hours. I don't know why, though.
Marcel, congratulations. How are you feeling after that?
Hi, ich fühle mich sehr gut, war aber auch echt nervös vor dem Spiel.
So he said that he's feeling really good, but he's also feeling very nervous about being on stream and playing in front of so many people.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time on stream, so hopefully it's been a really fun experience. I mean, it's great to win as well. Just tell me a little bit about your matchup. How did you feel going into Terrorbox?
Terrorbox ist tatsächlich sehr favored für uns. Also ich kann das fast gar nicht verlieren eigentlich. Die haben nicht, wenn die nicht dagegen Tech-Karten spielen, gewinnen wir das sehr einfach eigentlich.
Okay, so he's saying that against Terrorbox, he's feeling really comfortable with his deck choice. And yeah, so if they don't play any fancy tech cards, he will probably have a good time against it.
Yeah, we saw it on the stream that it was very dominating with the Bouffalon and the curly wall ability. So it looked very, very easy almost. But I mean, this is, like you said, first time on stream, first time sort of being in this kind of environment. How are you feeling? How long have you been playing Pokemon, actually?
Ich spiele jetzt 1 Jahr ungefähr, seit der Dortmund Regional letztes Jahr, so in dem Dreh.
Okay, so he's playing for about 1 year, starting playing at the Dortmund Regional last year. So already made it on stage and he's really glad about it.
Yeah, and in fantastic position that you've got 5 wins, 1 tie. That means you are already qualified for phase 2. I mean, it's a great testament to anyone new who's just like starting to play the game. It's like a good example of you being able to play. So it's really amazing. It's just great to have you on stream. And I wish you all the best. We just wanted to have a quick catch up. Congratulations. Go enjoy the rest of it and good luck for your rest of your matches as well. Thank you very much for showcasing your deck on stream.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And yeah, that's it.
Wow.
We think it's best to change the rules where time is called. You do your +1 turn if you can't win. It's based on prize cards, so there's no stalling out someone in game 2. I think it would be fine, but it should only apply to game 3. Like if you're up 1-0 and game 2 doesn't finish, then you just win. But if you're in game 3, then it would come down to time +1, and then time +1, and if someone's ahead on prize cards, they win. If it's tied on prize cards, then it's a tie. But it shouldn't apply to game 2. Yeah, it shouldn't apply to game 2. It should only apply to game 3. At my locals on Monday, 2 guys that made a bet on who would do better had the same record, same opponent's win percentage, and the same opponent's win percentage. So one guy lost because his name was later in the alphabet. No, it's not actually. It's random now. I'm pretty sure, TJ. It's not. It used to be alphabetical, but now it's random. So one guy actually got unlucky. Are you going to be casting any more regionals, Azul? You have to wait and see. Oh, yes, please bring in the prize card lead. I hate tying while being ahead 2 to 6 in prizes. Yeah, bringing back the prize lead thing would be fine, I think, but it should only happen in game 3. I don't think it should happen in game 2, personally. Yeah, because I think you want... I don't think it's a bad thing for decks that are effective 1-0 decks to exist. Like, I don't think it's a bad thing in the PokemonTCG competitive format, tournament format, for like some decks to exist that like take 40-minute game 1s. Like, I think that's fine. I think it's like fine to exist. Like that, those style of archetypes to exist in the game. I don't think it's a big deal. Like when you sit down, they flip over their active, you both realize, okay, it's going to be a 1-game series 90% of the time. And you strap in for a 1-game series. So I don't think that's like a terrible thing to exist. Is Zard Jelly good as a deck? I mean, I'm inclined to say no, but having never played any games with it, you might be onto something. Possibly. Game 1s are fine if they have dynamic gameplay. I mean, it doesn't necessarily even have to have dynamic gameplay. I mean, if a game goes 40 minutes, there's probably something dynamic going on, right? Something is being dynamicized. Prize lead also sucks for decks like Dragapult who go for 4 or 6 prize turns. It does suck, but it might be a necessary evil eventually at some point in the game. Type situation. You prefer it to not exist, right? But I can understand the reason for it needing to exist. So I'm playing in a TPC region. How important is it to play for time in TPCI region? It's not that important at all. Ideally, you want to be able to play all 3 games of a PokemonTCG set. Like, if you could just like sit down and be like, oh, we could always have time for all 3 games, that's like ideal. It's just not realistic. You preferred tech in Zoro, Hoopa, Mega Absol, or Okidogi? Mega Absol is the preferred one to want to play, but the other ones could be the better choice based on the metagame. How do you deal with player stalls in game 2? I went against a Flareon and scoop game 1, then Sob stall me the entire game for game 2, wasting 30 minutes. I mean, you can't do anything about that. They're making actions. It's one thing if they're slow playing, like looking at their hand, waiting 15 seconds, looking at your discard pile, waiting 15 seconds. But if they're sitting there and sobbing you, there's nothing you can do about it. You just lose. How about you get rid of the time limit? Yeah, let's do untimed tournaments for all Swiss rounds. I'm in. I think people just dislike playing versus control strategies, and those tend to be 40-minute game 1 decks. Yeah, I mean, overall, I mean, it's definitely less fun for newer players, for sure. I agree. I don't disagree, yeah. I don't think that should, like, completely alter how the game is played, obviously. Untimed tournaments, best of 7? Best of 7's cool, but what about best of 9? Just give it some thought, you know. We'll talk about it later. We'll reconvene. Give it a thought. We can make it happen, though, if we need to. Do you think Top Cut should be allowed to play out the best of 3? No, they should get 75 minutes and play their 75 minutes. If you can't finish a PokemonTCG best out of 3 in 75 minutes, I got nothing for you. Why do you think Dango does so poorly at regionals? Right now, the deck is just kind of mid, and good players don't play it. That's it. Yeah, the deck's like fine, and good players don't play it. People tend to differentiate between slow play and stall strategies. Yeah. People need to differentiate. Yeah, realizing the difference between stall and slow play is really important to know. If your opponent is sobbing you, they're not like, there's nothing to do about that. Like they're legally bodying you. If they're slow playing, then you should ask them to play faster or get a judge involved. But if you allowed yourself to get sob locked, that's just kind of on you. I mean, it might also not be on you, but it's also like a situation where it's like, I mean, that's just, they're not cheating, so. Last to leave win. Yeah, let's just turn Pokemon Regional Championships into a Mr. Beast video. What's up, guys? We're here at the Milwaukee Regional Championships. I have 2,000 Pokemon TCG competitors behind me. And you might be thinking that their strategies in the Pokemon TCG game are going to decide the winner of the tournament, but that's actually not right. They're going to sit and play games of Pokemon, and the last person to leave the venue will be walking out the winner. Is everybody ready? That's what we're going to do moving forward. Eventually, that's what it'll become. Let me explain better. Shuffling 10 times, contemplating what to do, and says I can't do anything, I'll sob you. Okay, sure. That's slow playing. And what you should do is be like, hey, you're not playing fast enough. You need to play faster. And if they don't, then you call a judge over and be like, my opponent is illegally slow playing me. Then if they are, then hopefully the judge appropriately assesses the situation and penalizes them. So could you explain what opponents' win percentage is? I know what opponents' win percentage is, but how good your opponents have been doing. But what is the opponent's win percentage? It's your opponent's win percentage. It's literally, so there's your opponents and their wins and losses, and then your opponents also have wins and losses, and it's just that win percentage. It rarely ever comes up. It's like the whatever third tiebreaker, but it is just that. It's used as a secondary tiebreaker past opponent's win percentage. It comes up like once every 20 tournaments or something like that. It almost never matters. No, maybe matters a little bit more than that, but it basically almost never matters. As well as my locals is plagued with Dragapults. I find no space to add a Psyduck. Wait. But to take one Cybermaniac out of 2, I have. I'm using Golden Go Trolley. Also, what's your opinion on Erica's Hospitality in this list to play around Cornerstone? I mean, it depends what kind of Cornerstone deck it is. If it's the Mega deck, then it's pretty good. If it's not the Mega deck, then Mega Mawile is probably the better choice, but it depends on what the Cornerstone deck is. If it's the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan with Cornerstone, then Erica's Invitation is pretty good. Mega Mawile is also pretty good. And if you're really struggling that much against Dragapult, you can play the Psyduck, but I think that's like a fine matchup. So I would say you should I would just work on getting better at playing the matchup personally, because you shouldn't need to tech for Dragapult with the deck. I mean, if the Dragapult count is high enough, actually, I do take that back. If you said your locals is plagued with Dragapult, even if the matchup is fine, if there's enough Dragapults, playing the Psyduck is fine as well, to be honest, because you are trying to maximize your win percentage. So what do you think is slow playing? Taking 2 to 3 minutes per turn? I mean, time per turn isn't indicative of slow play. It's not even time per action. It's like time per action and intent. Because you could be taking, like, player A could be taking X amount of time per action, and it could be completely legal and fine. And player B could be taking X amount of time per action, and it could be slow playing and illegal. Like, it's a combination of time per action and intent. It's not just how much time it is. And yeah, putting like someone could play a 5-minute turn and it be completely fine and legal. Like, it just depends on how many actions they're taking and what the actions are. But two people could play pretty similar turns, but one could be an illegal turn and one could be a legal turn. So it's not, I mean, it's not super cut and dry, but that's what the judges are there for, and that's why you should get a judge involved. So how much is optimal to bring to a major? 42. Did you control a Terra box for a cup tomorrow? I mean, Pidgey Control sounds pretty sick to play. Like, if I was going to a cup tomorrow, I'd play Pidgey Control. Terra box is probably the better choice, though. Erica is also good for the mirror to pull a Genesect or Fez from their hand to get 2 prize cards when they're playing a 1 prize board. I mean, it's hard for you to find your Erica and then for them to have that in their hand. I mean, it can happen, but it's pretty unlikely, right? If Klefki somehow becomes super popular in Nordex, is it worth putting Golduck as well? If Nor becomes super popular Index, is it worth putting Golduck as well? I don't know. If Pulse started playing Klefki, yeah, maybe. I could see it. but it still might not be worth it. I'd have to actually like test the matchup without duck and then with the duck, and then from there add the side duck. Like if the side duck feels like it's enough, then no. Like yeah, it just depends. That's where you'd have to like play the matchups. Like if Pulse started playing Klefki, Golduck would be better to play, but I don't know if it'd be worth playing. I have to like test the matchup. That's the things where like the tech cards get so nuanced that you have to sit down and grind some games of the matchup. It's not as simple as just like, oh, Dusknoir's in 50% of the decks, I'm playing Psyduck. It's like Dusknoir's in 50% of the decks and 40% of them play Klefki. It's like, okay, do we get Golduck involved at that point? Gotta grind some matchups, play some games. I don't know how like valuable it'd be worth including. Also like finding the cards like you have to find the Golduck, right? As well. All right. Before we get into the next round, though, let's take a look at the standings here. How many 6-0s do we got? 7. Michael Thomas, Christian, Gabriel. Bro, somebody stop this kid, bro. Yo. Soda with the 6-0. Hermione 6-0. Max Robert 6-0. Bert and Kai both 6-0 as well. I don't know if Bert was at Lil. Kai was, though. Kai made cut last week. Vinny, 501. I feel like Vinny's been pretty quiet lately, to be honest, in terms of results. Unless I'm forgetting one. He's kind of due for a cut, I feel like. Can Europe recover from letting Soda go 6-0? I don't think so. Is Gabriel the best player in the world right now? I mean, it's like between him and Aban, I think, right? Yeah, if we're doing like the right now discussion, it's between him and Aban, I think. I'd also maybe put, yeah, it's like between him and Aban. I'd like be inclined to put Alberto in the mix because Alberto's played in one tournament so far. And he made finals, so he's pretty consistent. Piper. Oh, Piper's a good shout as well. All right, so maybe like Aban, Piper, and... Piper and Gabriel, sure. Gabriel's playing Zorak right now. Actually, is Alberto even at this one? He's not at the top, so it makes me... Why am I like struggling? That's how you spell Alberto, right? I'm not trolling. Or is it Alberto? Maybe he's not. Appreciate the 4-7 months there, Mitch. He's 2-1-3. Wait, no way. Oh wait, he is, bro. He's 1-2-3 3 ties. No, dude, Alberto was my pick to make cut. 3 ties. He's just exhausted from Lil, man. I get it. I get it. He's tired from Lil. Makes sense. Had to play a lot of games over there. Wait, can Alberto still make phase 2? He wins the next 2. He's 4-1-3. No, I don't think he can. What is he playing? Poltnor? Almost assuredly, yeah. I can't imagine he would switch. Or maybe after his strong finish, he wanted to like, he's like, all right, I got one good finish. Maybe he did switch it up to something else. I doubt it though. He's probably almost definitely playing Poltnor. What's your take on having league event on PokemonTCG Live to be able to acquire crew points for those who can't make it to league event? I don't really have a take. Not something I've ever thought about. Three ties equals 2 losses in 3 games, right? So he's basically 2-3. What was his record? 1, 2, 3. 2-1-3. Although he has more points than 2 and 3, he's got 9 points. He's basically 3 and... Well, no, that wouldn't make any sense either. Oh, my bad, I'm yapping. Yeah, you're definitely yapping for sure. I meant 3 and 3. Oh yeah, sure. He's basically 3-3. Yeah, so he's out of cut. Yeah. All right. Yeah. He is 2-3. Yeah, but Leafeon's just trying to like simplify it. He's 2-3, but simplified it's 3-3. Tor has the same record as his mom. Please let them pair and be on stream. That would be a crazy pairing for sure. I've never been to a regional. Do they give you the sleeves and dice to avoid marked cards and tricked dice? No, you have to bring your own sleeves and dice. I mean, sometimes like some of the entry swag you get has dice, or not dice, has sleeves. Actually, sometimes it does have a die. But no, you're supposed to bring your own dice and your own sleeves. I feel like Mega Lucario is better than the meta is showing. Any good players on it today? No. The Mega Lucario is like pretty good, I think, but it's a terrible play right now. It's a terrible play. Oh. Dude, what? Wait, what are we looking at? Oh, this is juniors. Wait, have they shown Masters and I just missed it? All right, well, if y'all want to see juniors, hold up. I feel like they always show us Masters before they show us juniors. Maybe they're going to show us Masters here as well. Finally, a real representation of the meta. Yeah, Sarah Ledge on top, baby. Let's go. They did already? Did they? I swear they didn't. When did they show it? Do you remember? Like, what round around they showed it? Did they show it at the beginning of the cast? Five minutes ago or so? Dude, am I just not paying attention? Oh, they showed it here. They didn't do it with the big... That's why I didn't, like, notice. Because they didn't do it with, like, the big thing. Okay, so... Dragapult, number 1. Golden Go, number 2. Guardy fell down all the way to 10%? Well, I guess Guardy Jelly is not represented here. Yeah, Guardy Jelly is not represented. Grim, 8. Cerulege, 7. Charizard, 5. So, yeah, nothing crazy. Why do you think we don't see more Lucario? Is the card not good? The card is, like, fine, but you have a terrible Guardy matchup. Like, an unwinnable Gardevoir matchup. So it's like, you could play a fine deck that has an unwinnable Gardevoir matchup, or you could play a fine deck that has a fine Gardevoir matchup. And Guardy's like a pretty big deal in the current metagame, so. What's interesting in Phase 1 and Phase 2? Is it like Day 1 and Day 2? Basically, but they sometimes play a round of Phase 2 on Day 1. It's just the point where they, like, slim down the tournament. Like, you need to achieve a certain record to get from Phase 1 to Phase 2, and then you need to get a certain record to get from Phase 2 to Top Cut. But Phase 2 happens after 8 rounds, so they just, like, slim down the tournament, but then they play a round of Phase 2 on Day 1, basically. Where did Iron Hands go? Surely he'd just love munching on most of these decks. I mean, it's not very good against Golden Go or what's called, right? Well, that's not true. You can beat Golden Go. Your Pulp matchup is fine. Your Guardy matchup is unfavored. Yeah, honestly, the Iron Hands decks just aren't that good right now. Unfavored against Guardy. Unfavored against... Maybe you're 50-50 against Pulp, but it feels like it's unfavored. How do you calculate the amount of points you need? From Phase 1 to Phase 2, it's just X2-1. So, however many rounds you need... However many rounds are in Phase 1, the most amount of losses and tie... The most amount of losses you can... You have to have equal to or greater than X2-1 in points. Which is wins, losses, ties. So, it can be 8 rounds, it can be 9 rounds. And then for Top Cut, it just kind of varies depending on how the tournament plays out. There's no, like... hard set number that you need to achieve to get from Phase 2 to Top Cut. But usually anything worse than X21 always anything worse than X21 almost always whiffs, like 99% of the time, if not 100% of the time. And sometimes X21 isn't good enough to make top cut, but usually X21 will be good enough to make top cut. So X21 is kind of like the hard cutoff for each phase most of the time, but not all the time. What was your least favorite episode on Uncommon Energy on building a deck? I have no clue. I don't remember. I mean, they're all pretty fun. Yeah. I mean, I don't dislike any of them, so nothing stands out to me. They played just 7 rounds in day 1 in Australia. No, I just don't think it's updated. I think they played 8 rounds in day 1. Well, actually, I don't even know for sure. It actually maybe was only 7. I'm actually not sure. I thought it was 8 and they didn't update it. No, I think it was 8 because I thought I saw people tweeting that they completed 8 rounds. Like, I'm pretty sure Keon tweeted that he's 5-1-2 or something like that. But on Limitless, it says he's 5-0-2. So they still might be playing. No, they are not playing. They're not playing anymore in Australia. They'll be playing again soon, though. Or maybe not too soon. A couple hours from now. A few hours from now. Midnight tournament in Brisbane. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if you go to Limitless Labs right now, they just didn't. The last round is just not updated on RK9. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure they played 8 rounds though. I could be incorrect, but yeah. I really want to know what Danklin is playing. He's playing Zorak Crustle, I believe. My experience with Joltik Dango versus Polt / Guardy matchup is based on the coin flip. Player going second pretty much wins. Not correct. No, they're just. I mean, no, they're favored against you, so it's not a 50-50. They beat you more often going first than you beat them. Do you and Chip ever think to release the new player mistakes episode for non-subscribers? No. It's not that in depth on stuff. It's just answering a question on a new player situation. But yeah, no, the member only episodes are member only episodes. But it's not a super in depth members only episode on that topic specifically. Are you gonna go to a Phantasmal Flames pre-release? No, I will not be. Well, I say that, but I've said that before and then went to one. But no, probably not. Have you seen Tim's list of Crustle Zorak? I have not. No. No, I can't imagine it's that much different than other builds I've seen in the past, but I could be wrong. Wait, is Tim Franklin Tim Danklin? No. If Tim Franklin was Tim Danklin, then Tim Franklin would be Tim Franklin, right? I don't think that makes sense. All right, here we go. Francesco versus Robin Schultz. Oh, I didn't recognize Robin without the beard. Limitless guy? That's the Limitless guy right there. World champ. Tim Franklin is a different person from Danklin? Something like that, for sure. But he actually plays the game? Apparently he does. John Limitless on my screen? John Limitless? Oh wait, have I even been... Where are the predictions at for this one? Did I have a prediction for the last freaking... I did. What was the prediction for? I didn't pay it out. Dude, I'm just gonna cancel this prediction because I don't remember. Delete return points. That's fine though. New prediction up. Is that a Genesect? That's a Genesect, right? Alright, so Francesco. Rigged? No, I'll get it right this time. It's not rigged. It's calculated. Dark Energy, so maybe ESP Dango? It might be ESP Dango here from Robin. Waterpawn searched out here aggressively. Waterpawn's lining up into the Genesect here, though. The Waterpawn feels like it's a lot weaker. But I guess if he plays Iron Bundle... Oh, when he does play the Iron Bundle, I see it in the hand there. Okay, so that will solve his Genesect problem here on the next turn. I wonder if Robin makes that prediction and then plays around it potentially. I see a Tool Scrapper in the hand there for Robin, so... Very much teching for... Guardy. And yeah, I think it probably is ESP Guardy or ESP Genesect here. ESP something. Golden Go. Excuse me. ESP Dango taking an auto loss to Rocks Dango sounds sketchy. I don't know, that deck's like not that popular, and it's also like not a deck you have to beat, right? Like if you lose the mirror, if you're unfavored in the mirror, it's like, all right, it's fine. It is a high percentage, like it's 10% of the meta, but like it's not going to be a successful deck, so you only have to worry about it for so long. Is it the Togekiss build? Let's see. Confirmed ESP. I didn't see Togekiss. I can't tell for sure. I'm about to get the whole gimme squad. Does he not have a tech for Cornerstone though? Is he? Well, I guess he's maybe on the prediction train of the Absol players aren't going to play Cornerstone. I guess that's not a terrible prediction though. Some of them might have put Cornerstone back in this weekend, but probably not all of them. All right, there we go. Give me all the ghouls. The whole squad is here. But Francisco does have a pretty good play next turn. Does have Iron Bundle plus Water Pawn. He's going to be able to get a 2-prize turn. Unless Robin has like second Genesect or Fez to put on the bench here. We'll see. Nope. Nothing else to work with. All right. So this is going to give Francisco's definitely going to get the first 2-prize knockout. Or 2-prize turn, excuse me. And then from there, you just need to put together a couple... yeah, there's the bundle. I guess Francisco could have got there with an E-Switch combo as well, but the bundle is like so convenient for Francisco. Needs way less resources committed to the turn to get the play. Well, hang on. You lose the... Hold up. If you do this, though, you don't have Crystal for Pikachu, though, right? So is this even that bad of a spot for Robin? Because we whiffed the turn 1 energy attachment here from Francisco. Now we don't have Crystal for Pikachu. Like, I feel like this is not a terrible situation. Like, it's gonna... Like, this game is almost now 100% just gonna come down to how Francisco draws, it almost feels like, which is... I mean, that's kind of the way Golden Go matchups goes, though, to be honest. Like, Golden Go is the one that kind of puts the games in those situations. There could be, like, a potential for some sob plays later on, I guess, though. I think Robin is chilling. Yeah, it doesn't seem terrible. Like, Francisco needs a lot over the next 2 turns. If Francisco plays Ursaluna, then, like, all you need is, like, 1 Pikachu hit into Ursaluna KO Genesect. If Robin can't find Turo. Definitely plays Turo, but does need to find them, potentially. Just trap Genesect and build a Pika. It's just not reliable. Robin probably plays 2 Turo. So if you go for the stop play next turn and then Robin just has it, you just kind of lose. You don't want to risk that. For sure. Robin is on Mawile. Oh, did you see it? I didn't see it. All right, Genesect's in. There's a Cypher Maniac in hand. But we're probably just going to start with the... Oh, it does have... Actually, Artisan's pretty good here as well for Robin. There's the Mega Mawile, yeah. Pretty chill dude. Cypher combo. I assume we're going to see ESP plus Night Stretcher because we probably need a Gimme Ghoul. Oh, it looks like maybe Super Rod, actually. Yep, Super Rod, recover double gimme. You don't want to put... I mean, you could put both in play right now. You can't... I don't think he can, though. He has an Artisan, so he can get one of them. He's also playing Lavencia Double Lightning. Might just be one Turo. So the Sob play is possible. Like, if you'd go for the Sob, there isn't like a ridiculous amount of outs, but... Francisco does have an Owl in hand, yes. But a single Owl, I don't think is enough to pull together a combo to take a 2-prize turn. I feel like Francisco just loses here now. I'm kind of with you, to be honest. Like, yeah, Robin's going to bump the stadium. Wait, why did this Area 0 even get played from Francisco? We didn't even utilize it. We didn't even get to go wide. Now we're gonna have one bench space to work with. No Fez. No Mute. Yeah, when did this Area 0 hit the field? Bundle? Area for bundle? I'd have to go back and look at that turn, to be honest, because I feel like that almost like shouldn't have happened, right? Or like, why is the Grass Ogre Pawn on our bench? So he like misplayed by benching the Grass Ogre Pawn then, right? Because why would that be? Why should that be on our that shouldn't be on our bench, right? The force, like, we don't want to have to put Area 0 into play here, right? Yeah, okay. So he did misplay. He did misplay, but it wasn't putting the Area 0 in play. It was putting the Ogre Pawn in play that then had to force the Area 0 into play. Okay, here's the 5 for the KO from Robin. Goodbye, Water Pawn. And yeah, Francisco from here, theoretically, with Ursaluna, could just chain back-to-back 2-prize KOs. Pikachu knockout. Also, Francisco could just leave a 1-prizer in the active for the turn and hope Robin doesn't have boss. That is also another play here from Francisco. That could work out. And if Robin doesn't have boss KO 2-prizer, then Francisco can regain the lead in the prize exchange. I am pretty curious. Oh, there is Ursaluna in there, so does play the Ursaluna. Of course, Robin does have Turo in hand. Robin can Turo the Genesect out of play. And Robin could actually do the same play that Francisco could do. And Robin could remove or could leave a 1-prizer in the active to force Francisco to have a Gust to get a 2-prize knockout on the next turn. So the play from Francisco here could just be to start to load up Pikachu and just leave Phantom in the active and pass. And then next turn, go for a Pikachu knockout. And then try and follow that up with a Ursaluna KO, Genesect KO. But Robin in that time could get the Genesect out of play and could also retreat to his own Gimmighoul and pass while he tries to draw into a boss. The first question will be like, can Francisco get into that Pikachu knockout? We do see the Nest Ball, we do see the Crispin coming off of the Noctowl. And the Pikachu is being grabbed. The hand does not look like it has the play. So it looks like Francisco's going to be setting up for this over 2 turns. But if you don't have the play, isn't getting Fez established here just like a little bit better then? I don't know. I wonder if he's playing a way to load up the Maw like E-Switch, or if it's just a slow loader. Yeah, I don't know. He's going to cycle with the Grass Pawn here. There's an Ultra Ball in the hand for the next turn for another Noctowl, I guess. Actually, oh, he can just go all in this turn. Dude, that's so much. My goodness. So we have to get Vessel. Is that a Jamming Tower? Dude, just discard the Jamming Tower, right? Oh, no, I guess Terrapagos is kind of useless. Well, no, discard. Yeah, now you discard Jamming Tower, right? You want boss switch. Get rid of a boss? So we have to go Vessel, E-Switch. I see both the cards. And then I guess we can attack with Pikachu this turn. As long as we didn't prize the Lightning Energy. And then, I mean, we don't have... Oh, wait, discarding Boss there is like worse than I thought, right? Because that's one of the cards we need to use Ursaluna next turn to KO Genesect. So now we're leaving ourselves with like no good cards in the hand. And getting rid of one of our pieces that gets us a win condition to... Oh, I guess we had to play the Vessel anyway, so maybe it doesn't work out. Sure. So I guess we have to play Vessel anyway, so maybe... But couldn't we just get rid of that Super Rod instead, though? As he moving the Rotom? He's got a Switch in hand. Okay, so I guess we still have to discard for Vessel anyways, but couldn't we have... I feel like we could have... discarded the Super Rod. Super Rod seems pretty low value here. I don't know. I guess that, like, but Super Rod allows us to Pikachu back-to-back turns, though. Okay, sure. Maybe the boss still gets discarded, actually. Well, without access... No, the more... I feel like we should try to keep the Noctowl run. I don't know. Is passing ever good here? Passing would have been a fine play from Francisco for sure. Like, this feels super all-in without, like, any guaranteed payoff. Things are a little bit awkward for Robin, though, of course, because now that the Pikachu's in the active... Robin can't, like, effectively one-hit KO Pikachu unless he plays. He does play... I assume he plays Monkey Dory Dark. Maybe he doesn't. But if he doesn't play, like, Team Rocket's Venture Bomb, then he has no way to, like, effectively one-hit KO Pikachu. So he might just have to punch into the Pikachu and then... two-hit KO it, which gives Francisco +1 turn to play the game, basically. Monkey and Dark are prized. Okay, so he does play the monkey. But even on top of that, he would also have to, like, play, like, a Team Rocket's Venture Bomb or something like that, which he probably does not play. Or I would assume he doesn't play. But he could, I guess. Robin could leave a Gimme Ghoul in the active, I guess, this turn, if he really wanted to. Francisco is playing Crystal. Sparkling Crystal. This turn from Robin, you also could Turo the Genesect out of play and punch the Pikachu, to be honest. It looks like he was considering playing Arven instead, though, which is interesting. What card are we grabbing? What is so important to grab here? Superior Air Balloon? Interesting. He has Counter Catcher and Arven. Does he have Counter Catcher in the hand right now? Maybe just gonna go chase the... Oh, he does have Counter Catcher. Okay, I guess his play is fine. Well, no, but he could have gone... Oh, he didn't have the energy. I was like, couldn't he have gone Counter Catcher Turo? But I guess he was short in energy to... 2, 3, 4. He was short in energy to take the KO. Okay, sure. Oh, no, he's just punching Pikachu here. Okay, this is fine then. Okay, this is fine, yeah. All right, sure. So I guess we're going to Turo next turn here. I believe we should have a little bit more damage. Okay, yeah. There we go. Okay, there was a top deck. Oh, but the bench is clogged. The bench is clogged. You have to cycle with the Ogre Pawn. And no Owls to find in Area 0 either here for Francisco. I was going to say, we have Ultra Ball. We could get Mew into play. Just draw some cards off that. But nope, bench is clogged. Things are actually looking pretty good here for Robin. Robin's going to be able to go KO Pikachu. Next turn, plus Turo up the Genesect. Get that out of play. Yeah. Why discard 4 and not 3? Maybe in case Francisco... I guess you want to, like, represent the threat of Monkey Dory, maybe? To prevent Francisco from, like, punching you with Fan Rotom or something? I don't know. Actually, yeah, you don't want Francisco to punch you with Fan Rotom here, right? Because then that sets up so the Golden Go actually gets KO'd by Ursaluna. You don't want to give Francisco an out to, like, an Ursaluna KO on something else. So by putting the damage on the Pikachu, you represent the threat of Monkey Dory, which maybe causes Francisco to not attack with Fan Rotom. But honestly, I think that's Francisco's only play, I think, is attacking the active with Fan Rotom. But no, he's going to go attach pass. And now maybe there's... I think, okay, there is a possibility for Francisco to set up Pikachu again and actually KO a Golden Go. It's just really unlikely. So the Ogre Bench was bad. The Ogre Bench initially was bad. It being on the bench at this point isn't terrible, but Francisco benching on the first turn of the game, which then forced him to have to play the Area 0 to be able to get the Iron Bundle onto the bench, which was a really good play. Made it so that Robin could counter the Area 0, and then now Francisco's been bench locked ever since. Vessel from Robin, discarding the Mega Mawile, grabbing nothing. Does Terrabox run Cape? Terrabox runs Sparkling Crystal. The deck doesn't function without Sparkling Crystal. Alright, first draw 2. Why not E-Switch Retreat Punch with Rotom? He may be thinking about trying to like set up for like a follow-up Pikachu play, like trying to have that available, which is more likely if you have that, keep the energy in play. But now Ursaluna isn't an out to win the game, so I mean, I think discarding the boss from Francisco is a mistake. Punching with Fanordum here would have been pretty good. A reason to not punch with Fanordum, though, is that you give Robin damage to utilize with Monkey Dory, which is something you don't want to do. Retreat into one more Golden Go here for Robin to draw 2 more cards. Yeah, you don't want to punch with Fanordum here to stop the Monkey Dory play, but honestly, as Francisco here, you're in such a bad spot and you just lose to a Turo that it feels like you should probably just punch with the Fanordum and hope Robin can't Monkey Dory you. Oh, actually, is this the chat on screen just dead? Oh. What the heck? Chairbox plays like 1 Iono usually. Oh, wait, we just did it Turo? All right. I guess he's... Wait, is that even make any sense, though, from Robin? I feel like that doesn't make sense. So he's playing... He's like, there's a higher chance. What do you put on the top of his deck? Did he just grab 2 cards to guarantee win next turn, basically? So he's playing around Iono more heavily than he's playing around Ursaluna Boss? I feel like the plays are almost just as likely, but if you get Iono, you can still draw the Boss KO. But if Francisco has the Ursaluna play, you just lose. That's gotta be a misplay here from Robin. Because even if you got Iono here, you could still draw into that combination of cards. Now, it is pretty unlikely for Francisco to actually pull this play off, but it is possible. Gonna start with the cycle on the water pawn. Nope. Grass pawn. There's the boss! He just has it! Oh my gosh, the immediate punish. Oh. First, there was a mistake from Francisco discarding the boss to begin with. I feel like he definitely misplayed that boss discard, to be honest. I feel like that was a mistake from Francisco to discard that boss when he did, but yeah, Robin doesn't play the Turo on the Genesect. Honestly, the way that Robin's acting, I feel like he forgot about the Ursaluna play. I think he was like thinking of other options and then was like, maybe he was initially like, oh, I'm playing it. Maybe he thought he was like playing around Terrapagos. Yeah, maybe he thought he was playing around Terrapagos and I was like, oh wait, you have Ursaluna. Yeah, duh. The way Robin reacted makes me think that he actually didn't think about Ursaluna as an out from Francisco and was like, well, you never draw Terrapagos plus a full bench here. That's impossible. Yeah, definitely should have Turo'd the Genesect up. Definitely a misplay there from Robin. So a little bit of sloppy play from both players. Hopefully we see them clean it up here going into game 2, though. Definitely, I would say definitely a tough matchup for Robin, for sure. Definitely a tough matchup. Especially also with Francisco playing the Iron Bundle. That's like a super annoying card to have to deal with as Golden Go. Because now you can't just like push Genesect and be more protected. It's not 100% protected because Francisco can just go Terrapagos KO your Genesect. But and I assume we'll see Robin go first going into this second game if I had to guess. Also, Robin getting to be the aggressor in the matchup can be pretty good. Like, just drawing a 1-prize knockout opens up, like, win conditions for Robin to, like, play around the Pikachu. Because then when the Pikachu comes into the active, you can boss around the Pikachu and KO, like, a Hoothoot or something and still be on pace for the prize exchange. All right, Robin's hand sucks or it's a mulligan. The way he reacted, for sure. I thought, oh, maybe he's more worried about an Iono, but that reaction tells me Robin just forgot about Bear. Yeah, it definitely seemed like he forgot about Bear. He was probably trying to like calculate whether or not like the Terrapagos play could happen. He's like, can he get, like, he would need like Area 0 plus a full bench plus boss. It's like, that seems unlikely. Okay, sure, whatever. I don't think he can get that, so I'm just gonna set up so I get. He like, I think he was like calculating those were the 2 plays he was calculating there. I completely forgot about the Ursaluna. Iono was a super weak play from Francisco at that point, though. Yeah, but if he thinks that's the play that more likely leads to him losing the game, right? It's not a great play from Francisco. Oh my god. 4 energy prized? Can we even use... Oh, but the Energy Search Pro! Dude, what the heck? How do you even say that? The Profi... Energy Suchi? Not the Profi Energy Suchi. 4 energy prize for Francisco, but I think probably... Actually, I don't know. Can Francisco use Pikachu? I don't know if Pikachu is going to be usable in this game for Francisco. No ESP. Still plays Earthen Vessel, though, so could still get... And also, this is like the thing with Robin going first, is your first couple KOs might be low energy count, right? You might not need 5, 6 energy to get the KOs if you're KOing a Fan Rotom next turn. But Francisco opening the Fan Rotom, Francisco could get a cheeky turn 1 knockout here. Actually, Francisco's hand sucks. Oh, we have the Fan Rotom though. Oh, we have Fan Rotom and Iono. I take it back. Francisco's hand is fine. Francisco could get like a cheeky turn 1 KO here on the Gimmighoul. You open Crystal? Bro, every time. Oof. Oh no, Robin's hand is dead. Top deck is Super Rod. Yeah, Robin's got a dead hand, but Francisco might play that Iono. Francisco does play the Iono and actually might play it on this first turn. And in fact, I kind of expect it to be played, to be honest. Oh, it's going in with the Fan Rotom, so maybe not though. If you're going to play the Iono, you definitely Fan Rotom after Iono. The hand is so weak there from Francisco. I'm kind of surprised we didn't see him play the Iono. Like, he could have Ultra Balled for Pikachu. Yeah, Francisco could have gone Ultra Ball for Pikachu, attached Crystal to Pikachu, Iono, and then Fan Rotom afterwards. That feels pretty strong to me. For sure. Interesting. Yeah, interesting choice from Francisco. Because there's nothing on like Robin's side that really gives him the read that his hand is dead. So pushing Pikachu to the active here immediately seems kind of weak. Is Noctowl in hand? Sparkling is nice. Yeah, but you can... There's nothing stopping you from playing Ultra Ball, attaching Sparkling Crystal, and then Ionoing. Discarding Boss? That's probably fine. You can go KO through the active pretty aggressively in this matchup. Okay, we are Ultra Balling for the Pikachu. Okay, sure. Wait, no, he is about to play Iono here. There's no way you're holding your hand with... There's no way you're holding your current hand just because it has a single Noctowl on it. But that means he just misplayed by not just playing the Iono before using Fan Rotom. Yeah, the Iono always gets played here. Yeah, there it is. But this is just a mistake from Francisco. You always just Ultra Ball for Pikachu, attach Crystal to Pikachu, Iono, and then you Fan Rotom afterwards. Because if you draw into like Buddy Poffin, then your Fan Rotom can be so much more powerful. But now you could draw like no Noctowls. All right, never mind. All right, the hand's pretty good. I'm not letting him off the hook though. Yeah, attach to Pikachu for turn. You could Ultra Ball for Water Pond, attach to Water Pond for turn instead, but this seems pretty good. This does... I guess you could just like Fan Rotom KO Gimmighoul on this next turn from Francisco. For sure. I wonder if thinning the deck could be the right play. No. You always Iono there first. You set up for such a higher potential... Because like, if you draw into any Hoot Hoots, that's perfect. Because then Fan Rotom finds you more Noctowls, and Noctowls finds you everything. Like, it's never correct to Iono before Fan Rotom there. Or Fan Rotom before Iono there, excuse me. It's correct to Iono and then Fan Rotom afterwards. Because you want to draw Hoot Hoots. Because then Fan Rotom becomes more Noctowls. Alright. Robin did get bailed out by this Iono, though. We see the Genesect immediately found. And some Golden Goes acquired. The only argument would be is, and I don't think there is a set of prize cards that would make this true. The only argument for Francisco is, if there's something that's prized, do I ever not Iono? But I'm pretty sure it's just like never true. There's no set of prize cards that would make you not Iono there, basically. That would be the only argument, basically. Does Robin play Baby Dango? No, he plays the Mega Mawile as the counter card. Cornerstone counter. Robin actually currently does not have... No, he actually does have the KO. But it will cost his full Cypher Maniac. And he does have to leave a Golden Go in the active, staring down a Pikachu with a crystal on it. If he had boss here, honestly, just to punch for 10, that would feel way better, but yeah, it's a rough start. I wonder if you just grab 2 energy here from Robin instead of Vessel. He's going for the Vessel though, because you could save the Vessel for the turn afterwards. Oh, he plays Tool Scrapper. That's right. The Tool Scrapper is huge here, actually. Francisco will be able to get the first Pikachu KO, but the follow-up Pikachu KO will be a lot harder. And this is probably, yeah, this is probably correct from Francisco. You probably don't play around Tool Scrapper, because if Francisco knew Robin played Tool Scrapper, you definitely don't put the Crystal in play. But it was probably fair for him to put the Crystal in play. It's just kind of unfortunate that Robin drew into a hand that allowed him to find the Tool Scrapper, and he also plays Tool Scrapper. So big turn still here from Robin. He's still on the back foot overall as far as the prize exchange goes, I feel like, but it's about as good of a turn as you can have from Robin. All right, Pikachu to the active. Crispin, actually, what energy did Francisco prize? A metal and a grass? All right, as long as Francisco plays double metal, he's good. But if he only plays 1 metal, he actually can't attack with Pikachu here. Yeah, that's the question at this point. Robin Schultz plays Pokemon. I thought he just invented it. Okay. Lightning. No metal. Oh no. Only plays the single metal, the 1 lightning, 1 metal. Will not be able to attack with Pikachu this turn. And dude, how do you win? How do you draw prize cards? Do we pack it up? There's only 22 minutes left, to be honest. There's not that much time. Do we just scoop this one? Like, literally, how do you win? This feels like almost impossible. I mean, Terrapic, you can start swinging with Terrapagos and hope Robin can't one-hit KO it. Okay. You could still bet on Robin prizing ESP, I guess. So Francisco here could just like punch with Terrapagos. I guess that's fine. Punch with Terrapagos. Or, hold on. Sob Genesect is a play as well to buy time to then KO the Genesect with Terrapagos. Okay, there's a line here still for Francisco. Trap the Genesect, KO with Terrapagos, then you're ahead on the prize exchange. You get the medal off the prize cards, then Pikachu swings. But all Robin needs to do is find a Turo. Maybe even just next turn. I don't know if Francisco can get the knockout. If Robin has Turo KO here, you definitely concede next turn for sure. Oh, wait, he already played a supporter. Did he? Wait, did he? Yeah, he already played Crispin. No! All right, well, hope Robin can't KO your Water Pawn. Good catch. Looks like the judges caught that one. Shout out to the judges. A sob for 20 to the active. All right. All right, so now this gives Robin plenty of time. And Robin is fully aware of the prize cards at this point as well. Now Robin knows the metal energy is prized. But now we can monkey. Ooh, the sob was really bad. Good point. Yeah, the sob was really, really bad. Well, actually, for the way it has to go, though, it's not that big of a deal, right? The sob's not that bad, actually. Because like, if you're going to sob the Genesect, that gives the damage to Robin to work with anyways, right? So it lets Robin more aggressively KO your Pikachu. But if Robin just draws 2 prize cards this turn, the game is basically over anyways. Because you need like a sob line to line up anyways, which gives Robin damage to work with. And Robin, I think I did see 2 Turo last game, so Robin does have plenty of Turos. Francisco has no idea the ESP is prized, right? So Scribbin has to be correct. Well, you wait to see if Robin KOs you now, because if Robin whiffs the KO this turn, the next turn you can go Sob Genesect, then Terrapagos KO Genesect, get the medal off the prize cards, then Pikachu take a KO into I don't know where you go from there, but it looks like Robin is going to whiff the KO. Oh, maybe not quite, actually. I don't think Robin has quite whiffed. Does he have... No, I think he is short a card. And this will tell Francisco ESP his prize as well. Goes in with the nest ball. I assume to grab Monkey Dory. Does he just Arven to thin the deck? You could commit the Arven to fine ESP, then to hope both Golden Goes draw into basic energy, I guess, yeah. Or actually, no, because you have Cypher Maniac. Wait, no, that doesn't work either, though. Yeah, I think you might be right, actually. You maybe do play Arven, search out the ESP, and then you hope back-to-back coin bonuses for one. Oh, no, you have an air balloon. You could no, but you can't retreat because you need the energy on the active. Man. So why couldn't he Crystal last turn? Because he attached it turn 1 and then Robin Tool Scrappered the crystal away. Instead, he's just going to commit to the Cypher. Yeah, it's tough. If Robin plays Arven, Francisco will know about ESP. Yeah, or Cypher Maniac here. Like, now he'll know about ESP. Did he play Arven? No, he hasn't played a supporter yet, I don't believe. Oh, that's true. We can't retreat the Golden Go anyways because of the Sob. Scrapper and Metal Prize is a good argument to scoop. I don't know. Francisco still has like a solid line here, though. That's the thing. Like, Francisco's line to win the game here is not... It's just not terrible. All right, turn off the active to the Pikachu. And then well, you've already seen the Iono go, so punching here from Robin doesn't really matter, to be honest. You don't really have to attack. Actually, I wouldn't attack, so that way you could potentially chase something else next turn more easily. So yeah, I don't actually like this attack here from Robin. Because you've seen the Iono leave. I mean, you could be playing around Francisco's Judge or second Iono, I guess, but I don't think I'd play around that in this situation. I'd rather hold the metal in hand so I could like boss KO something off the bench if I really wanted to. Okay, so now for Francisco, the play becomes boss up Monkey Dory. Or not Monkey Dory, excuse me. Boss up Genesect, sob it for a turn, and then next turn, go Terrapagos KO, get the metal off the prize cards, Golden Go KOs your Terrapagos, then you go Pikachu KO Golden Go, and then honestly, I don't know how you get your last 2 prize cards as Francisco at this point, but maybe it'll happen. I move only 1 damage counter? Because you only need 1 damage counter on the Pikachu. So if you save the other damage counter, you can put it somewhere else. You can put more damage later, possibly. At any point, he can move all the damage that would be on the Golden Go off the Golden Go. Because because of Francisco Sobs again, it'll only be 20 damage, so. You just want to like save it for later. Because the difference between like 250 and 260 HP doesn't matter. Well, I guess Francisco could, nah. In late game, I guess he could go like Ursaluna Vitality Band. Some people play Vitality Band. So what do you think of Robin's deck for this tournament versus Soul Dango? I mean, I think it's fine. He has SER in hand, so he's getting all energy back either way. No? Well, no, but then you have to play the SER, though. So if Robin doesn't punch the active for 50, he just has another energy in hand. If he's KOing the active, it doesn't matter. But if he wants to boss punch something else, having the energy in hand is more valuable than the SER, because then you can put that damage somewhere else and save the SER for later. Area 0 searched out, and Hoot Hoot grabbed off the nest ball, I believe. Why is there a new upper Garchomp deck on the PTCG tool? I was just there from yesterday. Honestly, I should probably deactivate that during watch party streams. I just forget about it. Oh, it only pops up if you mouse over the screen though. It's not that big of a deal. It's not like constantly visible. You looking for counter catcher? I don't know if Francisco plays counter catcher. We didn't see it last game, I don't think. Wait, what the heck? Wait. Oh, now I just don't know. I don't actually know what's happening. He has to KO Genesect. Okay, well now I think Francisco, he lilied? Oh, I didn't even see him lily. Okay, well now the game's just over. Yeah. Yeah, the game's over now. Like, Francisco had to boss, I didn't see him lily. He had to boss the Genesect last turn and sob it, and then Terrapago's next turn. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. So what happened? Oh, Pokemon being quicker? I feel like Francisco just left him zero. He just left himself 0 win conditions by doing this play. That's why I thought he had a counter catch or something. What he was going for. That makes way more sense. Yeah. What you're saying makes way more sense now. I didn't realize he lilied. I wasn't paying attention to the lily. But this play is just pretty terrible. It looks like Robin does have... Okay, and this is literally what I was talking about with Robin not discarding the metal when he did. He literally is SERing for a single energy right here. But if he just doesn't... Oh, no, he's got 3 energy. Okay, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. But if he just held the metal and didn't discard it, he could save the SER. Which is why I was saying I think him... Doing the 52, the water pond, I think was a misplay. He's going to get more aggressive, though. Going for the boss on the Pikachu. Wait, does he even KO this? Am I trolling? Oh, no, he does KO, yeah. I guess it works out this way. Oh, no, but this is still... He'd still have to play the SER this turn if he's going to go with this play. But if he just wanted to KO the Noctowl, he wouldn't have to, I guess. I guess it doesn't matter when we're going this route, though. All right. Francisco should probably concede right now. Because this matchup is definitely favored for Francisco, I think. And... yeah, you're not winning this one. This is cooked. There's no way Francisco can 1-0. He's never going to win 1-0 here, and he's never going to win this game, so... I guess Francisco's fine with the tie. I doubt he is. Like, if you asked him that, he wouldn't say that. He just doesn't know that he should concede here. Like, whatever he calculated to make himself stay in this game is like a poor calculation. Why not KO the Mew or Water Pond? Because the higher threat is just the Pikachu. Like, if Francisco does actually have access to a way to attack with Pikachu and just hasn't done it yet, like, may as well just remove that threat from play. And even if Francisco doesn't have a way to attack with the Pikachu right now, if Francisco somehow finds a way to attack with Pikachu later, then the Pikachu's already set up and ready to go. The Mew does absolutely nothing, and Water Pond's not that scary either because you have both your Turos left. So, like, sure, this is a play that Francisco can do, but you'll just find a Turo eventually here as Robin and be fine. Are these two pretty experienced players or just average knowledge-wise? I don't know. I don't know Francisco personally. Robin's pretty good. Robin's like one of the best players of all time for sure. Okay, please, Francisco, concede. Please concede. Dude, there's no way. I wouldn't even wait to see the superior energy retrieval from Robin. Like, we're really gonna let Robin cycle his whole turn with his Golden Ghost and not just pack this one? Francisco wants a tie. Yo, he doesn't. He does not. Why are we just assuming players are stupid? Why are we assuming this? Francisco wants to win this match, bro. Like, what are we doing? Didn't move the damage before Turo. Confirmed no longer one of the best of all time. Yeah, he's washed, honestly. Francisco wants to win this match. He's just not conceding. How are we taking 6 prize cards before Robin takes 1? We're not. And Robin even showed Francisco the extra medal. Like the only possible win condition here from Francisco would be to sob a golden go and hope Robin's last medal is prized. But I don't even think that's a win condition. But Robin also showed him his third medal. So now you can like sob the Monkey Dory and then get mind bended, I guess. It's just in from Francisco. I can clutch. Nah, I'd win. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because like this is the, like I said, now we're not gonna get like, it's one of those situations where it's like, no, I'm gonna give Francisco the benefit of the doubt. I don't think Francisco is sitting here being like, yo, I want to tie this match. I think Francisco probably wants to win the match. He's just incorrectly approaching it. He's approaching the matchup incorrectly and not conceding sooner. Or he thinks there's like 2 seconds left on the timer and thinks he can actually 1-0 Robin here. But all he has to do is ask the judge how much time is left and then be like, oh shoot, that's not happening. Maybe he thinks he's gonna have an insane water pond play game 3 and just win. Yeah, but why not do that with more time? So just in case you don't have the insane water pond play, you can win without the insane water pond play. All right, Pokegear could be a Turo here. Oh, is Turo the last card? No, it is not. All right, Robin wins game 2. There's only 7 minutes left going into game number 3. It's going to be unlikely. It is possible, actually. It is possible to have a victor here for sure. It is very unlikely Robin would win, I think, at this point, because nothing is like forcing Francisco to like bench 2 prize Pokemon or not just leave Pikachu in the active and not have it get 1-hit KO'd. So it'd be pretty tough for Robin to win at this point. It is still winnable for Francisco, but there's not a lot of time left. There's just not a lot of time left. So even Francisco getting the dub here would be pretty difficult. Yeah, victory is, I think, unlikely for both players, but Francisco still has the edge overall. With +3 Terrorbox, I'd definitely win this. New time rules sounds tough. Yeah, +3 would definitely give both players a solid out, but yeah, Robin seems annoyed. Well, I think he's annoyed at himself because he misplayed in game 1. Robin says definitely shows that he can only play not to lose. Yeah, a little bit. If Francisco donks, I will eat bread. What does that even mean, eat bread? Are you allergic to bread or something? Am I missing something? Why did Robin Cypher instead of Turo game 1? He just misplayed. He didn't think about the possibility of the Genesect getting KO'd that easily versus guaranteeing the out of the win condition with Cypher Maniac. By using Cypher Maniac, he guaranteed wins the game next turn no matter what Francisco does, unless Francisco draws 2 prize cards, and he incorrectly calculated Francisco's odds and outs of drawing 2 prize cards. Even though it was unlikely for Francisco to win, he definitely still should have just Turo'd. Oh yeah, there's a poor calculation on Robin's part, leading to a misplay. Nice. Oh, nice. Sick. Neither player will be able to draw prize cards this game. Let's go. Pikachu and Ditto start for Francisco. Pretty good. Fez start for Robin. Less good. The hand, though, for Robin is not bad. Poffin, Nestball, Cypher Maniac. Yeah, only 5 minutes left, so it's going to be tough. If Francisco could just, like, sling Crispins and, like, knockout, it'd be, like, way better, but... All right. What happened? Damn. 3 hoots. You know what? Screw this. I'm going to get a slice of bread. Yeah, everyone go to your cupboard right now. Get a slice of bread. Are you going to Vegas, Azul? I don't know. We'll see. I'm not sure if I want to go or not. Undecided. Ooh, interesting. Not going for... Honestly, Turo up the Fez here doesn't seem terrible from Robin. But it looks like... Is it just grabbing double Golden Go? What if you don't have bread? I mean, that's not an option. Yeah, it's literally not an option. Put Arvin and Golden Go on top, sure. There's the pass. All right, let's see what Francisco can pull off this turn. That's 3 Noctowl in hand. Okay. I wasn't paying attention to his fan order at all, so I didn't see really what happened, but all right, all right. How is there a Psychic Energy in the discard pile? What did I miss? Wait, how is that there? Did he Ultra Ball? Wait, dude, how is that there? Oh, he retreated the Pikachu into the Ditto. I was like, dude, what? How did it get there? All right. Francisco here. I mean, honestly, Terapagos KO the active is definitely your best play. But how wide can Francisco go this turn is the question. There's no better play than that. And with Robin not having access to ESP, you probably wouldn't even be able to see the return KO happen. Ooh, okay. I don't hate the Sob, though. Sob the Fez to slow things down is also pretty solid. I like that. And that could lead to some kind of Water Pawn Snipe play or Terapagos KO Pheasantipity next turn. Got a couple Owls in the hand to work with, so definitely have options here for Francisco. But it's probably going to all be for naught because there is no time left. If Robin actually hadn't prized ESP, Robin could have had like a really aggressive turn this turn with he could have Cypher Maniac, Golden Go, and ESP on top of the deck, and then next turn Turoed Fez and just started swinging and KO'd the Water Pawn. But because of the ESP being prized, he's going to have a lot slower of a turn, and I don't even know how long it'll take Robin to find enough energy to actually ever KO anything, so... Francisco once again getting aggressive with the Area Zero, but there's so little value to be got. Why don't we just sob and chill? Why are we expending... This is just not worth it. This is just can't be worth it. There's no way. Just draw for turn. Just go sob him and chill. This Grass Pawn energy cycle here is just not worth the trade-off, I feel like. Of a whole Noctowl. Before we even like see what Robin does. Or we even see our top deck. Like... Top deck, seeing what your top deck is in Terra Box is just so valuable. It can completely change how you play your turn. All right, well, there's the Sob. 30 seconds left. Golden Goats are coming out here from Robin. But with, like I said, with ESP prized, it's tough. It's not possible to take a KO this turn for sure. You could Turo this turn from Robin and push Monkey Dory. Honestly, I kind of like Turo push Monkey Dory so you don't get Terapagos KO'd, but... Going to commit to the Golden Go draw first, which I guess still lines up into that play here from Robin. Okay, Dark Energy attached to Monkey Dory, Turo the Pheasantipity. I kind of like that line. And then you set it for a Mind Bend next turn, but that's overtime. That's game. And we're not going to get to see the conclusion here of this one at all. Not even close. Big mistake from Robin in that first game, of course, and then just kind of poor. It was just like I mean, that wasn't like poor play from Francisco. It's just like not conceding sooner was like yeah, not conceding sooner was like a pretty big mistake from Francisco. You're in a favorable matchup, and honestly, the fact that they don't play Solrox and Lunatones like makes things so much better. Yeah, favorable matchup didn't give yourself time to take advantage of it. Obviously, with how that game was playing out, it would be hard to tell who would win that one. But, like, you want to give yourself the best odds. The best odds is packing it up. End up with the tie. Would you be able to gentlemen's as a control player or against a control player? Yeah, if you want to. If you both can agree on a condition. The gentleman's agreement just comes down to the players agreeing. That's it. It's gentleman's agreement. If you both agree, then you both agree. That's all it takes. I get way too tilted seeing someone not scoop a 3% win condition and then the game ending tied. It was, dude, it was less than 3%. Like, that was like a 0.5% win condition for Francisco. Like, maybe less. Like, Robin had access to psychic energy, right? So even if you sob the Monkey Dory, like, Robin just has to go attach psychic Mindbend. And then even if Robin doesn't have another Turo, like, all you have to do is Mindbend and the game is basically over on the next turn. How does this Dango build beat Dango Rocks and Sarah Ledge? You just got to be unfavored against both those matchups, I assume. Yeah, I assume he's just unfavored against those matchups. I think this build from Robin, though, is stronger against Polt and Guardy, though. Like, yeah. Polt and Guardy are definitely stronger matchups. So he's like, he's playing against the top end of decks for sure. He's playing to beat the top half of decks, top end of decks. All right, well, it's gonna be a little bit of time before the next round, and yeah, I'm gonna take a couple minutes myself as well, chat. So I'll be right back, and we'll get into the next one soon. I doubt they're doing a player interview, so I'll be right back. One more round today, right? No, it should be more than, they should be doing 9 rounds total today. So 2 more rounds, I think. All right. I've never done a GA, but wouldn't you want to do it if your deck has the best chance to win if it comes down to that point anyways? I mean, even if you're unfavored in the matchup, like the point of GAs is just like to give yourself the best chance of progressing in a tournament, right? Let's say you're playing in a matchup, but let's say it's 70-30 favored for your opponent and you're going into game 3. And you do it on prize cards, and there's a 70% chance your opponent's going to be ahead on prize cards. But if you tie, you can't advance in the tournament. Your best chance of advancing in the tournament is for the 30% to happen. This is the Robin that won Worlds, right? Yes, the one and only Robin Schultz. And making gentlemen's agreements isn't about winning that match. It's about advancing in the tournament. It's not. Yeah, it's not always about. And actually, not. Rarely, it's not about winning that match of Pokemon. It's not really, doesn't really matter. I mean, it does matter, but it's about doing what you can to advance in the tournament overall. Giving yourself the best odds of accruing match points that will lead to you getting to phase 2, to top cut, so on and so forth. Dude, Soda King with the 601. Art Gabriel did tie around. Vinny tied around. At 270s, Max Roberts, Thomas. I mean, that's the match I would want to see. I'd want to see Thomas and Max Roberts here play in the next one. If it's a good match. I don't know the match, so. But if this is a good match, they should put Thomas and Max on for sure. Besides that, anyone new up here in the... Henry Brand 601, so won his last round. Juan 601. Kobe's to 6-1 now. Thomas on Flare on again? Not sure. I don't really know what anyone's playing, to be honest. Definitely could be though. Is Tord still in it? Oh, and I can just do this. I always forget to do this. Favorites, activate. I forget what flag Tord's was. You guys think Tord IDs into phase 2? Tord and Piper could play? That would maybe be... That would be a 5-2 match worth putting on, maybe, if they play it out. Is Fontana on Dango Rocks again? Not sure. Where's Mama Reklev? I do believe she is no longer in contention in this tournament. She did get up to 4-2. It actually would have been it would have been pretty funny if she had actually played against Tord. So can you star me for Vegas so people see my mediocrity? Yes. I'll star you, Mello. Any info towards deck? Not that I'm aware of. Any hope for Cynthia's Garchomp? I mean, Magda keeps playing it. Daniel, right? Daniel's pretty good. That's probably all the hope that Cynthia's Garchomp has. Dude, why is the canceling clone stinky? What the heck? I don't get why is that how they're choosing to highlight cards like this? Like, why is this how they are choosing to highlight? Oh, you guys can't see what I'm seeing. What the heck? Right here. Like, this is how they're like, what? You can barely even see it. And then they do this circle on the Greninja, which is like, oh, that, I mean, this is fine. Like this right there. Why are we not doing that with the canceling cologne? Also, it should probably be red. I'm getting nitpicky now, but. And Gabriel unstoppable? Actually, that's not true. Vinny didn't even make top cut at the last tournament, and Gabriel lost in top 8. So, very stoppable. We see it happen all the time. I guess Greninja smells bad. Oh, true, maybe. Kaya started 8-0, 8-0, 6-0-1 in his last 3 regionals. I mean, only one kind of player does that. A very good player at the PokemonTCG. It's just a Lost Zone aura? Maybe. My cards never did that when I played Lost Zone. I guess I was lacking the aura. I got no, my Lost Zone cards have no aura, auraless. What rounds do the juniors play? I'm actually not sure. Oh, I can actually check here, right? Can I look at the juniors? They're playing 9 rounds total. So this is probably their last. They're probably playing 7 rounds today. 7 today, 2 tomorrow. Or it hadn't been invented yet. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. Lost Zone has been such a fun mechanic. Hope they do a mechanic like that again. I mean, the Lost Zone will definitely come back into the game at some point, for sure. It's been in the game in a couple different ways. The recent iteration or reintroducing or whatever of Lost Zone is definitely the most involved the Lost Zone has ever been. Like the recent, what's it called, of Lost Zone is the most involved it's ever been, for sure. The Lost, I mean, technically the Lost Zone is still in the game as well, though, but there's just no cards that interact with it. Yeah, the recent Lost Zone cards are the most Lost Zone-ness cards that we've ever had. I want to see, dude. I want to see best of the rest because they definitely have Guardy and Jelly Guardy split up. So I want to see how much Jelly Guardy there is. And then I'm also curious if they split up Charizard into like Charizard with Dusknoir and Charizard without Dusknoir. Charizard being 5% seems a little low, but maybe it fell off really heavily going into this weekend because of the Pult stuff. Not sure. Other decks, half the players. Yeah, like that's like such a large percentage of decks. Like it's like like these numbers, like they, I mean, it's cool to see, but I want to see more numbers. This is like such limited data. I mean, we'll get to see it after the tournament, but I mean, it's like something cool to like talk about and show off during the tournament. What would happen to the chat graphic? You ate it, and you're not giving it back, so this is on you. Okay, best of the rest, cool. All right, Jelly Guardy's there 5%, so Guardy overall is 15%. Maybe Charizard really is 5% of the metagame. Sheesh, it fell off, man. With all these dark decks popping up, do you think we'll see any Meganium or Venusaur cheese cooking in Vegas? No. Directly taking advantage of weakness in the current landscape of the PokemonTCG isn't like... Yeah, like it's not like, oh, this, like the reason Zoroark is good is because if Guardy wasn't weak to dark or Zoroark wasn't dark type, Zoroark wouldn't be good. But things happen more naturally than that. It's not like, oh, fire decks are good, so now water decks are good, basically. Zoroark, like, being a good play is more of like a natural adjustment and inclusion into the metagame. It really is based on like matchup percentages, not just types being good. It's not like, oh, fire decks were good last weekend, are really popular, so now water decks next weekend are going to be really popular, so I'm going to play my lightning deck. The way type advantage actually like plays out in the Pokemon TCG is like more subtle than that. Not that it doesn't have a factor, but it's like more subtly a factor. Just like Grim as an example, just being dark isn't enough. True. Dude, why are you always hating on Grimmsnarl? That's like super uncalled for. I'm gonna tell his mom you said that. Insane hater. Zoroark can draw, therefore it's good. No. No. Simply being able to draw cards doesn't make a card good. Cards weak to grass, but it's not even auto loss to grass decks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the weakness in the Pokemon TCG is a little bit more nuanced for sure. Like Venusaur won't be good, but Venusaur probably won't be good this format at all. There's no like metagame shift. There's no metagame shift that I could reasonably predict that would ever lead me to be like, oh, Venusaur will be good. Could be good. Like Venusaur just won't be good this format. And next format it also probably won't be good because there's not going to be that much that changes in the next format. But the format after that, we have no idea what we're getting, so it could change. So I think Shay is a believer. Dude, I mean, I got nothing, man. Shay's just throwing these predictions out here, man. I can't save him, man. I can save him. Listen, if he had come to me for some advice, I would not have recommended Mega Man or Mega Lucario. I just want to hear broadcasters scream Jungle Dump so badly. Scream it? Mega Man is deaf and EU looking card. Oh, we've seen more of it at North American events than we've seen at European events so far. Putting Shaman in Water Pond is kind of crazy. What do you mean? Water Pond is going to dominate the tournament and be in top cut, but then it's going to get stopped by the Shaman players. The only thing that'll be able to stop the Water Ponds is the Shamans. So the Water Ponds are going to rise to the top, and then the few Shaman players are going to be able to defeat them. I could see it adding up. Finals is just a deck with 2 Shamans versus those Terrabox. The fuck is a Turo deck? Well, it's just like predicting that the card will be good. What is a Shaman deck, you know? Water Pond and Shaman is a calculated prediction. Yeah. Honestly, that is kind of like, yeah, maybe the Terrabox players get dumpstered by Shamans. And then at least one of your predictions thrives, right? Doing some hedging here. Low-key, every deck plays a Turo now. You're not wrong. Actually, you're not wrong. What decks don't play Turo now? Pulse have been playing it. A lot of Guardies have been playing it. Not all Pulse, not all Guardies, but a lot have. Zoroark plays it. Zard sometimes plays it. Grim doesn't play it. But is Grim a good deck? Not really, not really. Imagine showing up to a tournament and playing Grimmsnarl, bro. Absolutely cooked. Sarah Ledge plays it. Did you see the new Tricky Gym video about sleeves? I did, yeah. It was a good video. Honestly, having more of that kind of content in the space is just like a good thing as well. So, shout out to Mahone for sure. The video was just like, I mean, there's definitely some notes, I think, for sure about the video. I talked about this a lot yesterday, but I mean, we're chilling now, so we can talk about it more now. There's definitely some notes for his video, for sure. Like, he should have made it more apparent that Element was, like, removed from his testing of... what's it called? He should have disclosed that he is sponsored by Dragon Shield, but that shouldn't, like... Him being sponsored by Dragon Shield shouldn't invalidate his video, for sure. But he should have disclosed that he's sponsored by Dragon Shield. He should have made that like apparent. He should have like made it more apparent that element is not in the mix of the sleeves that he tested, although they very well could be coming from the same factory, but he doesn't need to imply that. It's just like the element sleeves were like the ones that made him think like, wait, there's like so many sleeve companies popping up. Like, what is going on here? And then the third thing is he probably should have ordered a set of sleeves from the manufacturer as like a baseline to test the other sleeves against. I didn't actually think about that, but I saw someone make that comment on Twitter. I was like, yeah, he definitely should have done that. He should have ordered sleeves from the Alibaba website. And then once they got, he should have compared those to the other company's sleeves as well. So definitely some improvements to be made in the type of video that he did, but I think overall seemed fine. And the takeaway, if your takeaway from watching this video is buy Dragon Shields or the owners of the sleeve companies are scumbag driver, that shouldn't be like takeaway. Like, I don't think even Mahone didn't like overly imply that either. Like, it wasn't like overly implied in Mahone's video. I think the takeaway should be if you still like those sleeves and you like those brands, if you like FCBC or what's the other one called? Dual Specs, like, you know, you can still buy from them. Buy them on Alibaba or go buy them on Alibaba. Go ahead. There you go. Common China dub. My takeaway is buy from Barry. Yo, shout out Barry, bro. Shout out Barry. Barry's a real one. Yeah, if you like the brands and you don't want to buy from Barry, continue to buy from FCBC or Dual Specs. You want to hit up Barry, get some sleeves on Alibaba, go for it. It's not like the overall like business breakdown of it isn't like crazy, right? But like it is like the thing that would be like a little bit more. I don't like know how all of those brands like market themselves, so I'd be like curious to like look at how they market themselves for the product that their sleeves are. Like do that comparison, but I don't actually like pay that much attention to like how they market themselves. So. Although I know one of the companies like routinely was like bashing on Dragon Shield. But besides that, I don't remember which one it was. It was one of them. But then obviously like the FCBC's response to Mahone was like super unprofessional and just kind of cringe. So they need to lock back in. You're getting a little bit unhinged there, buddy. You need to lock back in. Don't be cringe. I didn't even see what they said. It's in the video. He like has the screenshot of the DMs. He made clear that he is sponsored by Dragon Shield. I don't think he did. I don't think he said he's like, as a disclaimer, I am sponsored by Dragon Shield. Like everyone knows he's sponsored by Dragon Shield, but he should still do a disclaimer. I don't think he did a disclaimer. I'd have to go. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think he did that though. Everyone, I mean, from what I've seen from other people, he definitely didn't. And what I literally watched the video. Give me the timestamp and I'll watch it again, but. I don't have, what is it called? Where you like forget everything? Not short-term memory loss, but the other one when you just get old. I'm old, but I'm not that old. Dementia? Yeah, I'm old, but I'm not that old. It'd be funny if it was all just an ad for Dragon Shield, not gonna lie. These rankings seem out of date. Round 7 is underway. Well, round 8 is underway. That was after round 7, right? Oh no, you are right. Yeah, these are out of date. Big facts. I think it was the only video where he didn't do a Dragon Shield ad read. Yeah, I mean, it would have been bad if he did a Dragon Shield ad read. He shouldn't do like a Dragon Shield ad read. He should just be like, disclaimer, I am sponsored by Dragon Shield. However, that has nothing to do with my interest into the matter or my findings. Something like that, basically. And I do like trust Mahone to be like he didn't make the video as someone sponsored by Dragon Shield. But there is like, you could definitely view it as a conflict of interest. So not having a disclaimer is definitely like, it's just like one of those things where it's just like, when you do these type of videos, if you want to be respected and not have people just kind of second guess your work, that's like one of the things you have to just do, right? It's fine for him to be sponsored by Dragon Shield and make the video, but you need to put the disclaimer in there. Yeah, if you want to be taken seriously, if you want your content to be taken seriously and like respected and stuff, it's just like something you need to do. But it's like not that big of a deal. It's like his first time doing a video like that as far as I know, so something for him to learn from for sure and just do better in the future. I would say it's a conflict of interest if he spoke about the quality of these, but he just talked about where they came from. Yeah, exactly. Like I definitely, a lot of people are like a lot of people came up with like narratives that Mahone didn't even push in the video at all, but they just like, you know, they saw what they wanted to see kind of situation. He basically just gave you information, and then people pulled some narratives out of thin air for sure. Someone link this video. I'm curious to see what is being talked about there. Just go to Tricky Gym on YouTube. Hermione with the Charizard deck. Rizio with Absol. Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan. Azulgg start for Hermione's pretty good. Fabrizio is going first, which is not ideal. And the start looks pretty weak. Does have an attachment for turn to the Ursaluna. Not that that's a Pokemon you want to attach to, but I think there might be an Arvid in the hand for the following turn. Hermione's got the TM Evo in hand. Got the Buddy Poffin. Got some Duskulls. A really good start here for Hermione. I think the only thing missing might be a Lily, but that could be found off of the Tatsugiri still. You did not miss the prediction. I did not put it up yet, but it is out now. It is now up. Oh, he can just go for the Klefki too. Oh, that'll just trap the Ursaluna. Oh my gosh, this is disgusting. Dude, the Klefki here is actually just disgusting from Hermione if he can get into the active. I actually didn't even go for the Klefki though. Selling for the Pidgey and the Charmander. Dude, I feel like the Klefki is just gross though, right? Who are you talking to? My cat. I wish they changed how project was handled. Yeah. I mean, the most you can do right now is keep being annoyed by it and submit a support ticket. Like, I'm not even joking. Be annoyed and submit a support ticket. I'm tired of watching these kids take 6 years checking their prize cards. All right, Tatsugiri, we get the Lily. Get Poke Karen. Literally. All right, Lily was found. That's what we're looking for. We don't have the energy yet. We have the team move on hand, though. Duskulls, double Dusks coming down. TM Evo. There's the Lily. I guess if we took Klefki there, we'd be down a Pidgey or a Charmander, and then we'd also have to retreat into it and not TM Evo. Uh-oh. Where's the Monkey Dory? Do we ever count to make sure we have 60 here? He just draws for turn. It's 4 Monkey Dories. What the f... Alright. Even if he doesn't find energy here, I feel like Hermione's still in a pretty good spot. Like, mostly because Fabrizio's start was just so weak. Catch Ursaluna passes. Pretty bad. And this matchup has to be pretty good for Hermione as well. All right, 2 energy found, 3 energy found, candy found, Dustclops. Oh my. Sickening. And has the mist already? Although I don't know how much the mist actually, I don't know how much the mist actually matters in this matchup, to be honest. I don't even know how aggressively that like it's lined up. This matchup already to begin with has to be like... Oh, wait, actually, we don't know what Fabrizio's playing, though, right? Like, he definitely has Psyduck, right? I would imagine... Actually... Wait. What am I doing? Out of curiosity... Did Benji Fan play Psyduck? Okay, he did. Did James play Psyduck? Okay, people were still playing Psyduck, right? I was like, that's... You have to play it for the Poltnor matchup, right? You do have to play it for the Poltnor matchup. So the question is, play Devo? Yeah, the question is, did they have Devo, Cornerstone? What do we have? The Devo line just doesn't feel... Oh, no, it's Cornerstone. It's a Cornerstone. Is it Cornerstone and Devo? No, it's double Cornerstone. Okay, interesting. Jeems? Yeah, Jeems. This goddamn 90 HP bird. Was this just like a long con? Oh, is Trolley prized or is it unfair stamp? Ooh. I mean, I assume Trolley was prized. Did we see the prize cards? Did they show us the prize cards, though? Oof. Yeah, it was prized. Yikes. All right. Not good. Opens Ursaluna. Dude, that's when it, like, it's just annoying. Like, it's like, bro, I've already opened Ursaluna. And now you're... and now you're making me prize my Trolley? Like, come on. Can't catch a break. I only saw one basic dark, or excuse me, one basic fighting in there from Fabrizio. Might still be playing another one, but has a mist here. I don't think the mist matters for Fabrizio, like where it goes. If anything, you maybe want more. Oh, hold up. Gotta do this. This Ursaluna is ready to go. All right, sure. Yeah, I don't think the mist energy matters for Fabrizio, like where you put that. So if Hermione's playing the exact same list that he played last week, then he plays Mew as like an attacking option into Cornerstone. So this matchup should be pretty favorable for Hermione overall, I feel like. As long as he is still playing something like the Mew. All right, Mesa goes into play, does get a Tails. Has Candy, has Ultra Ball. Oh my gosh, his hand is still just gross though. Ooh, but there are some good cards in hand that you might not want to Ultra Ball away. Although the Mist energy at this point feels pretty low value. You could Ultra Ball away Mist plus Charmeleon probably. Get Pidgeot. You're not going to Candy Charizard here though, are you? Maybe not. Maybe that's not the line. Well, you need to like Candy Charizard onto Mew. Maybe you're just not doing that big of a play this turn. Like you're not candying Zard or anything like that. Is A-Spec Secret Box for Zard? I believe so, yeah. Stuffkey's in there. There's the Pidgeot. Maybe I missed it earlier. Maybe just punch Ursaluna just to like do something aggressively. And sorry, I'm going back to check the prize cards. There's no Mew prized. Well, now I'm kind of curious. I can't... There might be a Mew in there. I can't tell. You saw the Mew? Okay, I believe you. I trust. Hermione does have to be a little bit careful about... maybe a little bit careful about overbenching, I guess. Into the Tatsu. There's another Lily. Seems pretty good. So it looks like we're not going to Candy here. Then would it have been better to discard the Candy and evolve to the Charmeleon instead? Maybe just giving it some thought. Now looks like is going into the Pidgeot anyways. But what are you grabbing here? What I'm curious about. Maybe just wants to establish the Mist. So maybe you just grab the Mew and attach the Mist to the Mew and then play Lily. And if you get Candy Zard, cool. Because if you Candy Zard right now, it's going to be hard to set up the Mew to answer the Cornerstone. I mean, Hermione could go double Nor KO Cornerstone next turn, I guess. That's actually definitely an available play. So maybe as Hermione here, you just... Well, putting the pressure on the Ursaluna seems pretty good then if you're going to go into all these Nors. But it looks like he's just going to settle for a Nor here. But then it feels like discarding the Charmeleon was pretty bad, right? We should have, like, discard the Mist or the Iono and then attach the... Or then evolve Charmander Charmeleon. The Mist just kind of seems low value in this matchup unless Fabrizio commits to Ursaluna... Or not Ursaluna, Absol early on. Because otherwise, what are you doing with the Mist energy? I guess you could attach it to the Mew, right? Still plus 1 energy. Sure. Then maybe just discarding the Iono would have been better. I don't know. But, oh wait, could you just double Nor this turn as Hermione? Am I trolling? When did that Dusclops get into play? If we just draw Night-Switcher here, or Super Rod Ultra Ball, did we just double Nor the Ogerpon? Just evolve to Clops? Okay. Secret Box was found. Although I don't see a ton of value coming off it right now. Found a Buddy Poffin as well, so second Charmander could be discovered. But then can Fabrizio bench Psyduck and lock Hermione? That would be interesting. If you bench another Charmander here, what happens if Fabrizio goes bench Psyduck, push Ogerpon? Because Hermione has now bench locked himself out of Mew to punch Ogerpon and Klefki to pop Dusknoir. And you only have 2 boss, but Fabrizio has 2 Night Switchers. So every time you boss the duck and KO it, Fabrizio can just bench it again. Turo's in hand. Oh, he plays Turo? Oh, okay. Then we're chilling, I guess. Well, that's like, but that is a costly resource, right? That is annoying to have to do. It is annoying to have to like Turo. It's maybe not that big of a deal. I guess what else would you Turo in this matchup anyways? Just Turo your Tatsugiri out of play, right? All right. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. Not gonna break the bank. All right, Messagoza here from Fabrizio to start. It is a Tails. Has a Pokegear and a Penny. Pretty low value hand here. I can't even think what the Pokegear would get where we'd be like, that's sick. Maybe a Lily. I see an Iono and a Penny. I'm just gonna play the Iono this turn. I think you have to find the duck this turn before your Cornerstone goes down to double Dusknoir for sure. Switch the dice. I mean, we got the Cornerstone fully loaded up. We have that. We have putting Latios in place seems so bad though. I feel like, I mean, opening Ursaluna is also really bad. What if we just pennied this Ursaluna? Push the corners. No, we can't do that. That's not good enough. Maybe if we got heads on Mezzagoza to bench Psyduck, we could have pennied the Ursaluna and then oh, duck off the top. See him? All right, duck into play. And this is where things get awkward for Hermione now, because now you have to like maneuver around this board state because you bench a Charmander. That's why I didn't really like the Charmander bench there from Hermione, because if you don't bench a Charmander, the next turn you could just go Candy Zard, bench Mew, and then put some energy on that and punch the Ursaluna. I don't know. I feel like it's definitely a favorable matchup for Hermione, but things are, for where the board state's at now, things are kind of tedious. There's the Mew in the hand. Oh, it's the blue one. That's why it was hard to see in the deck. He can Turo and push Klefki now. He can. Oh, yeah, I guess he could just do that this turn, but he doesn't have double Nor to pop right now. So he's still short a piece. And then he's not even attacking for the turn. He's just... He could, like, double Nor this turn. He could Turo the Tatsu, push Pidgeot, retreat to Klefki, Nor, Stretcher Nor, or Nor, Super Rod, Ultra Ball Nor. But can't quite do that in the current hand. So, once again, nothing's going to happen. That does give time for Fabrizio to go, like, boss KO Dusclops, possibly. That does give the bench space to Hermione to make things a little bit easier. And gives Hermione access to Counter Catcher. All right, we're going in with quick search aggressively. We're not going to play the Lily. Maybe it is. Okay, we're getting the Turo. I guess the question just becomes, are we using the Turo right now? Or are we just setting up for the play on the next turn? We might just pass here from Hermione and then pull it off next turn. I guess that's what he was maybe looking for off the Tatsugiri, was trying to hit it and then go from there. But I guess it was on the bottom of that guaranteed, right? Okay, we're getting aggressive. Tatsu to the hand. Hijack gets pushed. Unless I'm mistaken, though, we don't have the double pop available. But I assume if you're doing this play, you are benching the Klefki here and popping the Dusknoir. Maybe it looks like was debating just playing the Buddy Poffin to burn it, but is going to hold on to it. Pass? So Fabrizio can just go KO your Klefki. I'm trying to think of how this plays out. So you passed. Fabrizio can go KO Klefki, and then you have to recover Klefki to be able to pop Dusknoir. But you also get access to Counter Catcher. So then you can go Charizard, Counter Catcher, KO Psyduck. And then it forces Fabrizio to have an answer to the duck. Interesting. But Fabrizio here is not playing the penny. And instead is searching out Bravery Charm plus Nest Ball. We could have seen Penny KO Klefki, which could have made things awkward for Hermione. But giving Charizard access to Counter Catcher is like so bad. Oh, we're going for an Absol setup now. Interesting. I'm pretty sure Fabrizio did have second Cornerstone in the deck. But maybe only plays the one basic fighting. Going for an Absol route instead. Bravery Charm to the Cornerstone and then starts to build up the Absol. Does he have second Turbo Energize or no? Nope, just gonna wait. Okay. Now, I mean, Hermione can go double Nor. It is possible. He wants to remove that Cornerstone from the field. And maybe could even attack with Charizard this turn as well, to be honest. I'm not sure. It has a Charm now. Double Dusknoir still KOs it. Charm Cornerstone does nothing. Yeah, actually, yeah, there's no point in giving it the Charm, right? Ever. Because it just... Well, it forces double Nor, I guess. No, but that's the same thing, right? Yeah. Putting it on the Absol or something like that is probably a little bit better. Different die and heads. Just have to switch it up sometimes. Okay, search out the Charizard now. I mean, things are definitely... I guess you could pop Nor on Cornerstone, Counter Catcher Absol, and then pop Nor again, KO Cornerstone, punch Absol. That sounds like a pretty good turn to me. Arvin here, Defiance Band, Rare Candy. Are we not getting to double Dusknoir this turn, though? I think we still have Quick Search left, I believe. Or can he do the Mew play, maybe? Well, now I'm a little confused by what Hermione's doing this turn. I feel like Hermione's just giving Fabrizio so much time. Okay, we're going for the Counter Catcher now. Like, do we ever not deal with this Cornerstone right now before, like while we can just deal with it so aggressively? Well, you've probably been asked this, but what's your thoughts on the Baby Ho-Oh and Charizard as an answer for Cornerstone? They're just better answers. you really want to beat Cornerstone and you want to attack with a 3 energy attacker, Gouging Fire is probably just the better play. Okay, we also have to move the Clef Key as well. Okay, we're punching the Cornerstone. All right, Hermione better do... If Hermione does not KO this Cornerstone, we could just see Fabrizio Turo it. And then put it back down. Or Penny it, excuse me. Why do you go Absol over second Cornerstone? Does already even have enough resources to go through 2 Cornerstones? With the Mew, yeah. You definitely have enough resources to go through them with the Mew. Ho also beats Crustle. Yeah, but beating Crustle shouldn't be a factor as to why you play a card. Okay, the Mew's getting loaded up. Okay, so maybe... I guess Hermione is going to go KO the... No, wait. Yeah, KO the Cornerstone with Mew, I guess? Sure. That seems fine. What if Fabrizio has... Wait, hold on. What if Fabrizio has, like, E-switch to Absol, attached to Absol, knock out your Mew? Isn't that kind of scary? I feel like if we could have, like, gone double Dusknoir plus attack with Charizard, that seems way better. I guess I don't know if that play was available, though. You just attach a Blood Moon? I mean, attacking with Blood Moon seems way worse, but I guess, yeah, sure. Oh, is he just KOing the Blood Moon? Okay, sure. Okay. Well, I guess the E-switch play is still available to Fabrizio then. Or what if Fabrizio heals 30 off the Cornerstone now? 100? Yeah, now you could heal 30... Now you could, like, Monkey Dory 30 off. And then KO Dusclops? I do not think Fabrizio currently has that play available, though. Oh, but hold on. I just feel like it feels like there's a lot of resources expended from Hermione. So if you attack with Absol this turn, you could like actually pick apart the remaining. You could start to pick apart the resources from Fabrizio or from Hermione and make it maybe impossible for Hermione to set up another Charizard or something. I don't know. He's a genius. The charm does matter because of Monkey. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if it doesn't die. I mean, I just kind of assumed it was getting KO'd. Yeah, if it doesn't get KO'd this turn, then the Monkey does matter. This is true. All right, we're into the Fez. Oh, Lively Stadium also works. Yeah, I'm being sarcastic. Okay. Lively Stadium helps, but their second message goes in Hermione's hand. So it's only going to matter for so long. This would be a situation where maybe as Fabrizio here, you just pray that it's prized. I don't know. He's thinking about benching the Monkey Dory. You could penny up your Absol to attach the energy from the Absol to the Monkey Dory and then punch the Mew plus move 30 off your Ogre Pawn. Pennies up the Ogre Pawn. Oh, wait, are we going to clutch the Mew? I mean, I would Brave Charm the Yveltal as well, right? To protect it, because the Mew can copy Yveltal's attack and knock it out. All right, let's go. Sick. See what I'm talking about. I actually don't hate this play. You reset your Cornerstone for a future turn. Clutch the active. Sure, this doesn't seem terrible. Like, Hermione doesn't have a great way to deal with Yveltal, so sure. Don't hate it. Somebody probably already asked, but are we playing round 9 today? I believe so, yes. I believe round 9 will be played today. Clutch Mew is goaded since it can't attack. Oh, wait, it just used Ursaluna's attack. That's right. It can't actually attack. I forgot about that. Wait, what does Ursaluna's attack say? Does it say this Pokemon can't attack? Or does it say you can't use this attack? I guess even if it could attack, it would only be able to punch the Yveltal for 110. Can't attack? Okay, cool. Our Super Rod coming out from Hermione, recovering probably some Dusknoir. And there's a Fire Energy at least in there. This is the problem with setting up the Mew, of course, as well. Is like the Mew doesn't line up well into everything. Dusknoir double Fire, possibly, because we probably want to be able to attack with a Charizard at some point, but goes for the Charmeleon instead. Interesting, because you could just like attach return to the Charizard. Oh, we do have a fire in hand, I guess. Sure. This Pokemon can't attack? Okay, sure. You know how many points you need for phase 2? 16. Both of these players are already in phase 2. Plenty of options for Hermione here, obviously. Oh. Is that me? Is that them? Oh, we're back. I don't know what it is from Hermione. Honestly, Fabrizio is probably not too mad at that. Fabrizio's hand was pretty mid and did not have a ton of options. Got a Vessel Iono E-Switch. Okay. A lot of plays available for Fabrizio now. Into the quick search from Hermione. Yeah, honestly, this seems very winnable for Fabrizio. This seems like super, super winnable. I just feel like Hermione had a really good setup where like there was a lot of Pokemon in play that did not respond really well to a Charizard just punching them. And it feels like Hermione should have just like removed the immediate cornerstone threat, popped Double Dusknoir, and then just Charizard punched the Ursaluna. I don't know. Or counter catcher punch the Absol was maybe even better. Leave the Ursaluna. Who cares about Ursaluna? That guy sucks. Just start punching with Charizard, basically. Because the Mew is so much more fragile and vulnerable as an option. All right, pass over to Fabrizio. We got some options here for sure. Could just clutch again, though. You could just clutch the Mew. Gus clutch the Pidgeot. I don't even know if that seems good, to be honest. The question from here as well for Fabrizio is, what do you start to build up? Do you go for the Cornerstone? Do you go into an Absol? Absol doesn't seem terrible, honestly, at this point. A lot of options available, of course. He is going into the Arvin. Maybe we see like an aggressive... Ooh, going counter catcher. Why didn't he attack? Because he just attacked with Ursaluna's attack, so he can't attack. Clutch Dusknoir. I mean, Clutch isn't like that strong right now. Hermione does have a Jet Energy left and a Mist Energy. Now, the question would be like, what is Fabrizio playing around at this point? I'm not 100% sure what Fabrizio is playing around. Oh, Fabrizio also plays Counter Game. That could be a big card. We're getting into an Absol or a Cornerstone more aggressively than Hermione might think is able. Yeah, so the question here for question here from Fabrizio is, how many mobility cards are you playing around? Or how many outs to Yveltal are you playing around? There's a Jet gone, there's a Turo gone. You probably play around a second Jet at the very least. And then you probably play around one Miss. So honestly, as Fabrizio here, you're probably playing around all those things. Nitrate happens and is going for the Absol here. He's going all in on the Absol, actually. Here we go. What do you attack, though? He did get Counter Catcher. Are we Counter Catchering punching something like the Charizard, or Counter Catcher KO the Dusknoir, maybe? He doesn't have a great way to deal with Charizard. Okay, so I do kind of like this, to be honest, because he doesn't have a great way to deal with this Charizard, like once it starts swinging. What are the now the question is, what does Hermione have in hand? Was Hermione expecting an Absol play here? What are we about to lose? Ooh, there's a Fire Energy and a Boss. Honestly, both of those cards seem pretty big. That's the last Fire Energy in the deck here for Hermione. Yep, that's the last Fire. Hermione, I don't know what the recovery looks like. What did Hermione play last week? What was the recovery from Hermione last week? Let me see. Last week, Hermione played 2 Super Rod. So there's probably a second Super Rod available still. And Fabrizio probably does not plan on KOing this Charizard until it gets another energy. I don't think Fabrizio is KOing this Charizard next turn. There's a second Super Rod available for Hermione. Oh, and the Psyduck's in play. So to use Dusknoir at this point from Hermione, you have to get the Klefki into the active to utilize it. And then if you're not able to attack on that same turn, it's possible Fabrizio could remove the effectiveness of, or remove that damage from play with like a penny or something. Hermione also knows that Fabrizio knows that there's a boss in Hermione's hand, but if Fabrizio takes a 2-prize knockout here, then Hermione would get access to counter catcher, so that doesn't become as relevant. But Fabrizio here could like go KO Charmeleon, maybe like attach return plus KO Charmeleon, and then that removes Hermione's possibility of a fresh Charizard anymore this game, I'm pretty sure. And then you could discard the boss from hand and take away a mobility card, but not give Hermione access to counter catcher. Honestly, that seems kind of good here from Fabrizio. Fabrizio has a Gust. Gust KO Charmeleon seems nice. We'll see. Goes for the restart first here from Hermione for 2. Briar and Messagoza. Could attack with Mew. Hermione could also attack with Mew here as well. Like, could use the Jet. But if you use the Jet here, Yveltal becomes a lot more scary. And you could copy Fabrizio's attack and discard one of Fabrizio's powerful options. Dark can win next turn with Defiance Band if Fabrizio takes KO. Yeah, maybe it could he? I don't know. Is that possible? Because you can't Jet Klefki in the active and attach a Charizard in the same turn. Jet Klefki, pop Nor on Absol, bump Stadium, then Mew it. Yeah, that sounds good to me. If Hermione has a Jet to work with. Yeah, that works, right? Jet Klefki, pop Nor on the active, Mew KO active. Oh, but Hermione doesn't have the Stadium right now. We're short the Stadium. Oh, you're saying he drew the Stadium. Okay, he didn't grab the Jet there, though. He could have done the play if he grabbed Jet. Maybe the second Jet is priced? Or go back to the prize cards real fast. Second Jet's not prized. Maybe I didn't see the second Jet either. Maybe he only placed 1 Jet. It's in deck. Oh, it was there. Okay. So he could have done the play. That play seems pretty good to me. Instead, he goes with the Iono, which once again gives Fabrizio like a fresh hand to work with. Norin Stadium Bump doesn't KO Absol though, does it? Yeah, it would be 330. Mew copies Absol. Plus Lesnor is 330. If only popping on Absol has 3 prizes. Yeah, he doesn't win. He just KOs the only threat on Fabrizio's side of the field. Like, Ursaluna could be recovered, I guess, but... yeah, it doesn't end the game, but it KOs the only thing Fabrizio has, basically. I'm actually not sure where to go from here as Fabrizio, to be honest, though. Hermione still has quite a few threats available. But if you KO the... I still feel like... no, because the Dusknoir is kind of scary, too. But maybe KOing Charmeleon is good enough here. He does have a boss, so he has his pick of cards to take away. Can we just KO Klefki now? KO Klefki would... well, but then Hermione could like Gust KO Psyduck, right? So what if you just KO the Dusknoir itself? Yeah, KOing... I feel like KOing the Dusknoir here would just be better then, because then if the Duck ever gets chased... Does Hermione ever have a Briar play next turn if Fabrizio takes 2? Well, yes, but also giving Fabrizio access to counter... or Hermione access to counter catcher seems pretty bad. Oh, hold up. Fabrizio going back into... going back to the Yveltal. The Yveltal... I feel like you got to make a more aggressive play here from Fabrizio, though. I don't really love this slow play. I feel like something more aggressive made more sense, but... going after the Pidgeot. It's a jet and a mist left. You definitely know there's a way out of this for sure remaining. I think Hermione Arvin Rod attack was winning, and I think Fabrizio Kill Dusknoir is winning. Yeah, KOing the Dusknoir here seemed fine. Or KOing like one of the one prize Pokemon. KOing the Charmeleon. I guess maybe the Dusknoir is always better because of that. But if you KO the... No, but if you KO Charmeleon this turn, Hermione can't jet and attach the Fire to Charizard in the same turn, right? So you could KO Charmeleon this turn, and then maybe Gust again, KO Charizard next turn. But then you might have to deal with the Mew at that point anyways. Not sure. Are you allowed to make changes to your deck during a tournament? No. You submit 60 cards before the tournament starts. This is not going to game 2. It might, but we're definitely not getting a game 3. Okay, that's one more out to Clutch gone. There's only a final Mist Energy left. Clutch could actually be the win condition here from Fabrizio. Like, I feel like it could actually get to that point. The hand is dead here from Fabrizio. Going to the Mesagoza. Another Tails. Now he's going for the counter catcher on the Dusknoir. Okay, this will force the final mobility card out of Hermione potentially. But I guess you could also just wait until your Dusknoir. But giving up your Dusknoir to a Clutch Yveltal is kind of cringe. I don't know if I could respect anyone who let their Dusknoir get KO'd by a Clutch Yveltal. Can't let that happen. Does Mist Energy block retreat locks? Yes. The effect of the attack doesn't actually happen. So the effect of the attack was still on the Pidgeot for that turn, but if you clutch the Pidgeot again, then the effect wouldn't happen, and then you would be able to retreat. So Fabrizio is playing around dealing with the Dusknoir. I mean, yeah, this makes it really awkward for Hermione, because if you play your Jet, are you KOing this Yveltal to stop Fabrizio from retreat locking you again? Tails on the Mesagoza. Why doesn't he Jet Klefki pop Nor on Psyduck? And Countercatcher or Boss Absol for game? Because that... Yeah. Because that wouldn't win him the game. Dude, I feel like Hermione has played this game. Also, I feel like Hermione did play this game way too passively. He just needed to set up a Charizard and start punching stuff to force Fabrizio to... Like, if Hermione just, like, dealt with the Cornerstone with the double Dusknoir and then just started punching with a Charizard, like, Fabrizio... There's so much pressure on Fabrizio at that point. But, like, Hermione has, like, played the game that Fabrizio wants to play, which is, like, Hermione has all the tools, but he's putting zero pressure on Fabrizio. So that's Fabrizio, like... have so much time to like do all this weird stuff, and now we're in a situation where honestly, I mean, Hermione might still, I don't even know if Hermione is favored at this point, to be honest, but Fabrizio is definitely not unfavored. I don't think. There's a Lily gonna get a refresh here. Now the possibilities are kind of endless for Fabrizio going to this next turn. Well, as far as like on Hermione's side. So he's playing a best of one game. Yeah, both players have conceded to this being a best of one game like a long time ago. Okay, energy attachment for turn seems pretty good. And then a Pokegear that could become a boss. We got the Lively Stadium as well. I don't know how much that matters, but he's got it. That's the second Mesagoza gone, so that means the Lively Stadium is sticking in play the rest of the game. Not gonna play it yet though. Okay, interesting. What if they agreed to tie beforehand? Then they would have already tied and they wouldn't be playing this match right now. Blustery Wind, though. I mean, if we commit a Fire Energy to Pidgeot, I guess you could jet up to Pidgeot and Blustery Wind. All right, Quick Search is coming out again here for Hermione. The problem at this point is that Hermione has expended so many of the ways around Clutch without actually dealing, with so many prize cards left that Clutch seems like a real win condition for Fabrizio at this point. I don't know what we're clutching for sure, but there are some options on the bench. He has Prime Catcher too? No, he's playing Secret Box. If he has Prime Catcher, this game is definitely over, but he does not have Prime Catcher. This game was over like turns ago if he has Prime Catcher. All right, here we go. He's doing some stuff. I don't know what stuff he's doing, but the stuff is happening. I wonder if Fabrizio should have actually played that Stadium last turn, though. Oh, because it feels like Hermione is going to go for the KO the Absol play here with Mew. Yep, it's going to the Absol and then is going to... Fabrizio finds his trolley. Retreating to the Mew. And then still has a Charizard and 2 Fire Energy. Is that Hermione's second boss, or does Hermione still have a boss left? I mean, it's got to be the Lively Stadium or the Poke... I feel like it's got to be the Poke Gear, right? What am I missing? Should be the Poke Gear. Why he didn't play the Lively Stadium? I don't know. Lively Stadium seemed correct to play there for sure. It would have played around the play as well, right? Yeah, I don't know why he didn't play the Lively Stadium. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he didn't expect Hermione to actually do anything this turn. No, Lively Stadium was such a misplay. Yeah, right. Because the Absol would have survived, right? Absol literally would have survived, and he could have won with like Iono plus Absol attack or something. But now he's down so many more resources, and I think Hermione does have a boss left. I think he does have a boss left. It didn't matter here though. The Mew was Defiance banded. But they were tied 4 and 4 on prize cards, so Defiance Band doesn't. Defiance Band wasn't active. The what's it called would have saved him. All right, into the Messagoza. Does get a heads here. Monkey Dory is found. Fabrizio still has 4 prize cards left, but okay, so Fabrizio can Yveltal trap the Klefki for how many turns? A couple turns. But Fabrizio needs a Gust and an energy for the Monkey Dory at this point. If there's 2 boss gone, oh, is there only 1 boss gone? You can't even you can't hide behind Cornerstone here. 2 turns you can trap at the Stadium. Oh, true. Yeah, you could trap with the Stadium, so it's an extra turn. Because Klefki is weak to Arvin get Counter Catcher. There's the Dark Energy for the Monkey Dory. If he's got a Counter Catcher left, you go Counter Catcher Klefki. You just have to make sure he poisons his... Oh no, poisoning your Yveltal doesn't freaking matter. Oh, never mind actually, because Klefki's gonna shut off your Monkey Dory. Wait, what the heck? Is it even a win condition here? Wait, this might actually be win conditionless. I take back everything I just said. You can't use your Monkey Dory while... you can't use your Monkey Dory while Klefki's in the active. Yikes. Going for the Tatsugiri first. Deck out. Maybe. Penny, boss. Goes for the boss. He's just not playing the Lively a turn ago. Yeah, definitely a pretty big mistake. But I don't know how much it actually changes thinking about it a little bit more, though, to be honest, because Hermione could have just gone for like a 3 prize turn into like a boss KO turn. Okay, Yveltal back to the active, but you can't Monkey Dory. Huh. You can build it for a prize with Monkey Dory and then Cornerstone KO Mew. Yeah, but you have 5. You need 5 prize cards, right? Or 4. Fabrizio needs 4 prize cards. And I don't think Hermione's decking out anytime soon. I'm definitely struggling to see a win condition here for Fabrizio. Joust win con. Yo, the Joust? Oh, wait, you can't use... No, you can't use that. That's a clef key. Oh, it's over. Wait, am I missing something? There's literally a clef key in the active. All right, pack it up, pack it up. I was like, at first I freaked out because I was like, bro, you can't Petchi X yourself back into the active. But it's worse than that because you can't use the Tatsugiri. All right. Well, you know, it was good while it lasted. Even called free retreat. I mean, all right, bro, how, dude, sometimes I just don't understand if you guys are listening to me or not. How from everything I just said, you came to the conclusion that Yveltal is free retreat? My man is using Monkey Dory and Petron EX with a clef key in the active. Dude, they still... Bro, Fabrizio's just over there cooking, bro. He's just like, and another ability, and another ability. That's all right. I mean, they'll pick it up eventually. We're just kind of waiting for the inevitability of this. Can the judge wake up? They're awake. They're there. They're at the table. Everyone thinks everything is fine. I mean, once it gets into motion and everyone thinks everything is fine, like yeah, like no one's gonna be like, everyone's like, oh, everything's happening fine, nothing's changed, everything should still be fine. Like it's on the judges to be alerted. So someone needs to alert the judges that they can't do the thing. Fabrizio back at it again with another ability use. We clutching. Oh, okay, there we go. No, but how's Hermione not saying anything? Because he doesn't realize. Dude, what? Dude, why? Dude, how can you be living life this miserably, man? There's just no way. There's no way. Bro, anything wrong happens and it's immediately, bro. Where's the malicious intent, bro? Someone has to be malicious. Someone has to be malicious here. You gotta learn to see the bright side, bro. The glass is half full, bro. You're being tricked. You're being tricked. The glass is half full, bro. All these evil Pokemon players. Listen, and it is possible. I'm not even saying it's impossible, right? It is possible that Hermione realized what was happening and just let it cook, right? It is possible, but like, why would we ever assume that? It's just silly to assume that. It's also possible he didn't realize, right? Unless we have some evidence. If we have some evidence to be like, oh, this is why we think he realized, then sure. But we have no evidence of that at all. Both players just forgot what Klefki did. The judges forgot what Klefki did. Someone eventually caught it. Casters let him know. And it is, I mean, I think Fabrizio literally just conceded because he was going to get a game loss, match loss or something anyway. So back it up. What happened? Fabrizio used many abilities under Klefki. which was illegal. All right, 1 minute 40 left. Can Fabrizio donk Hermione here? Let's find out. The donk is possible. Well, it has to be like a 2-turn donk. Hermione goes draw, pass, and there's a Charmander and an Arven. All right, Hermione wins 1-0. I honestly, it would have been interesting. Well, actually, no, it wouldn't have been that interesting. The Klefki play was never a real play from Fabrizio, which is what I was saying initially when Fabrizio went for the play. I was like, I don't think this does anything because you can't ever generate damage on Hermione's side of the field. You just sit there and trap it till you KO it and then you lose the game, which is actually what was happening. Oh, well, we got one more round to watch, though. Aggressive turbo energize. 50 seconds left. And now Fabrizio has no choice but to go all out, all turbo with the Absol. It reminded me of a States top 8 and dating myself real hard here, where my buddy and I forgot about Cessation Crystal for half the game. That was a big card in the format back then, right? Like half the decks were Cessation Crystal decks. Do they stream 8 or 9 rounds? They stream all the rounds that they play. Well, that's not true. Once they start streaming rounds, they don't stop until the rounds are done. They're gonna stream one more round. Okay, there's a concede. Thankfully, in that situation, like, it didn't really ruin the game. Like, Fabrizio didn't actually have a win condition. Like, he could sit there and use and trap the Klefki in the active for 5 turns until he KOs it, but it wouldn't make a difference. He would eventually just KO it and then lose the game on the next turn. There was no way. He could have won if he could have trapped something and then generated damage on the other side. Actually, I guess if a card that... I don't know if Fabrizio plays the Enhanced Hammer. A lot of people started playing the Enhanced Hammer. But if Fabrizio had Enhanced Hammer there, you could have E-Hammered the Mist off the Pidgeot and then trapped that with Clutch. And that would have been a real win condition for Fabrizio, for sure. But I don't know if Fabrizio plays the Enhanced Hammer. Definitely didn't find it. Otherwise, he probably would have gone for that play, but... Hermione moves on to 701 with the Charizard. Put himself in a pretty good position to head to maybe make another top cut run here. And Fabrizio falls down to 6-2, which isn't out of it yet. We'll still see him in phase 2. We might not see him the rest of the tournament on stream, but he'll be in phase 2. Has the potential to make top cut. Appreciate the 9 months there, Juan. It was an anticlimactic game 2 after so much illegal moves. I don't get how you play a card and not how it works from Hermione's perspective. Dude, I gotta come up with a... Alright. Dude, I just gotta come up with a... Like, I need like a pseudo insult. Like... It's just like... You just haven't played very much Pokemon. Like... It is 100% reasonable to like forget what was going on in that situation on Hermione. Like, you just haven't played enough Pokemon. That's it. That's the answer. That's the answer. It has to be Rage Bait. Well, that's why I want it to be like a pseudo insult. I don't want to be like too nice about it either, because it's just like, it's just kind of a silly question. It's kind of like a silly statement to make. I don't want to be too charitable to people, because if it is Rage Bait or they're just being toxic, like, you just haven't played. The answer is you just have not played enough Pokemon. I don't know how. You probably have not played Pokemon on stream. That's it. That's the answer. That's the correct. That's the best answer. That's the correct answer. I don't want to be too charitable in my response, to be honest. I'm not going to lie. 38th round of a long day. Mistakes are made. They probably haven't eaten all day. Well, I mean, we don't have to make excuses for him. It's just like he made a mistake. Yeah. For all we know, he's been eating in between every single round. It might have been a super short day for him as well. Like, he maybe showed up at round 6, and then his first 6-round opponents were no-show, so he just started 6-0. Call him a youngster. It's like the worst trainer class in the games. Call them goobers. People forget because there's a lot going on. Yeah, there's a lot going on. Playing on stream. Like, people play worse on stream. I mean, I don't want to make excuses for people playing on worse on stream, but like, yeah, it's just at the end of the day, it's just a mistake, and it's definitely like, very reasonable to make the mistake. We see it happen literally all the time. And if you've played enough Pokemon, you have made these mistakes. You've made these mistakes. You don't even have to play that much Pokemon. Played a decent amount of Pokemon. You've made the exact same mistake Hermione has made. Not exactly with those cards, but the exact same thing has happened to you. Azul, you literally never make mistakes? Well, me, yeah, but I'm talking about everyone else, obviously. I don't know if I said me, but obviously I didn't mean me if I said me. I was trying to make you all feel better. What was a mistake? Fabricio was using abilities under Klefki. Everyone just forgot how Klefki worked. When something doesn't be so matter of fact, it's hard to catch it in real time. Yeah, Hermione's like, well, he just confidently did that. I'm not gonna call him out on it, bro. He must know something I don't. Like, damn, he's cooking over there. I'm just gonna let him work. Klefki does read only if your opponent notices. True. So can opponents undo something if they made the action and then realize it wasn't allowed? For example, trying to bench snipe a Terra on TCG Live, it lets you do it and it blocks the damage. If you clearly do something, the thing is done. So if you get, I'm gonna use Water Pond and targeted this Pokemon, you're like, okay, cool, it doesn't do any damage. Then it doesn't do any damage.
701. It's a good record, right?
Yeah, good record, but I just played terrible. So I don't know. I hope I can play better on the next one.
Okay, well, you know what? I think a lot of people haven't got that luxury of playing bad and still getting the win there. Talk to us about your deck choice then. Charizard, what led you to picking that for this event?
I thought it was a good play for Lil last weekend, and I got top 8 with it. But I thought it was a bad play for this weekend, but I had no time this week to play at all. I've played no Pokemon, so I just played it again.
That's interesting. It's interesting. That's a storyline we've been trying to talk about here this weekend, is that this is a back-to-back weekend. So a lot of people, you know, testing and decks might be suboptimal, or it's definitely something to think about. How do you think it's being a back-to-back weekend has affected your testing and deck selection?
Yeah, for me, I don't think Charizard is that good right now. Maybe if Dragapult underperforms here, it'll be good again, but I genuinely had no other choice. So I had no testing. I just played, you know.
Well, it just shows you how strong of a player you are then, that you can take, in your opinion, a bad deck to an event, play bad, and still get the W. What's your goals for this event then? What are you feeling?
I want to win. I'm here to win.
Somebody wants to win. Thank you so much for your time. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'll let you go now because you can decompress for your next round. But back to casters.
Depending on how well Guardy does, I could see Charizard being like a pretty good. Like we definitely could see Hermione like make a run with Charizard for sure, depending on how well Guardy does. If Guardy can like keep the pulse in check, or Hermione kind of use it as like a stepping stone thing. The Guardies beat the pulse, and then Hermione beats the Guardies, wins the tournament. Has there been any Guardy on stream yet? There has not. There's been 0 Gardevoirs on stream. All right, so no 8-0s here. A lot of 701s. Henry Brand, Michael. So Thomas and Max did tie, and then Tapio as well joins them at the 701 records. And then right under that, the 701s, we got Matthew, Lewis, Cohen, Christian Fontaine, and Arthur. Honestly, the only names I recognize there are Arthur and... well, Henry Brand as well, I guess. I don't recognize the top 3 here. Actually, Max Roberts sounds familiar. Yeah, Max Roberts sounds familiar, actually, I think. 701s. Now we're into the 602s. What do we got? We got Vinny tied again. Bro, what the heck? Step it up. All right, Bolter. We got Bolters. 602 as well. Ties. Calvin Connor. 602. Juan, 602. It looks like Gabriel fell off here. Ooh, 6-1-1. Will he be able to make the back-to-back-to-back cuts? Kato was up here, 6-1-1. I think he started off like 2-1 or something like that, so pretty good run so far. Or pretty good run in the back half of phase 1. I think we're definitely going to see some repeat top cut performers from Lille to Gdansk. Gabriel Smart, 6-1, Emma Hagen. I assume Emma's got to be playing Flareon Box again, right? Also 6-1-1, and Fabian 6-1-1. There's no way Fabian is playing Palt Blaziken, right? Although the deck maybe did get better because you can play Absol in there now, which is kind of cool. What's the exclamation point mean? Oh, it just means that they're currently in a match. The match is not finished. He also has the he has like a double mark here. It's like the asterisk and the exclamation point. Robin is 6-1-1, so got a dub after the tie on stream. Tord 6-2. Do we know what Tord's playing yet? Toby Clark 6-2. So weird as we'll look at Brisbane. By the way, it's 3:30 a.m. for Brisbane. All their matches have... Yeah, it's just like the last round didn't get updated, Gabo. Basically, like they inputted the results into Arcanine, but then they didn't like update it. So like round 8 got played, but it's just like in limbo, basically. Oh wait, do we want the Reclive interview here? Hold up.
Here now, you actually straight. Yeah, thank you very much for that, Alex. I've never been so excited for this interview I'll have any time in my casting career. I'm joined with the one, the only. Leva Redcliffe, that is Tord Redcliffe's mom, everybody. How are we feeling this weekend?
I'm feeling very great. I had so much fun.
Love to hear it. Now, you're actually playing this event, right? And you started off the event rather well. What deck was you playing this weekend?
I played Gdansk.
Okay, love that. When was the last time you played an event?
Never.
Your very first event?
It's a very first big event, yes. I played locals, yes. But not this big event, no.
Okay, absolutely love that.
Well, we had an interview there for a second, and then the stream just shit itself, bro. Dude, why does that keep happening in all their interviews? There's a technical problem like in literally every interview. Aura overload. Yeah, she was about to leak Tord's secrets, and then Tord literally just like pulled the plug. It was like, nope, shut it down, shut it down. Tord cut the wires. Yeah, he's like, no leaks on that one. Did she BM and they shut it down? No, it's definitely a technical issue because you could hear the audio started crackling. So they just like lost the feed or something. Chip started chewing on the cables or something. I don't know. Oh wait, we're back.
The only Reva Redcliffe, that is Tord Redcliffe's mother.
Wait, is this the same?
Everybody, how are you feeling this weekend?
I'm feeling great.
Absolutely love to hear it. Now, this is your very first regional level event, yes?
Yes, that's it.
And did you have a lot of fun?
Redo.
I had a lot of fun. Everyone's so nice.
There we go. We love to hear it. Everyone is so nice. Now, it's not very often we get to chat to you. How do you feel, seeing your son, always up there in the EU leaderboards, winning loads of events? How does that feel for you?
Of course, I'm very proud of him. I'm very, very proud of him. Yeah, it feels good, of course.
Of course, a lot of people, and like in a lot of people's opinions, they would say your son is the best Pokemon player of all time. Now, if I'm correct in thinking, you taught him how to play when he was younger, right?
Yeah, I did. I taught him the game, but I didn't teach him the skills. He got them on his own.
No, I think it's safe to say you must have had a little influence, right? A little influence?
Oh no, I just love the game. I love to play, and I think he's got that from me. Yes.
Okay, well, there's the passion from the game from Reva. Now, I want to ask you a question. Since this is your first regional event, do you think we could expect to see you at any more?
Maybe.
Oh, the suspense. I got one more question for you, Reva, before I let you go. Now, since you taught Redcliffe how to play Pokemon, do you have any advice to people who are looking to get to their first regional event as well?
I think doing the same as I did this time. Have fun. That's the main thing. Have fun.
Have fun. There you go. Have fun, and good things will happen. You've been an absolute star, Reva. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
But for now, it's back to casters.
What's her record? She's out of phase. Did not make phase 2. I'm not sure the overall record though. She was 4-2 at one point though. Chat was reporting. Four. Hey, look at he's actively not trying to flex out of his suit. Yeah, if he flexes a little bit too hard, the whole thing's just gonna rip. Gonna break free. Got the pairings up for the last round. Not quite. We're still waiting on... Oh, wait, no. The last match, it says unreported is Hermione's. Wait, are they doing the final round? Are they doing another round? I assume they are. But I'm not listening to the main broadcast, so I don't know. The only match unreported is it looks like Hermione's match, unless I'm missing another one. Maybe there's like one more. Oh no, there's a couple more. I lied. Like one more. There's 2 matches total unreported. Is round 9 today? Yes, I think so, yeah. Round 9 today, and then a round of Swiss or 2 tomorrow, and then Top Cut. Tomorrow's actually going to be a pretty short stream, to be honest, depending on how many rounds they actually show us. Last week, they only showed us 1 round of Swiss, but luckily for us, there was a top 16 cut, so... All right, let's take a look at these pairings. What match would we want to see here? I mean, I just kind of want to see the number 1 seed. I kind of just want to see this, to be honest. Like, I just see the top 2 seeded players. Or actually, there's more 701s. Never mind. I just want to see 2 701 players, to be honest. Except Henry and Hermione. So any of these 4. We haven't seen any of these 4 players yet today, I don't think. So just pick one of those. Oh, no, but they have to get matched into each other, I guess, on top of that, because they could hit Henry or Hermione. All right, maybe one of those matches then. But I guess you could pick from down here as well. But just like a top. One match in like this. If there's a good match in that top, what's it called there? The top 11 players there. Any word on how Polt's been doing? There's some Polts up there. Henry Brand's playing Polt. Where's the poll to vote for the next stream match? Hopefully not happening. Have you seen Chien Pao? No, there's been no Chien Pao. I wouldn't expect to see a Chien Pao on stream. The deck's not great right now. Very mid deck. Max is on Jelly. Honestly, I kind of like watching like Jelly Guardy versus like Golden Go. I actually like watching that matchup. So if that's a matchup, I want to see that one. Max is not on Jelly. Dude, whatever, man. I'm not gonna read chat anymore. I'm done, man. But you were selecting the matches, right? Or did they not get the memo? Or then I guess they didn't get the memo, yeah. Have you watched the Ian Robb review of his stream game? I have not, no. Was it from Milwaukee? Max is on Lost Tina. Okay, now we're cooking, bro. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I've been waiting for. Joshua 602 was playing Chien Pao and Lily. I don't know if he's still on it here. All right. Maybe we do see some Chien Pao on stream, but it's possible. You've told us for your treat. You talked about Jelly versus Dango matchup in review. Oh, that was the match he played on stream, right? Pay out last bowl. Oh, true. My bad. I got you. Hermione won, right? How do you get this overview on Limitless? Just put command standings in the chat. I'll give you the link. How are the stream tables decided? They pick the production picks the what's it called? Were they just listing all of Gabriel's accomplishments, bro? Chill. What the heck? Nah, he got lucky at most of these. He got lucky. Oh, I think it was just the events he attended that season, actually. Yeah, the stream table, the production people just pick the table they want. It's not, it's definitely not random. It being random would be terrible. That'd be so bad. Yeah, specific matchup chosen, but there's still it could be done better still for sure. I think they should get rid of, like, after thinking about it more and just kind of seeing the outcome of it, there's just like no reason to have like the community vote. Community vote, what's it called, to decide stream matches. That should just like be removed from the thing. Because, yeah, if there's a cool deck, like in a matchup where the cool deck can, be played, then production backstage can pick the match. Or if there's good players playing a matchup that's good, then once again the production can pick the thing better. It's all about trying to maximize the possibility of having a good match on stream, not get a certain deck or get certain, like, you don't want to see like a certain deck get on stream and then just demolish the opponent or get demolished. Or you don't want to see a player get on stream and demolish their opponent or get demolished because the matchup is bad or good or whatever. Trying to maximize good games, not, what's it called? So any surprise decks performing in phase 1? Not that we've seen, I don't think. Nothing crazy. So you have to take all your chatters, choose the matchup you want to watch. True, we have to influence the poll. Good point. Want to make a community suggestion a thing? Because fuck the community. They don't... What deck did Danklin take to Brisbane? I'm not sure. 5-star Manitan and Hell in that one shot. Dude, it's not his day. So why'd you clone yourself and name him Ian Robb? I was just bored one day. Yo, Triff's in here. Production asks commentary their opinion on possible matches stream. Yes, they do. Yeah, they do. Yeah, the number one thing that should be prioritized is finding a good matchup between as high of caliber or as high of performing players on the day as possible. So if we can get a Gabriel versus Tord, that's great. But if there's just like 2 players that are 7-0 and the match is like good based on the matchup, then that's you don't have to pick up the names, but it just needs to be, those are things that need to be like the main influences. Really good players play in a matchup that should lead to entertaining gameplay, or just 2 players that are doing really well on that day, even if the players aren't known, that are playing a matchup that is like would lead to like a good back and forth, hopefully. Also, hey, Subtle, did you successfully get registered for Vegas the other night? I've been registered for Vegas, but I don't know if I'm gonna go. So have you heard anything about the piss table at this event? No. Is that how you guys do it in Europe? In the States, we have the piss chair. But in Europe, y'all have the piss table. Milwaukee Stream watched a Guardy Jellicent mirror while Tord was eliminated versus a Charizard. Yeah, like the Guardy Jelly mirror. Well, I don't actually know what the circumstances for the Guardy Jelly mirror, to be honest. I don't actually remember that, but that would be like something to like avoid, obviously, because it's like not a very entertaining game to watch, stuff like that. But Guardy Jelly mirror. So I mean, and sometimes it can be, right? Like sometimes you pick a matchup. It's like this matchup is, but it's like you play the percentages. Like if a matchup is an 80-20, it's possible you get to 20% where it's entertaining, but 80% of the time it's not entertaining. So you want to pick closer matchups among higher caliber players to increase the odds of better content. It already ended? No, they got one more round coming up, I believe. If EU has piss tables, NA has piss chairs, what does LATAM and OC have? I don't know. Does it get more extreme or less extreme? Maybe one of them is just normal. People just piss in the bathrooms. And then the other one gets more extreme. Are there any stall decks in this format? I mean, there's a lot of decks that play corner attackers, like corner and clutch, like Nivital, but they're not really stall decks. But you can create a board state where you basically deck out your opponent sometimes. So Kang stall floating around. There's the Kangaskhan stall deck. That's the closest we have to a stall deck right now, but there's not like a Snorlax stall style deck though. No. They seem to be so hype. I'm getting there on Thursday to watch the live LDF Stavenau money match at the club. That is pretty hype. If I am kind of an if I do go, I definitely will be missing that, but which is kind of a bummer. But it's unfortunately happening on Thursday. I'm definitely not going Thursday. So did you pay the last prediction? Wait, I did, yeah. What makes you want to wash your hands more after playing it? Crustle or Snorlax stall? Neither. They're just Pokemon decks. It's not that deep. It's my Twitch death bug. It's still showing the number next to my name. Oh yeah, I don't see that on my end. Oh my gosh. I typed too fast. Yeah, there's no prediction active, just your end. When is Vegas? 2 weeks. 2 weeks from now. And so this next weekend, there's no majors next weekend, and then the weekend after that is Vegas. Which I might go to. I still haven't decided yet. Did Crustle make it on stream? No, no crust on the stream. No crust. Confirmed Azul doesn't wash his hands. Yep. Well, I don't play. I honestly don't play Stall or Crustle, so why would I have to? There's no reason to. All right, whose caster predictions are doing the best so far? It probably is Amy, right? Shay is definitely doing the worst. Shay's caster predictions are definitely doing the worst. Amy's are probably doing the best. Soul Rock, Dragapult. Would you replace Hilda's for Dawn's and Palt Nor? I don't know. I haven't played enough of the deck. They're solid. They're solid cards, but not sure it's worth the trade-off. Shay's trying to have fun. Yeah. He's definitely not taking it too seriously. Yeah, he's not taking it too seriously. He's like going all in on a YOLO bet. Maybe one of them makes cut. Definitely didn't win a regional playing Stall. Oh, but it's been a while. I haven't played Stall in a long time. That was a long time ago. I don't guess you should predict energy. Because it's supposed to have fun with it. You're supposed to pick like a card that you just think could be good. That's ideally like a little bit different than what other people would pick. Shay's got the right mentality for it for sure. But he did go a little extreme. But that's just kind of Shay, I feel like. He just kind of turns things to 11. Just to get the community interested and start a storyline. Yeah, exactly. Something to like talk about and discuss throughout the tournament. All right, here we go. Lewis and Matthew. Is Mega Venusaur not meta? No, not really. So when you eat fries, do you put the ketchup on the side and dip them, or do you just make a mess? Dip them usually. Yeah, usually sauce on the side. I think Terrabox lines up in the current format. It's like fine. It's a fine deck. Oh wait, it is. Isn't that Pedro judging? I didn't know he was judging now. Dude, if that's not Pedro, bro, that's someone who looks exactly like Pedro. Oh, Terrabox Mirror? Wait, no. It could be Flareon, I guess. Okay, so happy to be there. It'd be a shame if he got donked. What the fuck? Why are you putting that on him like that? All right, here we go. Terrabox Mirror. Dude, I have no idea how this mirror match plays. I assume going first is pretty good, but if you don't have Fan Rotom or a Noctowl, it's probably not as good. He judges most European regionals that I go to. Wait, really? I feel like I see him playing in most. Maybe I'm trolling though. I could just be trolling. All right, Matthew, starting off with the nest ball here. I mean, it's probably gonna go with the Fan Rotom, but might already have that in hand, so we could see something else grab. But the duck bench from Lewis is, I don't see that being worth. Even though it does play around Matthew getting like turn one, benching the duck plays around like a turn one water pawn. Like it's not worth playing around turn one water pawn by putting a duck on your bench. That can't be correct, but Matthew definitely already had a huge advantage just based on the starts here for sure. Hoot, Pidgey, and it is an EV build. The question is, how much EV is there? Or like turn one Iron Bundle into Fan Rotom? That's also so unlikely, right? Wait, he's not cooking, is he? Okay, just sobbing. Oh, the Sob is actually pretty good here, though. Jet into the Sob. That's not bad. Top deck Latias here from Lewis. Does have Crystal and Crispin, but no outs to any Pokemon. This is a miserably bad start from Lewis. I mean, do you just pack it up after like Matthew pops off next turn? Oh, okay. We're not even gonna get there. Honestly, that's reasonable to me. Just don't forget the prize cards. Yeah, I don't hate it. Now you have like, now you're not worried about time. Now you're not worried about time. Like game 2, game 3, plenty of time. You're about to get cooked anyways. Pack it up. Let's go next. Replay. Replay. And here's where he whiffed Fan Rotom. And then here's where Matthew had Fan Rotom. And that's the game. Good scoop. Honestly, that would be a moment, like, especially, that could be a moment to actually look back on, depending on how a match actually played out, and reflect on, like, this moment. Like, if Lewis comes back, and game 3, like, comes down to, like, almost time, and it'd be like, reflect on that moment and be like, Lewis could have sat there for, like, 2 more turns, probably, but instead, packed it up, went next. That could be the most pivotal moment in this match for Lewis, to be honest. We'll see. It'd be really funny if Lewis just gets donked now. No, it's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna put that on him. No, double area 0. All right, it's not that big of a deal. Might be playing 3, and also Matthew might give it over to him. Hey, good starters for both players here. The Ditto start here for Lewis, and then, I mean, the Fan Ortem start is also pretty good there for Matthew, and the Fan Ortem in the hand for the Lewis. All right, this Ditto is going to become a Water Pond here for sure. Hey, let me go. Let's take one more last look at these prize cards. Cyrano could pull off like a big turn from Matthew. Yeah, the double area 0. We don't know how many Lewis is playing, but that could be a limiting factor for sure. What's on the judges' iPads? Honest question. Usually it's Club Penguin, but like sometimes they'll dabble with like Neopets or something like that. It kind of depends on like the judge, but they have all the like the kids, like the iPads are on like kid mode or whatever, and they lock it on that. And then Subway Surfer, yeah, or the one that's like in the jungle, that's like Indiana Jones, whatever that one's called. All right, Water Pond searched out here for Lewis, and like I said, has a Fan Rotom, so has everything set up. No energy attachment for turn is unfortunate, but yeah, Temple Run, stuff like that usually is what they have on the iPads. They're not allowed to like browse the web or anything like that. Like it is child locked to just like the games to keep them entertained while they're sitting at the table with the players. Yeah, I mean, probably grab, it could be double hoot, triple hoot. This is going triple hoot. Only has 1 Noctowl in hand. Honestly, the hand isn't like that powerful for Lewis. I think like besides this, there's a Nest Ball. So like Fez or Mew could be in the future here. We should be fine. Actually, it's 2 Nest Balls to work with. Okay, not bad. The biggest miss here for Lewis is just like the lack of energy attachment. You'd love to attach energy here for turn, but it's like not that big of a deal if we whiff. Yeah, Fez. Honestly, the only thing holding this hand back is like an area 0. I don't love the Mew bench. Honestly, I don't even know if I like the Hoot Hoot bench either. I mean, it's probably fine. I guess you want to play around getting Iono'd here a little bit, but it's probably fine. Yeah, let's see how Matthew responds to this. I'm very curious to see how this matchup actually plays out, to be honest. I haven't watched or played a Terra Box Mirror in like a long time, so I mean, I know Water Pond's pretty impactful. It knocks out Hoot Hoot. Hoot Hoot's pretty good, so that's obviously pretty good, but besides that, I have no clue what's supposed to happen in this matchup. We might be going to a quick game 3 here. We'll see. 1 Hoot Hoot, double Noctowl. Okay, what the heck is in the hand? Okay, that seems pretty good here. Also, if Matthew, well, because Matthew actually has to crystal, ooh, we can actually jet the Eevee into the active here. That does stop the potential of a 2. Okay. We did do that. Oh. Oh. All right, we're back. I guess Matthew's a little scared of the Eevee just getting KO'd. That would be pretty bad. So is going to give Lewis the 2 prize cards with the water pond, but then the Eevee doesn't get KO'd. So, seems fine. A little bit of, musical chairs. Yeah, if you see, the hand here from Lewis actually isn't that strong. The only thing Lewis can do this turn is get Crispin knockout. But, oh, it does play 3 Area 0, so it does have an Area 0 for potential access. I guess you could go Area 0 plus Ultra Ball, but I think this is actually probably fine from Lewis. And once you realize that you do have 2 Area 0 prize, you also know you increase your odds of finding that to then utilize your Fez and your Nest Balls and stuff like that, so... Oh, actually, no. Maybe Lewis is going to go for the Ultra Ball Area 0. I think you could just go Crystal Crispin here, to be honest. I don't think you need the Area 0 this turn. Especially if you realize you have 2... Like, you're not actually getting that much value out of the Area 0 this turn. If anything, you're just giving it to Matthew. So now Matthew needs 1 less piece to go wide. So I actually don't like this Area 0 grab here from Lewis. Crystal in hand? Oh, is it? Am I trolling? No, it's not. Wait, he didn't even grab... Is it in hand? It better be in hand. We might just see a sob here, actually. I guess Lewis is just going to sob here. Which, oh. Well, now we're going with Iron Bundle. And then you're, okay. So Lewis is going to Iron Bundle and make Matthew decide. Do you lose 2 Hoot Hoots or do you give up a 2 prize knockout to a Terrapagos? So this is where all the bluff enjoyers get really excited. Okay, we brought up the Hoot Hoot. But now Lewis actually can't KO this Hoot Hoot and has to sob it, I guess. But honestly, the sob isn't too bad here because you went with the Latias Retreat. You won't be with the Latias Retreat. But it evolves. Yeah, but then you need like another mobility card, right? You can retreat. You can retreat it under knocked out, but you have to like air balloon or hard retreat or something like that. So you have to work a little bit harder. I guess maybe there wasn't like a... I mean, I feel like Lewis should have just gone for Crispin Crystal. And then just... Because once you see you have 2 Area 0's prize, you're like, oh, I have a good chance of getting Area 0. And you're good to go. Now this line is dog shit. Wait, from who? Who do you not like this from? Matthew or Lewis? Oh, wait, we're going Terrapagos KO? No, wait. Is Lewis just sacrificing the water pond now? Well, now. I thought we were going to sob. I guess we're not going to sob. I feel like the sob makes Lewis need 1 more... Matthew need 1 more card, though, right? I kind of like the sob. Drawing 1 off the Mew. Vessel. We already attached return. There's nothing else to do. Just pass with water pond. Oh, Lewis thought he had Latias in play. Oh, boy. All right. All right. Lewis's choice makes a lot more sense because he planned to cheat the whole time. No, I'm joking. Because he thought he had Latias in play. Should have asked Matthew for the hookup there. I don't know. Matthew might have been nice. Now things are looking really bad for Lewis. Matthew's going to get the first 2 prize knockout. The threat of water pond to reduce your Hoot Hoots in play is gone. It's going to... I feel like it's going to be pretty tough here for... And also, you gave Matthew Area 0 as well, which is another reason I didn't like Lewis going for the Area 0. You don't just want to give... you don't want to give your opponent Area 0. If they want access to a big bench, you want them to have to go get Area 0 off their Hoot Hoot. But now you gave Matthew basically like a free Noctowl search if he wants to go wide. And it looks like he is going to go wide here with this Buddy Poffin. So, a little freebie there for Matthew and is taking full advantage of it. Crispin Crystal. Okay, we're not done yet. But yeah, it is just going to be a big Flareon punch, it looks like. Or maybe not. No, we're not done yet. Okay, Owl number 2. And we are going to go a little bit wider here. I think the Pidgey was prized, right? That's why we didn't see the Pidgey get grabbed earlier. Yeah, 2Ness was thinking of Latias plus Pegos for sure, and then saw Iron Bundle and changed his mind. Sure, yeah. I could see that. Just overthought it there. Matthew doesn't need to cook this hard and use 2 owls. Well, he wants the backup Eevee and more Hootoots, right? You don't want to lose your lone Hootoot to like a Fan Rotom or something like that. Like a good play to do in this matchup if your opponent has 1 Hootoot in place, so just let her go Fan Rotom KO Hootoot. Oh, we did have to like overcommit the energy though. That kind of sucks. Or we did like lose the value of the jet energy basically. So that kind of sucks, but it's not that big of a deal, I don't think. All right, over to Lewis. Lewis can one-hit KO Flareon. And honestly, a one-hit KO on Flareon with Pikachu here does seem pretty good. So I feel like what we got to see here from Lewis is Pikachu knockout. Nothing else seems that good. I guess Terapagos KO Latias. No, it's kind of bad because then the Flareon just comes back up and punches you, right? Yeah, it's kind of got to be the Pikachu knockout. But I don't think Matthew has a great answer to Pikachu getting the knockout, right? It'd have to be like Fan Rotom Punch. Maybe Fan Rotom KO Hootoot would be the play as the response. Plenty of energy in the deck, that's for sure. You don't want to take too many energy out of the deck, though, because then he's just going for the solo lightning. Couldn't you have just, like, left Metal Grass Lightning in the deck and then grabbed Metal Grass? Wait, is there 3 metals in this deck? Oh, he is playing the Mega Mawile, isn't he? Attach first to Pikachu so he can draw 2 with Mew and then able to draw 3 with Fez. We need a Noctowl here to probably bring this combo together. Oh boy. All right. All right, Fez, it's all on you, buddy. 3 cards. Okay, that's a Noctowl. That's an... All right, we're chilling. Oh my gosh. All right, chill, chill, chill. We have it all. Are you allowed to have a deck that's entirely in Spanish, even if you don't speak the language? If you're playing in a tournament in the region where Spanish is legal, or you're from a region where Spanish is legal. Yes. Oh, there's a water energy in the deck as well. Wait, then I feel like Lewis definitely misplayed by not like taking another energy out of the deck there. Maybe not though. Maybe you need to leave it for like future plays. Sure. Let's make them all Mawile 4. It's just used to like close out games. Just like a closer, a neutral closer. You can use it as in basically any matchup to close out games. All right, Lewis has recovered here. We do have the response KO to this Flareon, and Pikachu is pretty tough for Matthew to deal with. Like Matthew does not have a way to get through its ability efficiently. But this turn from Matthew, just hitting it with Fan Rotom or Fan Rotom KO the lone Hootoot is also like a pretty good play as well. I'm trying to think of like a different play that would be that good from. Oh, Matthew has to... How do you have to do this here for Matthew? Discard, then push? Okay. So removes the 2-prizer from play and now pushes... Oh, so I think he's just going to punch with Fan Rotom for the turn. I actually really like this choice from Matthew. Removes the only 2-prize liability from play. And then also punches and sets up the Pikachu. And then the Pikachu can be KO'd next turn by Flareon's first attack, right? Does 130, I believe. So good old Fan Rotom into Flareon combo here from Matthew. Yeah, so Matthew does not... Well, I guess Matthew can Water Pawn this turn. So there's not... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... that'd be a tough Water Pawn. That'd be a tough Water Pawn. Chase Eevee is good for Lewis. It's okay, but Matthew still has Terapagos, right? Matthew can just, like, swing back with Terapagos, or could just, like, get that Eevee back and then immediately evolve it again, right? Because it has the quick evolution ability. So Water Pawn is possible here for Lewis, but without like Latias in play, you would need so much to pull off a Water Pawn play. But Water Pawn, Crispin, E-Switch, and then you have to retreat or somehow move this Pikachu, and there's no Latias on the bench. Ultra Ball coming in from Lewis, but yeah, only one bench space available. And honestly, yeah, I mean, someone mentioned it in chat, but I mean, also the Terrapagos. Like, the Terrapagos and the Mew. The Mew was reasonably useful in the last turn. He's just going for the Latios, though. This is bench locked. We could just fan rotom ourselves, though, right? We can respond to Matthew's fan rotom with a fan rotom. It looks like Lewis is going to get a little bit more aggressive than that. It looks like it's going to be a boss plus fan rotom play here, then. So I assume we're going to, like, boss KO the Pidgey or a Noctowl. That does leave Matthew's fan rotom around, but I guess you don't really care about that, right? What if Fez Snipe? No, you don't really want to leave a 2-prizer on your active, I don't think. I think we're gonna see Lewis go fan rotom, boss KO the. I mean, it's probably the Pidgey, right? You probably remove the Pidgey from play. Have you ever considered playing Terra Box to a tournament? I don't think so. No. I don't think there's ever been a tournament where it was like on my short list of decks to consider. Crispin found for the next turn, I assume, and might be going back in again with this Ultra Ball. Or maybe the Super Rod? He's giving it some thought. I mean, the play here always has to be... I mean, you could Crispin this turn. Actually, you could Crispin this turn as Lewis to get an extra energy on your Pikachu and then KO the fan rotom with your fan rotom. But does value the Pidgey KO here a little bit higher. And honestly, I actually don't even hate that play if Lewis went for that route. What? What? All right. That's never worth it. We should definitely have just... If we're going to do this, we should have just Crispin to the fan rotom and KO the fan rotom. I don't think Matthew is mad. This also another reason to KO the fan rotom, honestly. Dude, just feeding Matthew the 2-prize Pokemon is just can't be the play. I am curious as to what Matthew has for options to close this game out, though. Briar next turn. Okay. Pikachu plus Briar? Sure. All right, I'm down. I'm in. If Lewis plays it. A lot of people don't play Briar. I don't know if Lewis plays Briar. It could work, though. All right, Fez from Matthew here. It looks like Matthew needs a little bit of help. Matthew plays Briar? Matthew does play Briar. I guess Matthew could also set up for a Briar play and go fan rotom KO and then hope that the fan rotom gets KO'd. If you're Terrapagos KO, I think you kill Eevee here, right? The Eevee's not that big of a threat, I don't think. I think the bigger threat is like a Terrapagos. All right, looks like Matthew is going to go boss KO. Oh, there's no Hoothoot available for Matthew as well. Yeah, true. Good point. I didn't even realize that Lewis was out of... Oh, wait, that's like another reason that Lewis should not have... Lewis should have just gone attached to fan rotom KO. I think that was available to him, right? Without using Noctowl, because then you get to keep a Hoothoot in play. All right, both players down to 3 prize cards. So theoretically, Lewis could win this turn. Actually, is that true? That's actually just not true. I'm just lying. Because you can't Gus and Crispin. If Lewis is playing 2 A-Specs, he could go Prime Catcher and Briar. No, wait, Briar's not even active for Lewis. Okay, we have to just settle and KO the fan rotom. Don't listen to me. Wait. Okay, Lewis is fine. If Lewis goes... Because Matthew didn't get a 2-prize knockout, if Lewis goes Gust, KO, Fez with Terrapagos, and he does have Boss... Then he just needs a 1-prize knockout to win the game from there. So Lewis is in a pretty good spot here, for sure. You just, as Lewis here, you just can't take a 1-prize knockout. Because if you take a 1-prize knockout, you could lose to Matthew's Briar. Although, I don't know, Matthew could do like a Briar play with... Matthew could do a Briar play with, Terrapagos. That would be the play, Terrapagos. Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Lewis. There we go. Chase on the Fez. Nice Switcher as well. Pikachu's loaded up, ready to go. 1 prize left. Pikachu's ready. Terrapagos is ready. Okay, it looks like Lewis is going to be able to get this one pretty easy here. I still don't like the fact that Lewis attacked with Terrapagos on the previous turn. Maybe it could have been avoided, but... I feel like it could have been avoided, though, for sure. Because Matthew could have just, like... I guess the Briar was always available, though, so maybe it wasn't. Maybe the Briar was still... No, but you didn't have access to Briar guaranteed as it Lewis, right? Unless it was in the hand. Was it in the hand the whole time? All right, there's the knockout. Check main board state. Matthew does play a counter stadium and does have it in hand. Okay, he's gonna concede anyways though. I was gonna say, so we could like bump the stadium and then KO the Pikachu possibly from Matthew. Like if you have like Iono counter catcher, bump the stadium, KO the Pikachu. But packs it up. And we go on to game number 3. Bro, never punished from the fake Latios play. The fake Latios play. Yeah, it was pretty brutal, but was able to get the response, right? Got the response KO. And Matthew only had 1 attacker set up at that point, so. People dropped Colorful Friends. I have not seen it recently in any Flareon build. It's just like the GX and the Fast EV. The Colorful Friends EV, I have not seen anyone playing recently. This is phase 2, yeah. Round 1 of phase 2. I feel like Crystal KO with Flareon wasn't a good play. But like, what's the alternative though? If that, like, what else could you do there? Or you could bear counter catcher Pika with Iono 2. Maybe no bear. Yeah, possibly. Early scoop looking good so far. Yep, plenty of time right going into game 3. Also Hoot Hoot and charge another attacker. And you just get Pika nuked and you're losing the 2/2/2. But you have Briar, I guess. But then you have to deal with Pika, right? If you're not drawing prize cards when Pika comes up, you're in trouble. Double Crispin prize for Matthew. And sometimes the Flareon deck actually only plays 2 Crispin. Hold up, let's take a look at these prize cards. Did open Water Palm, which is pretty strong, especially if you get the attachment for turn. You can go attach, Crystal attach. Lewis's side, the Lewis prize Pikachu, which is your best answer to an early Flareon, like we saw in the last game. Latias also prize, which is something that feels bad to prize, but it's not the end of the world. Ultra Ball coming out here from Matthew. Gives up the Noctowl. I think I saw the Pidgey in the hand there. We might see a turn 2 Pidgey out here, which is pretty good. Far from a dead hand for Lewis, but how do you even play this turn as Lewis? Like, do you retreat this Hoot Hoot, or do you sacrifice the Hoot Hoot, or what is even the... What's the rationale of Hilda and EV Box? I mean, it's a card you can like search for turn 2 off of an owl, or quick search for, and it finds you an owl and your energy for turn. You have a lot of outs to it, and it's like situationally gets you like 2 pretty powerful cards. It finds you your energy for turn and an evolution. But you have like a lot of access to it in this situation. Like, it's a situational card, especially as a 1-of, but you have access to it so consistently that when the situation comes up, you should be able to use it, basically. It's the same as like any other 1-of in like a EV, like the 1-of Cyrano, stuff like that. Like on this next turn from Matthew, the Hilda could actually, well, could have potentially come up, to be honest, but it won't come up now, obviously. All right, we're over to Lewis here, who did top deck Fan Rotom, I believe. Maybe it was in hand. But doesn't have to commit the Nest Ball now to get the squad, to get the Hoots online. I guess, actually, you could push Water Pond in the active here, and then, I mean, ideally Sob, right? To trap the other Water Pond with a Water Pond. Do we really even need Crispin and Terra Box or EV Box? Nah. Most of the Terra Box players and like EV Box players are playing like pretty subpar lists with the Crispins these days. Like, I don't know, everyone just like gets stuck on their ways, you know? Like, people are still playing Dragapult. Like, come on, bro, what are we doing? Same thing with the Terra Box players. Like, they're still playing Crispin in Terra Box. Same thing with the EV Box players, still playing Crispin. Like, we have so much better builds of decks, but people just like they don't want to innovate, man, or they don't want to like get with the times. It's pretty embarrassing for them, but I mean, me and you, we're playing the good lists. I appreciate the 8 months there, Exotics. Is Matt in the prizes for any player? Yeah, Matthew prize 2 Matt. Who the fuck is Crispin? His name is Matt. Matthew might be out of Matt, actually. Some EV enjoyers only play 2 Appreciate the 6 months as well there, Sydney. How's Paul doing? It's my favorite deck. Pretty well so far. I mean, we know Henry Brand's up there, but I'm sure there's other Pults up there at the top tables. Pult's having a pretty good time. All right, third Hoot Hoot here for Lewis. Oh, went with Terrapagos in the active, not the Water Pond. I guess that makes sense, right? You just want to push something in the active that the Water Pond can't KO. This does open it up, though. Matthew could go. It does have Flareon. We could see Crispin, Crystal. But the hand here from Matthew... It's not that powerful. What kind of play could we actually pull off here? Looks like Matthew is going all in on Pidgeot, though. Yeah, how powerful of a turn could we have here from Matthew? Like, what is, like, are we... We don't want to leave a 2-prizer in the active. We could get... We have Area 0 in hand, I believe. We don't want to give that over to Lewis, but maybe we get Latios and then retreat to a fan order and pass or something? Will hear me out, Matt and Guardy. All right, I'm in. You've convinced me. That's all I need to hear. Yeah, okay. But this isn't leading to like a KO this turn, right? Unless I'm like missing a piece of the puzzle. I don't think I am, though. Yeah, so it is getting the Latias. So I think it is just going to be a runaway play here. Oh, hold on. Actually, if we have an energy in hand, can we Terrapagos KO Terrapagos? No, our hand is 2 cards. No energy attachment for turn also feels pretty bad. I guess we could quick search for an energy attachment for turn, but we're not attacking. Wait, hang on. Actually, could we make it work? I don't know if they... Vessel Crystal off of Pidgeot for another Noctowl? No, I don't think a big attack is happening this turn. I'm trying to like piece it together, but I guess Fan Order Punch honestly sets it up to make it easier to KO next turn, but I don't know if we want to waste our energy attachment there. We probably want to attach return to like the Eevee or something. Stretch it for Noctowl and discard. I don't think it ever leads to a play though, right? Wait, did Matthew not take Latios there? Are we just letting our Water Pond get KO'd by Terrapagos? Can Lewis use Terrapagos second attack? He can, but it won't really do anything in this matchup. Yeah, it doesn't really do anything in this matchup. All right, attached to... Oh, we can retreat. We can retreat the Water Pond. We just have to hard retreat. We lose the energy on the Water Pond, which feels bad, but it's also fine. Okay, I don't actually hate this play from Matthew then. Hard retreat to Fan Order, I assume. Or are we just giving up the... Maybe he thinks there's a higher chance the water... No, you... There's a high... Actually, I don't know if that's true. Could Lewis fill the bench? Okay, is going with the Sob. Would Lewis be able to fill the bench to actually get the KO on the active? Is that more likely, or is if you retreat to Fan Order here, is Water Pond KOing Fan Order and Hutu more likely? Or what if you retreat to Pidgeot and pass with... Is that good? That doesn't seem very good. Well, then you could get sobbed. Your Pidgeot could get sobbed. Yeah, I don't hate the assessment here from Matthew. Betting on the betting on the Water Pond play being more likely than the Terrapagos KO active play, I assume. But maybe feels less... It feels like it's less punishing if the Terrapagos play happens. Or, yeah, if Terrapagos want to KO your active, that feels better than Water Pond KOing your Fan Order plus your Eevee or your Lone Hoothoot or something like that. Lewis putting it together, doing some math. Looks like Area 0 and Nest Ball are going to be acquired, so that's 2 pieces closer. But still needs 4 basic Pokemon and a Crispin. Still needs a lot. Still a lot is needed. Wait, is it 4? 3. My bad. Not 4, 3. 3 basic Pokemon and a Crispin, but does have an Ultra Ball in the hand. So I think the play is available here to Lewis, and then we'll be able to recover some cards with Mew, or draw into some more cards with Mew to set up for the next turn. Ooh, giving up on the Super Rod? Okay. So you owl for what? Crispin and... You have Clefairy and a card in hand? Yeah, what is this? Did we grab like a... What is the second card you grab here even? I don't even know. You don't need something, so you want to get something for the next turn. Another Nest Ball? That feels kind of weak. There's not a better grab than that. Crystal? You could grab Crystal. Often for Hoot Hoot. Yeah, I'm struggling to think of like what is the best card here. I mean, always having like more Hoot Hoots in play is not very bad, right? But sure, that's where we're going. Get somebody Poffin. This means we don't have to bench the Clefairy. Is going to bench it anyways, though, I guess. Maybe we just hold on to the Nest Ball. I think maybe that's what Lewis is going to do here, is hold the Nest Ball for options going into the next turn. I kind of like that, to be honest, because it could get you Fez. You could save it to get something else. And Lewis is going to get the first 2 prize knockout here. And it's not even like the first 2 prize knockout after Matthew has taken a 1 prize knockout, because if that was the case, then it wouldn't feel that bad for Matthew. But you can KO with Clefairy as well. That is a good point. He could actually just KO with the Clefairy this turn. Yeah, if Matthew had drawn the first 1 prize knockout and then Lewis had responded with the first 2 prize knockout, you'd be feeling a little bit better. But Lewis simply getting the first 2 prize knockout without expending the crystal, that's also a big part of this. It feels pretty bad. Clefairy can kill Flareon this matchup. Matthew has to like overextend though, right? To make that happen. He sobbed though, no Clef available on the switch. Oh, true. We did get sobbed this turn. Good point. Oh, and Pikachu was prize, so that could have been a problem for Lewis, but did find the Pikachu off the prize card, so no longer a problem. Pheasantipity making its way to the bench here from Matthew. Gonna start with that. Has access to a Hoot Hoot. Does have Pidgeot set up as well. KOing the Terapagos shouldn't be that big of a deal for Matthew. The question is that even that strong of a play, to be honest? Actually, there's 2 Crispin prize for Matthew. Maybe it is a little bit of a deal. It could definitely be a little bit of a deal here for Matthew to pull off the KO here. The thing I'm most curious about here from Matthew is how many Crispin does Matthew play actually? If it is just 2, it's kind of screwed, or it feels like he's screwed. I guess he could get like Crystal plus energy for the knockout. Uh-oh. Nope, we're not done yet. Hold up. He also might play Trumpet, though. I don't know if he plays Trumpet or not. You can KO with Flareon Black Belt. Am I wrong? I mean, he doesn't need the Black Belt to KO with Flareon. Right? We just need crystal attachment, right? All right, Matthew's piecing together. Goes for the Night Stretcher, it looks like. Off the quick search? Oh, for the Noctowl. Okay, sure. Wait, was there not just like a Noctowl in the deck, though? Coffin Counter Catcher. Crystal Counter Catcher. Are we not just KOing this active Terapagos here from... Oh, we're going Flareon to KO a Hoot Hoot for turn. Yikes. That does not seem super strong here from Matthew. I feel like this, like, that's... Terapagos surviving just seems crazy good for Lewis. I don't know if that, like, makes, like... It's not unlosable, but I don't know if Matthew actually could have KO'd it. Well, no, if Matthew did prize, if Matthew only plays 2 Crispin and prize both, he maybe didn't have an out to 1-hit KO the Terrapagos back. All right, we'll see what Lewis can put together. Does have Nest Ball in hand. And Nest Ball becomes Serendipity, which is pretty good on this turn for sure. And Matthew still does not have a Crispin off the prize cards. They're still both Crispins prized. Clefairy is doing... Oh, Clefairy can KO the Flareon here, right? Jeez. Oh my goodness. 100, 140, 240, 260. Yeah, what the heck? You didn't even need that many. Do you know if Lewis plays E-Switch? Yeah, Lewis plays E-Switch, yeah. Easy switch though, or Crispin, right? Crispin also works. Yeah, Lewis has Crispins available. Matthew does not. Well, potentially doesn't. I think maybe doesn't. I honestly wonder if Matthew could have pieced together a Fanordum KO on a Hoothoot. That might have been better. You still have Crystal attached next turn to respond. You only give up 1 prize card. Oh, we haven't fezzed yet. I thought we already fezzed. I was like... Oh, Lewis did whiff, though. Hold on. Hold on. Lewis did just whiff. No 1-hit KO here from Lewis. Needed a Crispin, an E-Switch, an Ultra Ball, a Noctowl. Dude, Lewis had so many outs. So many outs. All right, over to Matthew. Now Matthew can do the 1-2 punch from here of knock out a 2-prizer into knock out a 2-prizer with a Briar with Flareon and Terrapagos, but I don't think Lewis is out of it quite yet. Lewis can go for a 3-prize turn with Water Pawn, KO Flareon, KO Fanordum, and play around Briar on the next turn. And then from there, need to knock out a 2-prizer to close out the game. Noctowl wasn't out. Hoodoo was just benched. Oh, true. Yeah, you're right. Wait. No, I don't think you are right, actually. Because we got that Hootoo last turn with Buddy Buddy Poffin. I think you lied to me. Oh, wait, no, but Matthew KO'd a Hootoo last turn, right? No, you might be right, actually. I trust you. How many characters does Matthew play? Probably just 1. Matthew boss up 1 of 2 Hoothoots. It's not true. Oh, you did lie to me. What the heck? That's mighty cringe. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Lucy is not out of this yet because we have the Water Pond play on the next turn. Wait, Matthew's thinking about attaching on Jet Energy. Sending him up. Oh, we're gonna take the knockout with the Terrapagos here, sure. Oh, this does make the Water Pond play quite a bit more difficult for sure. Because now you have to, well, now you need like a counter catcher. So now Lewis's play needs to be like, and I don't even know if Lewis plays counter catcher. Oh, hold on. We do have that energy on Clefairy though. So Lewis can go Water Pond, Crystal Attach, E-Switch over Boss, KO Flareon, KO Hoothoot, draw 3, Clefairy or something else, draw again. But that is a good point. Lewis could also take the knockout with Pikachu. Pikachu knocks out the active, and then Matthew would need counter catcher Briar, but I'm pretty confident that Matthew plays counter catcher and Briar, and neither are prized. And Matthew does have 2 Pokemon set up that can actually pull off that combo. So I think Lewis needs the Water Pond play, but it might be tough to get. Matthew already used counter catcher? I thought he bossed with the Flareon KO. Was it a counter catcher? Hopefully he plays 2, I guess. Does EV deck plays 2 Cannon Catcher, I think? I have seen some lists with 2. I've seen it before, but I feel like the majority play 1. Alright, there's the 3 from Fez. I saw Turo. Don't know if Lewis plays Counter Catcher, so if that's an out or not. But has Ultra Ball. Has energy. Okay. I think Lewis can put this together here. Thinking about giving up the Nest Ball. So we can see Knock Towel for E-Switch. And I think has the Water Pond play for turn. E-Switch and Boss, okay. Lewis will still need... Oh my god. Yeah, Lewis still needs a lot on the next... No! Lewis needs a 1 prize knockout, right? Lewis doesn't need that much on the next turn. Lewis just needs Boss Fan Rotom. Boss Cow Fan Rotom with Fan Rotom. That's right. Lewis is drawing 3 prize cards this turn, not 2. I guess Matthew could clean up his bench with a Gravity Mountain to make it harder for Lewis to win. I left during the match, but I knew Lewis scooping game 1 was the easy dub. I mean, it's going that way right now. Also, yeah, there's only 6 minutes left. Imagine if he had just stuck it out for like 2 or 3 more turns. This match might have not finished. Why did Matthew need a counter catcher if the active is a 2-prizer? Well, if he attacked with Pikachu, sorry. I don't know what I was talking about. If the active was a Pikachu. But now the active's a 2-prizer, but Lewis drew 3 prize cards, so Briar doesn't even work as a win condition here. Yeah, it was a good call from Lewis to concede quickly. This one is a little bit more of a grind. The Fan Rotom is on the bench here for Matthew, so all Lewis needs is an energy and a boss. Currently, no access to Hoot Hoot for Lewis, though. I mean, it's going to be hard to find specific cards. Boss up Fez and Crown Opal. I mean, he can't Crown Opal. You need a water, a lightning, and a... I guess you could go attach... No, you could get there, I guess. Water plus crystal? Sure. Is there ever a win condition here for Matthew? I mean, it looks tough. Sob Fez? Maybe? Matthew keeps quick searching before he sees what he gets off Fez. I mean, doing it this time might be correct because he is going to go for the Iono, it looks like. But generally, yeah, you don't want to do that. Kill Fez Iono, if anything. Well, unfortunately, Matthew's out of counter catcher, I believe. Maybe Matthew does have a second counter catcher. We'll see. If there is a second counter catcher... But if not, just KO active here is Matthew, and then Iono is also a reasonable play. And you have to just like hope that Lewis can't pull it together. Well, honestly though, Lewis just has Mew and Fez. Lewis has no Hoot Hoots. It's a pretty big deal to not have Hoot Hoot here, to be honest. There we go, Iono. Could Sob Mew and Iono follow up, force him to find 3 energy before he can get to 60 on Mew and Gust Owl game? Yeah, I actually don't hate that, Heracross. I don't hate that at all. All right, here comes the Fez for 3 from Matthew. Plenty of Pokemon if that was the missing piece to be able to attack with... Does Matthew play 2 Jet Energy? 2 Jets? Lewis plays Turo. Yeah, but he has to find it. Appreciate the 2 months there, Smooth Jazz. Does Matthew have enough resources to get a Sob off? I mean, a pump? He should, yeah. Swing with Bear. Yeah, that looks like that is the setup here for Matthew. Going with the Ursaluna Punch. All Lewis needs, I mean, with Pidgeot in play, I imagine Matthew could win next turn, so Lewis has to win this turn. Lewis needs to KO the active, which is possible with Pikachu and Ogerpon and E-Switch and a lot of stuff. Or just needs Boss plus Fan Rotom has Boss. I mean, you just go for it, right? You boss the Fan Rotom. Crispin for game. Oh, Clefairy is also an out. That's true. I forgot about Clefairy just KOing the active. That's easier than the Pikachu. Oh, there we go. Oh, for a second there, I think Lewis... Okay, there we go. Yeah, sure. All right. Dude, I got kind of scared. I was like, wait, does Lewis see it? Lewis gets the dub. 2-1. All right. I'm kind of tired. I need to go take a nap or something, man. I'm gonna show the final standings here, and then I'm gonna go ahead and raid the main channel, and y'all can tune into the interview over there. Let's take a look here at maybe not the exact final standings, but close to the final standings here as we head to the end. So Lewis will be joining the 8 and 1s. So Lewis and Arthur 8 and 1, Max and Thomas 8-0-1 each. Predictions payout? Oh yeah, Lewis won. Also, yeah, shout out to Lewis for conceding the game so quickly, right? Like, actually, that's kind of sick that ended up being like such a big factor. Now, maybe it was a big factor, right? They had like what, 2 minutes left or something. Like that was a big. If he just sits there and like twiddles his thumbs, but he doesn't. He locked in, looked at the board state, said, "I'm fucked," packed it up, has plenty of time to finish game 2 and 3, and then wins 2-1. You love to see it. Henry Brand 711, Emma 711, Gabriel 711, Galaz 711. Fontanot ended up 711 as well. Ert 702. Ermani 702 took a tie in the end there with the Charizard. All right, all right. Yeah, all right, chat. That's gonna do it for me. I'm gonna go ahead and raid the main channel here. I'll see y'all tomorrow. For a second there, I was thinking about like staying up and playing some PTCG live, but no, there's no way. I'm super tired, so I'm gonna go take a nap or something. I'll be streaming early tomorrow morning once again, probably earlier tomorrow morning than this morning. I think the stream starts up earlier tomorrow, so yeah, I'll be back early tomorrow morning. Day 2 Gdansk Regional Championships watch party. See you then. Have a good one. Goodbye. Peace.